masa untuk tamatkan semua ni.
Jangan!
Saya kena.
Awak tak mampu berlawan. Macam manalah pengakhiran akalnya.
Sumpahan! Berperang! Awak patutnya bunuh saya.
Ya, tapi ini hari bertua awak.
This will sting. You have my word.
Anak-anak Malaysia bangkit menghadapi cabaran. Cipta sejarah demi satu tujuan. Pertahankan tanah air kita demi kemuncak M6. Ini gaya kita. Ini rumah kita. Satu tujuan, kemuncaknya di M6.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win, win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a rock
win.
star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, yeah.
Star.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy lawan kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Muntar. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Selamat datang ke Playoffs MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 bersiaran langsung dari Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini, dan hari ini kita sudah masuk di pusingan upper bracket semi-final, which means pasukan-pasukan yang akan kalah di match yang diorang akan main hari ini ada lagi satu nyawa pada hari esok untuk main dekat lower bracket. But I'm pretty sure everybody does not want to play in the lower bracket sebab itu adalah satu jalan yang panjang. Diorang kena menang banyak game and diorang kena risk ada satu nyawa lagi dalam MPL Malaysia. Tapi before I go further into the games today, apa kata kita tengok jadual untuk perlawanan hari ini? untuk match pembukaan kita, Selangor Red Giants yang akan menentang King Empire Esports. Adakah SRG akan maintain momentum mereka daripada regular season, menang semua match tanpa drop 1 point, ataupun is KGE going to show to everybody that the new era, the new empire has begun in MPL? Untuk match terakhir pula, Homebois yang akan menentang RSG MY. Dua-dua pasukan tengah try mendapatkan trofi kedua mereka. Alright, interesting matchups today. But for our first match, the winner will be proceeding to the upper bracket finals pada hari esok. Mana yang akan kalah akan jumpa pasukan yang kalah di match nanti. Very, very interesting, but remember, tak ada pasukan yang akan balik rumah hari ini. So, with that, mari kita jemput kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia, Selangor Red Giants and King Empire Esports.
Selangor Red Giants.
Behold the dominators of the regular season. Now, the pressure is on to extend their perfect run into the playoffs. Can they continue to paint the stadium red and yellow by sending the new Empire into the lower brackets? Can anyone even challenge and take a single point off them? Ladies and gentlemen, let's cheer for Selangor Red Giants!
King Empire Esports.
The Lions have already eliminated one former champion in their playoff runs. Can they push further and topple the unstoppable giants in their path? All eyes are on the Malaysian legends, Sasa and his reliable teammates, as they strive to achieve the unthinkable today. Put your hands together for King Empire Esports!
Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput jurulatih dan analis bersama Head of League Ops Cedric yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Wow. Now this will be an interesting matchup to watch. Kita kena ingat Selangor Red Giants still has to drop 1 point as they were the invincible during the regular season. But of course, untuk semua orang dekat rumah, kita mesti ada special something for you guys. So with this join the fight code down below, you guys can get some in-game freebies. So mestilah you guys will also feel the love from your home. And I'm pretty sure everybody dah tak sabar nak start match ni. So let's show it to the casters. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
The atmosphere trembles in anticipation as we welcome all of you back to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 playoffs. You're watching the English stream for day number 2 of the competition here. My name is Mustafa. I'll be one of your commentators for today, and joining me on the desk we have none other than Icy Baby 12 as well as Husky. How do you guys feel about what happened in day 1?
I'm feeling great. I think day 1 has already set the bar for the playoffs. You know, King Empire and RSG Malaysia making it through the gauntlet. But today is the true test, right? King Empire, they're taking on SRG, RSG Malaysia taking on Homebois. This is where we see how far can they keep on going.
You know, and personally, I feel like yesterday's game was a little bit interesting, right? Who would have thought that all the matches would be this close, considering the fact that anything can happen in the playoffs, and that's the beauty about it. And of course, when it comes to the meta itself, you know, we've got like a hot patch, hot fix in about 3 or 4 days. For teams to adapt is not exactly easy. They need to be fast, man.
Yeah, we've had hot patches, we've had hot fixes, but we also have Hot Link right here for all of you guys to check out. Secure lightning fast 5G connection for your MLBB games, as well as enjoy superior 5G network latency and smoother gameplay, all only with Hot Link.
Yeah, and what do you know? We have a player called Smooth, which will be playing on stage in just a little bit, and definitely that Hot Link package has been helping these teams perform at the tip top condition, right? We see some very crisp mechanic yesterday, which I personally feel like we have transcended what MPL Malaysia has been for the past few years.
You know, that's the thing about how they've been playing over the years, right? Like, people have been growing and pushing. There's so much pressure on as well, especially coming in from the community. Like, we want the best of the best. Like, is this the best that Malaysia has to offer? And every single time playoffs comes in, we think they are the best, but eventually, can they prove themselves? That's going to be my question here, because that's why when it comes to imports here, it's all for the sake of growing the ecosystem here in Malaysia in general. And to see SRG just dominating overwhelmingly here, it's just phenomenal to think about here. But of course, for these guys who just tuning in as well, coming to stream here, let's take a look at the brackets of the journey so far.
From what we saw on day 1, we had quite an upset here with King Empire taking down Todak. And moving on in the competition, they will be going up against Selangor Red Giants to start off today. Besides that, we also got to witness Team Hack ending their journey in the playoffs at the hands of RSG MY, who will be encountering Homebois at the end of the day.
I find this very, very exciting because last time Selangor Red Giants met against King Empire, SRG basically 2-0'd them, right? In a pretty insane fashion, but at the same time, KG was also the only team in MPL MY regular season that was able to push SRG to their limit, to their late game stage. And when I say late game, I mean taking one inhibitor from SRG. So if that's the case, perhaps KG can break that record today.
Maybe. I do feel that out of all the teams that are left, it is going to be KGE or Homebois who have the biggest chance of maybe stopping SRG's unstoppable streak. But what do you think, Terrence?
You know, to be honest, I feel like Selangor Red Giants have proven themselves to be a staple name here in Malaysia. But in between screens as well, here's a little snippet as well. A lot of the pro teams, tier 1 teams from other region, has said that SRG is a top contender because of the fact that during streams, they have this running tradition, 4-0 all the way. But so far, not and single team has ever 4-0'd Selangor Red Giants on unofficial streams. And there are a lot of praises coming in from the other regions, especially coming from VNYs, who formerly were world champions as well, on their broadcasts.
Yeah, I think the Filipino region has definitely shifted their perspective about SRG as a team, right? And not just a team, but also individual players like Innocent, who has been in the spotlight for so long. But we also got to look at the Sasa, which is on the other side of the aisle, because yesterday Sasa was a beast. This guy came online and put KG on his shoulders.
One of the original Kages himself, the Malaysian legend who carried King Empire to victory in an unexpected result on day 1 of the playoffs up against the Innocent Beast, the brand new goal laner from the Selangor Red Giants, who has been tearing up the Land of Dawn since the beginning of the regular season. It's going to be a goal lane matchup for the ages.
You know, to be honest, we've seen Innocent just performing out of his mind. Like, he's set the record and the bar so high that it's crazy. But I really want to talk about our legend himself. Sasa, he has been playing for the longest of the time, and he's also announced that this might be his last season. Well, he actually confirmed it, saying that it might be his last season to retire. But after a game like yesterday, it's just insane. Like, he just popped off and hard carry all the way through, and it's just ridiculous to see him just retire like that.
Yeah, it's always going to be a question whether or not it's truly the case. I mean, we already see the situation with Zorn as well. But speaking of Zorn, I want to know about other roamers too.
Okay, Zorn, kalau diberi pilihan untuk ideal roamer, boleh tak pilih 3 roamer dalam 3 kategori ni?
Okey, boleh.
Okay, yang pertama, rotation. Nak pilih siapa?
Rotation saya akan letak Yums. Tak dinafikan lah, sekarang dia nombor 1 kan. Rotation dia sangat mantap.
I think I will give this to Zorn lah. Sebab dia agresif. Dan enemy macam takut-takut sikit bila lawangan dia. Tapi saya tak.
Rotation Yums.
Noah.
Setup, kemungkinan besar saya akan letak Reflecia. Sebab Reflecia banyak pakai hero support. Tapi sebenarnya korang tak tahu dia sebenarnya the king of setup dekat MPL PH.
Setup Zorn juga.
Mungkin
Zorn.
For setup, it would be Zorn because I think in any situation he is able to catch any hero that he wants. Short call, untuk short call macam susah sikit.
Short call, saya lah. I will give this to the roamer KGE. Who the roamer KGE?
X-Win kot, sebab saya nampak macam X-Win banyak buatkan playmaker King Empire itu bergerak. Aswin. Maybe Yums because right now SRG dominating because of his shot call. Yums.
Impossible!
Okay, one more. Let's retake. This is joke, guys. Don't take it seriously.
The job of a roamer is a very important responsibility, and we do certainly have some interesting personalities among the roamers here in MPL MY. I do agree with them. I think the names that popped up a lot, Yums and Zorn, are definitely the players to keep an eye on going into these playoffs, and we're gonna get to watch both of them today as well.
Yeah, I think eventually we'll get to see those two be pitted against each other at their maximum power, right? Disregarding day one of regular season, I think the Homebois were not on form. But in the playoffs, I feel like we are just one step away from reaching that matchup.
You know, when it comes to this playoffs here, expect the unexpected. And personally, I feel like Selangor Red Giants is one of those teams that are not afraid to be comfortable by being uncomfortable. And multiple times now, they have picked off very, very ridiculous drafts that should not work, but somehow makes it work. And that's the beauty about being young. Just not afraid to just try anything they want. And in this case, without further ado, let us introduce the team here. It is going to be Selangor Red Giants up on screen.
Alright, we got Selangor Red Giants, the dominators, the win streak. The team that has not dropped even a single game throughout the regular season. We got Stormy, we got Cram, along with Innocent Skies, as well as Yums as the in-game leader. So far, they look unstoppable.
Yeah, they look unstoppable. They are currently unstoppable. They are the unstoppable force and the immovable object all in one. But I want to specifically talk about Sekais, right? He is now holding one of the highest KDA ratios in the entire league by playing mostly tank junglers, and coincidentally also the only remaining SRG member from last season. And last season he has some crazy hero picks as well. We've seen Hanzo being picked up against Todak. I think SRG right now are in tip-top form.
Now, let's talk a little bit more on the opponents here. King Empire Esports is going to be up on screen here. They played a very, very long game yesterday, but today they are back to showcase us some new things. But in case you're wondering here, they're not going to be having X-Wing in the roster. They're going to have Vitter, and yesterday he was doing really well. Sasa, Deto, Smooth, Vitter, Suzuki looks so comfortable in yesterday's games.
King Empire ran into a bit of an issue later on in the regular season where it seemed obvious that the way you play around this team is by banning out the pocket picks. The Benedetta from Smooth, the Novaria from Deto, Grok away from X-Win. But I think with the introduction of Vitter, as well as a little bit more practice under the hood, they definitely look a lot cleaner. It seems like they're able to play more aggressive early on, which is another weakness that they had during the regular season too. So perhaps they are in a much better spot now to potentially take a game away from the Red Giants.
And to expand on that point, Staffa, I think one of the biggest difference between having X-Win and Vita for KG was the fact that X-Win, even if you give him heroes that can set up fights like Arlet, Edith for example, there's this, it feels like you are still lacking that aggression, right? That initiative that doesn't exist in X-Win. Perhaps that comes down to the shot calling, but Vita changed that around.
I think when it comes to the play styles here, it was very apparent after watching Vitter's gameplay yesterday is that he prioritized on the macro aspect of the game, whereas X-Win is looking to disrupt a little bit more and be offensive. And because of the most recent patch, where the first 2 minutes are going to be very difficult to invade, it feels like X-Wing would not be able to utilize that potential. But again, you can see up on screen as well, we've got the MPL Benedetta skin going to be showing you some very cool overlays, or what do you say, graphics or animation, because we are going to be jumping into the drafts right here, right now. It is going to be SRG on the red side, sorry, on the blue side, and King Empire on the blue side. Forgive me, you know, like they're wearing
red. You got confused because they're wearing red, and
you know what?
He's wearing blue.
I like this a lot. I like this from Coach Arcadia because Benedetta, that one's a no-brainer, right? We can put that aside. We're never going to see Smooth play Benedetta ever in the playoffs. But Edith and Arlet, those were the two picks I just brought up, right? Something that allowed KG to be proactive. SRG, they want to eliminate Vita's potential to set up these fights.
Yep. And the fact is, they've actually allowed the Novaria through as well. This has been like 100% ban against Deto specifically. So perhaps Deto will finally get to pick it up himself as King Empire ban out the chip. Red Giants going for the Moscow first pick.
Okay, this is going to be a comfort pick coming from Selangor Red Giants, and at the same time as well, you know what's really surprising for me is that when we talk about this meta hero chips, right, it was buffed really hard, and a lot of the Roamers hasn't been able to adapt to this hero itself, because when it comes to the new hero, who is comfortable using it as of now? And so far, the only two players that really stand out throughout the entire regular season is Zorn as well as Viter. No one else has played Chips to its full potential. And on top of it all, and there were times where SRG had the Chips open up in their favor, Yums didn't even pick it.
Yeah, I think they are just very comfortable with what they have, right? I was looking at the Yuzhong first phase from KG. That was a focus that they really emphasized in that last game against Toadup, where they realized that, man, we need Smooth to have a good game, and when he gets a good game, we get a good game. This Yuzhong first pick is something that I think would be more exclusive to KGE, but also you put Baksa in the equation with the recent changes to the jungle, it makes KG's early game a bit more robust.
And it's a hero that worked very well for them, considering that Sunsujin did end up going all 5 games with the Baxia.
Yeah.
So, hey, he's got a lot of practice with it on this stage. Why not bring it to bear? It should be quite effective as well, since we know that Red Giants as a team tends to snowball throughout the early game. So by picking up fighting heroes, King Empire have a better chance. But they're gonna have to deal with the Matilda and Fredrin.
I like this. Just Fredrin Matilda, you make an immobile tank a lot more mobile, and you have the Moskov that you don't really have to worry about. We've seen iterations, right? The Guiding Wind, the Praesos Rav, Guiding Wind into Energy Eruption, something that SRG is very great with. And you even pointed out in one of the games that Yums is one of the premier Matilda players.
Yeah, and speaking of Premier as well, to be honest, I'm a little bit surprised that SRG is deciding to put him on the Matilda this time, considering that he has a track record to become very, very impressive, right? From time to time we hear the Cho, but something is happening here, because I'm hearing a little bit of a breaking noise, because I think KGE has decided to go for the Claude instead of the Natan. Wait a minute, this is not what I was expecting coming from King Empire. And you know what's really surprising about this? They did not prioritize on Dato's heroes as well.
I'm surprised they went for the Claude, I agree. I was expecting a Natan for Sasa. That felt like the more direct choice for Ryzen. But, of course, there's a fun fact for SRG. The Selangor Red Giants have only lost 2 Lords in the regular season.
What? That's an insane number. Only losing 2 Lords. Like, we knew that they had won every single game in the regular season up until this point, but only losing 2 Lords on top of that is a crazy statistic and shows how dominating they have been overall.
Let's emphasize on the statistics, right? So they played 9 teams, so 9, and they 2-0 all of them. So a total of 18 matches, and they've only lost 2 Lords.
Some matches have more than 1 Lord, right? If you put it in perspective.
So that's kind of insane.
But I mean, Smooth also has a great stat, you know, currently the highest first blood in MPL MY Season 13, with 7 to his name. That is crazy. You give him Yuzhong, that amps up the potential of him achieving that, you know.
I hate these stats.
You hate the stats?
Yeah, I hate the stats because of the fact that, for a person who have never watched how Smooth has been playing, okay, King Empire might be the ones that actually emphasize on just ganking on the XP lane. But no, most of this time, Smooth is solo killing on his own.
Yeah, he is getting those first bloods through 1v1 duels overall. I mean, he used to be called Lord Smooth a long time ago. SRG's only lost 2 Lords. Maybe this time they lose to a Lord. But they've only lost an average of 1.94 turrets on top of that as well. So, yeah, the numbers on SRG are just crazy.
I'll do one better. I think they only lost 1 inhibitor in the entire regular season.
They did.
Let that sink in.
You know, let's talk about this here. What about Lord Dato? Because think about this, he's never made it past the first stage of playoffs. Think about this.
That's true.
Now he's finally won a single game. So it's like improvements, but again,
he's made it to the double elims, right? That's a step
that's
forward.
A big step, yeah.
We also have to talk about Deto's Lord, who stole the Lord.
Deto's mini Lord, like a Lord's cousin taking Lord.
Well, in this case, Dato is the guy that just does it, you know? Like, some of us were joking as well. Maybe he should apply to Homebois, because Homebois' requirement to join the team is pretty much everybody's gotta, take turns to steal the Lord, man. Every single row has done it, but he has done it on a different level. He's played it on the mage, he stole the entire series, and guess what? He stole a Lord while being dead.
Yeah, because he had his own Lord.
I mean, you get the Vexana, right? I think it's very straightforward that this Vexana gets picked up. I think it's good that KG is moving away from Novaria. Now you have different options. I'm looking at SRG, I'm looking at the XP lane. It could be a Barras angle since you have the Matilda to compensate for it. Yes, you are dealing with a Yuzhong, but you are always going to be that brick wall. This could be that protect President Innocent. But they're actually going to switch it up. They go for the Paquito Cram.
The Paquito on Cram, an interesting choice here. Me leaning to a slightly more aggressive EXP lane. Gonna be looking for a mage now. Stormy would typically gravitate towards something like the Valentina, I guess, in this situation, since the Loi is already banned out. But we will see if that is what the Red Giants go for. Right now, King Empire have a pretty solid early to mid game. They're setting up the scale
Aurora
on this Claude, but
Mr. Aurora, I recognize that voice line anywhere.
I think this is good for SRG. Like, think about this, right? Like, they need a way to kite with KGE, but wow! They bring in the Tigre for Veeder, the most annoying roamer in all ranked games. High elo, mythical glory games. It's just like people just don't want to play with Tigre. And for King Empire to bring it out, wow.
This is such a fast-paced draft from SRG, right? We already have Paquito, we have Moskov who has global presence, Matilda to bring it around the map. But Aurora, some people might not remember this, she can stop turrets from firing. So tower dives is going to be a thing if SRG gets going.
Yeah, I'm 100% expecting tower dives coming in from the Red Giants here, because that really is the main reason you would go Aurora over any other typical mid lane pick. So we're going to be jumping into game one very, very soon. I think it's going to be very fast-paced because both these teams have drafted fighting compositions straight up, and I'm super excited to see what happens in game number one.
Well, to start things off with day number 2 of the playoffs, the first match of today, Selangor Red Giants versus King Empire.
Super excited for this first game because right off the gates, you are looking at this Roamer mid combo, right? And when we talk about mid laners, you want two things. Wave clear, rotational power. Matilda solves both of it. Aurora can wave clear, Matilda can bring Stormy around the entire map. This is something that KG needs to be aware of because your Tigro is never going to be able to catch up to the Matilda, so you need to be one step ahead.
Yeah, when you play against a Barat composition, one thing you'll always have to worry about is that the enemy team is always going to rotate faster than you. But with the Matilda, Red Giants completely negate this possibility. And we can see that Yums is already shadowing Veeder wherever he goes.
I think Veeder's going to have a really rough time. I mean, he delays the crab, but at the end of the day, he's forced to go for this early recall. Whereas if you are Yums, I have the Quantum Charge, I have the Purify, I'm not worried. I know where your Baxia is.
Well, it's interesting to see how Veeder is going to be playing here as well. He's played so many different kind of roamers in this past 2 days, and for him to showcase his hero pool is great, but can he play it in a higher level here? Like, I can see all the micro plays that he's trying to do with his Tigreal, but at the same time, is it going to bring a major impact on towards the first hurdle fight?
I mean, I want to talk about combo breaking abilities, right? Aurora's ultimate, great at breaking combos. Actually, a second skill as well with the freeze, but also at the same time, every time she has her passive online, you don't feel really good committing fully onto her because she just ends up buying time. It's a free immortality every couple of minutes. So that's something that I think KG needs to really reconsider going into this first hurdle fight.
I think to note as well, I think this is the first time we've seen Innocent playing on that Moskov, if I'm not wrong, right? This is a new hero pick for him, so we'll see how aggressive he can be, because this is definitely a much squishier hero as compared to the Roger.
Well, it's interesting to see how things have kind of shifted because of the patch, right? Like, Roger has been the comfort here. There has been nerfs into the recent hotfix, but for them to actually kind of ignore it, it's just a little bit weird here. But at the same time, Veeder very close to the level 4. King Empire already in position. They force the Black Dragon in to try and zone Yums off, but retreat has been done, so Sujin will secure it, and now they're going to try and make an attempt onto its Yums. Circling Eagle comes in, but he's going to be able to get out, so no deaths whatsoever, but Turtle in the hands of King Empire.
That is great. SRG not taking unnecessary risks. Yums does not even have to use his Purify. Best case scenario.
But great zoning from King Empire as well, making sure that Skies would not be able to get anywhere close to the Turtle Pit, even if the Guiding Winds were popped out here. Spear of Destruction used by Innocent just to clear up that wave. Looks like Red Giants are interested in taking the early game a little bit slower than usual.
Look at how far Innocent is standing back. He's expecting a potential gank, potential dive from Vita, who already has the Implosion online. And for Innocent, he sees the Claude in the lane and has info where the Tigro is. He's going to start shoving the lane. You're always going to be shoving faster than the Claude.
Oh, seems like they're going to try and make an attempt down bottom here, but considering how King Empire has a composition that can just wombo combo one time, but Selangor Red Giants, they do have the drafts to kind of stall this fight and peel slowly against King Empire, and I think that's the idea that Selangor Red Giants wants to do. Just play towards the mid to later stage of the game, play towards their strengths, while King Empire should be a little bit more aggressive with this Baxia.
Yeah, King Empire is the team that wants to make things happen around the level 4 mark right before the mid-game phase arrives, and Red Giant seems to understand this. Yums, is he in trouble here?
Yeah, he's fine. He is so fine.
Damn, that's so precise at the exact angle. The furthest point of that wall means that he gets a little bit of distance to get out to safety. And again, King Empire just has no answers to commit to the fight. And think about this, they still have all their battle spells.
The slower this early game goes, the better it feels for the Red Giants. And we can see in the bottom lane as well.
Uh-oh, Sasa in a little bit of trouble. Here comes Spear. Does he commit? Innocent. Wait, the last moment finally goes for it. Blazing Duet. Purify to turn the tides. He's looking to try and fight against Innocent. But looks like that will be enough to threaten him down low. But Sasa gonna be the first to go back to base first. So Innocent is gonna be on the late rotation. Meanwhile, Turtle now gonna be contested. Black Dragon being expended for now. Sky is gonna be completely zoned out. Yums looking to try and cancel it off. Aurora with the out, but Peter stealing the turtle, and now they collapse on Skies, and he's gonna be the first to fall. King Empire gets first blood as Selangor Red Giants gets completely shut down.
I'm telling you, man, junglers don't exist in the playoffs. Every single objective, or majority of it so far, has been taken by non-junglers. But I want to talk about Sasa using that Purify preemptively to prevent the Spear of Misery from getting the pushback. That could have ended Sasa in the bottom lane.
So far, King Empire making their presence known early game, understanding this is their strongest phase. They got to make things happen, and their positioning around these objectives is clean, making sure that Skies is always going to be punished no matter where he tries to go. It's not often that a team is able to so efficiently take that first turtle away from the Selangor Red Giants, but King Empire showing to us why they were the team that pushed SRG the furthest during the regular season.
Well, as of yet, getting pushed so far. King Empire having this lead here. How does Selangor Red Giants play from behind? This has been the question that Gideon has been asking them every single time. How well can they play from behind? And as of yet, they are slightly behind, but as of now, King Empire seems like Smooth going to be in a little bit of trouble here. He doesn't have the Black Dragon. He might be doved on, completely one-shotted. Selangor Red Giants finds a pick. This is huge for SRG and King Empire. They're going to try and make a play on Yums. Yums, he needs to get out, but no, he actually jumps into the fight. Vader looking for the pullback, misses by a pixel, and Yums is able to get out of safety. However, they take a tier 1 down middle, but Innocent is able to trade 1 on the bottom as well as the top side for Selangor Red Giants.
That's great. Great for KG. You take the mid-tier 1 this early on. Baxia is going to have a field day running into the jungles with the Tigreal. So you open up access to both sides of the map of SRG, and you also clamp down on Matilda's ability to freely navigate the map.
And you definitely usually wouldn't want to give the tier 1 away to a team that has a Baxia, but I do feel like having that Matilda allows Red Giants to play just a little bit more comfortably even without this map control. As of now though, they're contesting the Turtle.
Turtle half HP. Feeder getting completely zoned out. No implosion. He's going to be the base, but no! At the last thing, he pulls them away from Smooth's combo. King Empire, they need to get out. They made a small mistake, and now SRG will be able to retreat. Sasa with the Blazing Duet chips away at the first passive coming from the Aurora, but he's also going to be able to get out. King Empire losing only 1. Turtle now dropping in the hands of Sutsujin. SRG late to respond, but still King Empire, they sacrifice 1 Smooth. However, on the sides, almost gets one-shotted. But the disengage comes in. King Empire still in the lead.
King Empire playing such a good game right now. Very calm, controlled, collected, getting all 3 turtles. But of course, good response from Selangor Red Giants following the protocol. We shut down this Tigreal. We know that he's going to have a big problem getting close to our backlines without the flicker. And even with the flicker, with Matilda, with Aurora, we shut him down. And the fact that no one died on SRG, that's the best case scenario.
Red Giants still looking to play for that late game. We can see that even though they've lost basically every turtle in the game so far, the net worth difference is actually nothing. And that is very beneficial for them because it means that they have actually been farming and scaling to match with King Empire, who are spending a lot of time rotating across the map. The main worry though is that Sasa is actually starting to do quite a lot of damage here. And we can see that Sasa, he's really been enabled this playoffs. It feels like he's playing a lot more aggressively, a lot more confidently than he has been for a couple of seasons actually.
SRG putting a lot of pressure on KG putting pressure on this side lane. And if you're SRG, you're looking at Cram and Innocent to do the same.
Peter is gonna go for the implosion here. He pulls guys to the sides, chain combo all the way through. Implosion, no, it's not gonna be good enough to actually get him out. Meanwhile, Krams is gonna be able to take Sunsujin here. A jungler for a jungler. Sasa overcommitting, gets picked apart. SRG, they get 2 for 1, and King Empire may have made a mistake with that play. Now here comes the spear, almost connecting Keter, trying to pull Cram away, but KGE, they have to call it quits for this time.
Biggest difference maker, Matilda guiding light. That guiding wind, the extra shield saved Innocent. He was about to go down to a full-blown blazing duet if not for Yums and the flash of the Oasis.
I can't believe how much health Innocent got just from that guiding wind. I thought that Innocent was gonna get picked off there. That would have been disastrous for the Red Giants, but he had so much faith that Yums was gonna be there to make the difference. And now that Sasa has been picked off, that's actually gonna really affect his scaling. Red Giants are gonna slowly start coming online unless King Empire can shut down this Moskov.
Yeah, I mean, again, Innocent was literally at death's door, and then the shield kicked in. But at least for Sasa, he just completed his Holy Trinity. And when you look at the difference in terms of net worth, there's actually no difference between those two. They are literally in the same boat. This Lord fight, though, is going to be important. Will SRG lose that third Lord in the league?
Well, speaking of which here, looks like they are going to try and contest this here. Susujin going to be focused down here. Circling Eagle has been expanded, so that's huge for King Empire. Meanwhile, Sasa needs to clear off the middle waves for now. SRG, they're trying to bait something out. His move, he has the Brute Force breastplate. But how are they going to fight this? Innocent from the side. Scares off Dato. He's dropped out pretty low. Forced to recall back. And King Empire, they're not letting off the pressure yet. They're trying to go for the spear. Selangor Red Giants almost catches Dato. It's going to be needing to join the fight anytime soon as SRG still holding them hostage here. Here comes the pin. Peter taking once more too much damage. They're peeling them apart. Still holding on to the Lord half HP. But the Lord gets resetted. King Empire gets the reset as well.
SRG has to reset. They don't have Aurora out anymore. Used it very early to try to get Vita, but he's a bit tanky. KG can now go back on the Lord.
Very tense Lord fights. Oh, Peter!
Implosion connects on 3. He's gonna drop everything. Peter will be the first to fall, but the Lord will be stolen. The Lord by Skies. They tried to catch his move. He's taking too much damage. King Empire, they lost the fight. But the spear from Innocent. He catches Sasa on the back, finding a double. Sasa, do you know how to play Moskov? Guess what? I can do it too, baby.
The Innocent beast indeed. First time playing the hero in MPL MY, landing a snipe like that.
First of all, let's talk about how KG got the engage on a hero with Purify, and then Innocent responded with the Spear of Misery. He pinned both Vita and Susujin together, and then killed off Vita before they could do anything. And that pin allowed Skies to get the Lord. And the rest was just a snowball effect. Sasa forced out of the fight because his team could not support him.
Now,
another pin.
Oh my goodness, here comes the pin. Wow. Done all the way. Smooth just can't play the game. Suzuki now. The Toys was sought to clear off the minions. He's dropped down pretty low. Sasa as well. Very low. Tier 3 in the middle will fall. SRG starting to take away with everything, man.
How quickly this game has slipped away from the fingers of King Empire. The Red Giants are completely online. From a game that had been even for 10 full minutes, there's now a 6k gold lead just from a single series of engagements. The Red Giants know exactly what they're doing.
Perhaps the biggest difference maker is Sasa, who just got that Winds of Nature. Previously, he was not able to power through Innocent, but then again, Innocent is 5-0. Even the AI prediction is saying that SRG has a 70% chance of winning this. The only thing holding KG together right now is the fact that they still have one inhibitor left on the top side, but damage down ranking is just Innocent pulling ahead of everyone else.
My god, where is Innocent getting all this damage? That's insane here. But at the same time, you give Selangor Red Giants an inch, they will take them out. And that's a perfect example of what they have done thus far. King Empire with their backs against the wall. This Tigro from Vader not working out against SRG at all.
I think it's also SRG conditioning KG to go for the Tigreal, right? They ban out Arlott and Edith, heroes who have way more easier time getting these fights off. As a Tigreal, you need Flicker Implosion, but then you have to deal with high mobility heroes with Purify.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? King Empire Esports had a composition that needed to make things happen early game. Get big team fight victories around the level 4 mark, snowball off of that. But they couldn't do so because the Red Giants, even though it looked like they were on the back foot early on, were taking very controlled trades. Peter though with the conceal.
Conceal focusing on Cram, going for the one shot. They missed the combo again. He's going to be able to get out. Mistakes, miscounts from King Empire, and now they have to back off. Black Dragon expended, and every single CC was just omitted by one wrong move from Peter. What a mistake, and now forced to make a play, half HP on the Lord Peter, giving the information. Sun Sujin, he needs to run in, but Skies is just zoning him off. And King Empire, they have to just let it through.
They have no ults.
No, nothing they can do, but here comes the stun grab! Two-man stun from Smooth, but he's Smooth, he gets pushed away, and now they shove them all to smithereens. Killing spree for Stormy, and now the rest will fall. Selangor Red Giants in one fell swoop wipes everyone, and now Tito in a lot of trouble. Innocent will still run him down through the tier 3s. Selangor Red Giants with a flawless wipeout here in game 1. The undefeated from the regular season. The streak continues for the Giants.
I cannot begin to emphasize how crazy this game was for SRG. That last fight, I'm telling you, Smooth got the best possible two-man petrify. And what happened? Innocent Spear of Misery stunned him. He pinned him against his own teammate, and that prevented any follow-up.
The Red Giants are too good, man. They're too good to understanding the game knowledge. The way they approach the Land of Dawn is just completely different than any other team here. King Empire put up such a solid performance, and it still was not enough. It felt like Red Giants knew the plan from the very beginning.
You can see the fans, the coach, they're hoping that this might be a way for King Empire, but Selangor Red Giants, they have their hopes up. The fans are supporting, and with just one game, it feels like King Empire, from all the fatigue from yesterday, is starting to show as we got a glimpse on Sasa's frustration and Viter having not a good time in that game. This is gonna hurt their run right now.
I mean, I want to spin it a different way. I feel like it's not the fatigue, it's more like KG did everything according to protocol, right? All 3 turtles, the macro was great. They got a tier 1 mid at 6 minutes, and it came out to one Lord fight, and then it just spiraled out of control. Would you say that KG misplayed? I don't think so. I think they were put in a position where it's hard for Vita to make play, but more so, SRG shut them down so fast that there was nothing that they could do.
Yeah, I really do not blame King Empire in this game. Honestly, I feel like they have improved so much since we last saw them in the regular season. But Red Giants just seems to know like exactly what the plan is, right? They go into the draft, they look at what their opponents are bringing to the table, and there's already eyes on the prize. They understand they're not going to win these early engagements. So play it slow, don't interact. It doesn't matter if they lose turtles, as long as they keep up. And now let's award our MVP of the game. I think we know who it is. It's gonna be once again Innocent on the Moskov. What can't this man play?
Well,
that's insane.
He can literally play anything here. Like, guess what? We saw an iconic moment coming from Sasa with the Moskov, and guess what? Let me replicate it on you. That's what Innocent has literally made a statement right there, right now. And for him to catch not one, but 2 players on his own, it's just a statement coming in from him. And I'm really liking how he's played this. And guess what? He actually opted to go for the Master Assassin in this game.
Yeah, it's all for the early game advantage if I have to fight Sasa head on. But at the same time, it's also, if I wanted to clean up stragglers, Master Assassin is a great tool to enable that to happen. I just gotta say, I feel like this game, a lot of weight is put on Smooth and Sasa's shoulders, and they just were not able to pull it across the finishing line because everyone else were not given the room to make plays.
I think they still did their best though. Like,
yeah, they definitely
early on, zoning out Skies, not allowing Red Giants to get turtles. Sasa playing very aggressive, getting a very early kill. But Red Giants, again, Look at the KDAs on their side of the field. Only 2 deaths, both on Skies, who was forced to be the pincushion a little bit to try and get these objectives. But the space they got in exchange was well worth it.
Yeah. Spacing, I think, was something that SRG demonstrated very well. They completely understood how close they can get to a Tigreal, to a Yuzong without getting jumped on. And every single time you see Vita walk up, he just does not feel confident enough to go for those plays.
Yeah, and at the same time, like, I don't know what you're talking about about King Empire doing all the right plays here, but I feel like macroly, yes, they're doing it right. Like, when in terms of team fight potential, I don't know what happened, but it seems like the team just not, I would say they're just not used to having a Tigreal as a play. Like, everyone from side KGE dropped all their spells on the initial implosion, but what happened was Vita just opting to just shove everyone out of spells. Like, there was a Petrify stun coming from Smooth. There was the Vexana's out on it. It was the Blazing Duet. There was a Tortoise was on. Everything was stacked up in the one little corner. Gets completely shoved out to safety. And I think there was an instance where Cram was able to survive because of Vader saving his life.
Yeah, I mean, you have to look at the factors that made that possible, right? Like, for example, SRG being 7k go ahead. Have you ever thought of that? You know, Yoons with Blood Wings and Flash of the Oasis. And the fact that Cram had Flicker and he had the empowered left hook, double shield. So I think KG, they had to make a Hail Mary play. Didn't work out. Very unfortunate that that was the case. But if you don't do that, it comes down to the Lord fight. And we saw how that Lord fight went.
Yeah, Vader has a hard job this game. Like, Tigreal, yes, usually very strong at catching people, but when you have 2 Purifies on the opposite side, and then you have Stormy who has that passive to keep him alive, it's very difficult to be able to catch out SRG unaware, right? And yes, KG are going to drop all of their abilities on the implosion play because that is going to be their best window of opportunity to actually get a kill before the fight even begins. But the healing, the shielding coming from the Matilda was so much that even when Skies or Cram got caught, they're still able to survive everything.
That Matilda is not going through next game. I'm telling you. They are not getting it ever again.
Yeah, it's surprisingly to see how SRG has kind of adapted in a way where whatever that suits the composition would help them a lot. In this case, normally you don't really see an Aurora in this game, right? Like, it's rare to see SRG kind of play a meta composition, but when they picked this Aurora, it's so good in a sense where, think about this, they needed a way to buy time because of the fact that if KGE drops everything implosion, wombo combo, what's next, right? They can't peel more than like 15 seconds, 30 seconds. They can't really prolong the fight as long compared to how SRG, which in this case, think about this. Aurora has low CDs, Fredrin has low CDs, Paquito has low CDs, which you can kind of peel very, very slowly throughout the fight. Whereas KGE, once they drop everything, very long ultimates on Black Dragon, very long ultimates on the Eternal Guard, very long ultimates on Implosion, very long ultimates on Blazing Duet, which I think getting this Aurora helped them in so many scenarios for SRG.
Yeah, I think Aurora is also one of those unsung combo breakers, right? Everyone talks about Vexana having a Terrify as a great mechanic to disengage, but Aurora, although not having a Terrify, has 2 ways of freezing you, and it includes turrets, and that, I think, makes him so much scarier. And at the same time, compared to a Vexana, this is the only mage, aside from Nana, that has a quote-unquote second life.
That second life going to be very useful because, like what you guys mentioned already, the goal of the Red Giants was to delay fights, was to slow them down because they know that King Empire are going to be very cooldown based when they're playing around the Yuzong as well as the Tigreal. So having the Aurora is a stroke of genius because it not only prolongs fights through CC, it also provides a form of zone denial, right? It basically makes it so that you cannot enter a certain part of the battlefield safely, and that's going to really affect King Empire because they have a front-to-back lineup that wants to really dive on the enemy.
Yeah, and the only downside of having an Aurora is pretty much like, if you think about previous match prior to this, right, it's always been Nana versus Aurora, Nana versus Vexana to a certain degree because of how much damage output it brings to the table. But I feel like Aurora has taken a huge nerf in a way where if somebody gets right in your face, it's hard to actually save yourself because of the cone shape of the second skill, where if right will be in front of you, you're not going to get the freeze effect. But if you're far away, you get the freeze effect, which is very difficult to actually anticipate. But with Yums, maybe he can set himself up to actually make a counterplay instead.
Yeah, that's why you saw, like, even when this Matilda being in a composition just enables so many things, right? Like, your bulky heroes are suddenly the most mobile mobile heroes on Earth. Your mage, who already has good wave clear, but is compensated for the fact that, oh, I don't have mobility, is now given that mobility. I think certain line stars have to align for this Aurora pick to come out, but the fact that SRG were getting comfort picks for Yumes, for Cram, for Innocent, for Sakai's, that's more than enough.
I think the big question is what isn't a comfort pick for the Red Giants, right? It feels like their roster is massive.
I got one. Layla.
Honestly, I would not be surprised if it just suddenly got pulled out, right? Considering Innocent, he really wrecked shop in that game. 826 GPM, 75,000 damage dealt to heroes overall. Suchidin forced to beat a sandbag for his team. And then Yunes having 12 total assists. This game went exactly according to plan, and I think SRG lulled the KGA a little bit into a false sense of security in those early minutes.
Now, let's talk a little bit more on the KDAA map and where Innocent is able to find pickoffs every single time, right? He was able to find individual kills here and there, but ideally, most of these kills that he's gotten has always been crowded places where he can take advantage of two things. One, the passive ability, and two, next to walls where he can take advantage of those spears.
Yeah, I think the most important kill was actually the second kill you saw on the Claude, where Sasa at that point was at his peak. He had a good lane. He's about to tear out despite the fight. He's about to kill it, and then Innocent doesn't die, and Sasa ends up getting traded out. That point onwards, it was just straight up a steamroll for the Moscow, and it was very unfortunate, right? Came up to that one moment where Sasa really could have pulled ahead of the competition.
And you can't even really blame him as well. Going into that fight, anyone would have thought that Sasa was going to win that 1v1, but then the shield from Guiding Winds comes out and just reverses the entire thing. We can relive the moments here in the highlights brought to you by our official gaming phone, ROG, where first blood being secured on Skies was huge for King Empire, but then Red Giants started doing their thing.
Yeah, and it's all about playing it slow. If we can't get the turtle, it's fine, right? We cut our losses. So guys going down, that one is more of a necessary sacrifice, but overall, they also put some attention to Smooth. They were like, man, we can shut down Smooth. We take him down. We take the sideline turrets. This is the biggest moment of them all. Look at that shield. Look at that shield at the last second. Innocent was one hit away from going down.
So close. It would have made a massive difference if Sasa got that kill. He would have been in control for the rest of the game. But then here, when Skies was able to finally get that first Lord, Red Giant just comes online. We see Innocent being willing to dive the backline, go for the spear plays, even by himself, against heroes like Yuzong, against heroes like Tigreal, against Claude. No other team but Red Giants is willing to just dive a Yuzong under the inhibitor like this, but their confidence speaks volumes.
Just one fight, right? At this point, SRG were almost 6k ahead, but like you both mentioned, KG threw everything at SRG, got nothing, and they have to pay the price, right? That was their Hail Mary, and it was just not enough.
Look at how confident Stormy is. It's like, you know what, Dato, I don't care. I'm just going to try and set up for you, but now, don't worry. I'm going to hit the sickest spear in the history of MPL MY, and you know, it's weird to see how Moskov has gotten so much light coming into this tournament itself here. Like, we were talking about the Infernal Wormlord skin throughout the entire regular season. Oh, nobody plays Moskov. And then guess what? Leo starts bringing it up. It looks so good. And now we've got Sasa playing it. We've got Saken playing it. We've got now Innocent also playing it, and it's just, you know, nice to see a big change of marksman pool right now in the current meta.
I think the only difference is that Innocent is using the base skin. He's not using the Infernal Wormlord one.
That's true, right?
Back
he was using base skin.
He's using the Purple Man Moskov.
Straight up, the coach asked, hey, do you play Moskov? It's like, let me check. Oh no, I don't. I don't even have a skin for him. We're playing him today. Okay.
Yeah, that's why he's also using the common emblem, you know? No, I'm just kidding. It's the meta. It's the meta.
It is the meta.
You know, common emblem. Yeah. Everything is common.
Yeah, I think SRE have figured out at least a part of what makes the current KG so effective, right? Proactive plays, Vida being a great player to set things up. Okay. But that was SRG on that blue side, right? They get to dictate what KG cannot play. I want to see if KG is going to pick blue side this time. Because I feel like sometimes they can be stubborn. They will stick red side.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of emphasis about the blue side priority here, where a lot of teams from overseas do like that blue side. The win rate for blue side seems to be a little bit more consistent overall because of being able to pick up that first pocket pick very consistently. But I do think that there are still ways of going about with things, because what I've noticed across like history is that whenever a patch drops, blue side is strong for like a couple of weeks. Then when teams figure out the patch, red side becomes strong.
No. I don't think it's like that. It's more like every single time a new hero drops, it changes sides. In this case, Chips has dropped. That's why now everybody is blue side, so because they have an additional ban onto it. But I'm pretty sure when the new hero comes in, I think it's called Jewel Scene or something like that.
Yeah.
Something like that. When that hero comes into play, maybe it's gonna be the other side now, because instead of one power pick, I've got 2 power picks.
I'm gonna say I personally don't agree with your hypothesis here.
Think about it.
I don't do this often, but I agree with Sadafa.
Okay, fine.
I think blue side is still more of a power side just because of the ban sequence.
Not every single time, but yeah.
Whatever floats your boat.
It's not every single time, right? It's
okay, you know what? Let's move on from this, right?
Yeah.
Terrence, he has a long day here. You don't wanna make your hair fall.
Okay, so what?
All right, trio. I said it.
Trio?
Yeah. Oh wait, yeah.
Whoa.
Ooh, we got a bit of a question here for
You're gonna say the same thing.
the Red Giants.
All right, never mind.
What's it?
That's my boy Veki. Speaking of Veki, I managed to talk to him after their last series against the Niners, and he did say, well, I congratulated him, right? I'm like, wow, perfect season, new record, you're in the history books now. And he said, we might have won the whole thing without losing, but I feel like there were certain parts at that point of time after the new patch, there are things we're struggling with. So if they're struggling at that point, imagine them at full power.
I get where you're coming from. Now, let's talk about how some of these players compare with the rest of the world, right? We got innocent comparison with gold laners from other MPLs, namely Eman as well as Super Marco.
Hey, Innocent's gotta be the best gold laner in the world, man. Look at his KDA, 15.8. Highest ever in all regions, baby.
And when you're like taking down the entire league by yourself.
Yep.
But I would say in the Filipino scene, I think that the perspective about Innocent has also changed, right? He went from one of the more worst rated gold laners to now being highly praised, not just by the Filipino community themselves, but by the players themselves.
It makes you wonder, right? What exactly did they do to really switch him up?
Ugliest pose?
I don't think that's the ugliest pose. She's pretty. What do you mean? Like, how can she be ugly?
Do a Kuyomi. That's bring us back like
terrible.
5 years down, 5 years back in time.
Like how can she even win? Like, no chance. She's pretty.
That's the whole point. That's the whole point. You see the beauty.
That's how you trap someone.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, let's have a look at the average KDA ranking for Season 13. SRG has been dominating this ranking the entire season. And even in the playoffs, they're still doing it.
Man, Cram not getting love, huh? Used as a 9.0 KDA. Check that out. This man's a roamer, by the way.
Yep.
That is so unfortunate to see Krams is the only one that gets left out here. And I feel like somewhere along the line, the manager has got to be like, Krams, if you don't step it up and get into the top 5 right now here, I'm going to fire you and hire somebody else.
Kind of like, your contract hangs in the balance. You better make that top 5.
You got to hit those KPIs, baby.
He might be able to do it tomorrow. Like if everything goes well, and if let's say Homebois wins the next series, they play SRG tomorrow, perhaps Cram will make that happen, right? You just gotta kill Udio a couple of times, and then boom, Cram is up there.
Oh yeah, you gotta kick him down, right?
Yeah, you gotta bump it down a little bit because Homebois is looking fine.
If I don't recall, Cram is actually on 6th place if I'm not mistaken.
I think he's very close.
He's very close.
Away. Yeah, he's very, very close.
But those rankings are pretty close up together, right? Like before this, actually, Skies was number 1, Innocent number 2, and then after he got 7-0 in that last game, he went up to first place again. So Red Giants are just competing with themselves at this point.
I bet Sky was like mocking Innocent. You let Barracuda take you down like 5 times in that series, right? You better catch up, kid. And then Innocent proceeded to get a flawless game. So I would say I think this game, it comes down to that Vita. I'm still looking at Vita just because he wasn't able to make the plays with the heroes he was given, right? But this game, KG, please take that blue side. I think blue side is very important for KG, just so you can get a better head start. Maybe that Guzhong could be a 3rd pick instead of a first 2.
It does seem like compared to other teams, the Red Giants are much more willing to allow pocket picks through for the side of King Empire. So maybe they can make use of that information to give themselves a slightly better position going into the Land of Dawn. But as we jump into the draft for game number 2, we can indeed see that the sides have been swapped and now King Empire will have first pick.
Yeah, but at the same time, seeing how now King Empire getting blue side, Chips completely, well, Chips has been bad. King Empire will get the priority on Moskov this time, so teams have been prioritizing the gold lane this time here, especially in the second lane playoffs, rather than the majors or even the Luo Yi, which in this case also been banned out from King Empire.
Yeah, some extra layer of pressure, right? Sasa getting a bit pumped up because yesterday he was on fire, but this also means that the Frederick Matilda gets let through again by KGE, and we saw how that happened. I think KG at this point, you gotta pick your poison, right? You can't constantly be banning Matilda every single game. You just have to admit the fact that, okay, SRG are getting comfort picks, but how do we play against it? What tools do we have? We've seen them go for Edith first phase, now that Yuzhong is not there. I wonder if KG would kind of fall back to that plan, get Vita a good start.
It's a good question here. Like, King Empire are definitely in a position where they can switch things up and dictate the tempo of this draft a little bit. Now that they have the Moskov, now that they know that Red Giants may go for a similar style as what they did in game number 1, now is the time to switch things up.
Yes.
Looks like they're gonna go for that Edith. It was actually banned out by Red Giants previously, and they'll also grab the Barats.
Huh, okay. To see that the Matilda was not banned at all. It seems like King Empire, they're looking to try and extend this, but it's weird to see how, you know, SRG is just getting away with this, considering how annoying the Matilda is in that previous game. And for them to prioritize Ireland over Matilda, I'm really surprised by this choice coming from King Empire.
The easiest explanation is that SRG is confident that KG is not going to take Matilda, and KG have too many things to worry about. Would you rather deal with the Matilda or the permaban Harith or the Luo Yi? I think Matilda probably is a more manageable hero in a certain sense, but I like this Barats, right? You have so much single target crowd control. Barats, Edith, Moskov, and Stormy gets his Valentina first phase.
I like how Stormy sees the Barats and instantly is like, give me Valentina, give it to me. I want to eat people this game. You see this Valentina come out early, specifically when Red Giants sees that there are good ultimates to be taken away. And in this case, having that Daytona's welcome is going to be very valuable, since it effectively gives Red Giants the Flying Dinosaur combination without needing the hero itself.
I think this is actually a flex pick coming from King Empire, because think about this. During the first week of regular season, King Empire, when they first showcased this as well, they prioritized the Barats, which we all assumed Susuji was going to play it, but eventually came down to smooth playing it on the XP lane. So I feel like they're just trying to take advantage of a situation that people may forget that they may play this Barats on XP. Personally, I'm not a big fan of it, but they can still do it.
Then KG might need to consider banning export right now, because SRG, I think there's a high chance to pick it. Yep, export taken out in a blink of an eye. Last game, KG also banned out the Terizla, so I think, yeah, export remains the same as last game. We'll see the Terizla goes as well. If this Barats has a high chance of getting flexed, which means that KG might be setting up for a potential assassin jungler for Sutsujin, and we might lead into that Fanny, because we haven't seen him play Ling just yet.
Fanny might not be so bad here, since Red Giant still hasn't picked up very reliable crowd control, but it's been a very 50-50 hero recently, because she definitely doesn't threaten the early game quite as much as she used to. So we'll see whether they decide to go for that. As Red Giants, will they continue to ban Deto's heroes? Looks like yes, Novaria gonna get gotten rid of.
2 comfort heroes coming in from SRG, from Deto himself, but I've got a weird question here, because I know that the Fredrin has been picked here, and SRG is kind of lean on Sky playing Fredrin. What are the chances they bring in the Nolan this game? Because we haven't seen any Nolan at all.
That is correct. I mean, teams are banning Nolan actively.
Yeah,
they're banning Nolan actively against SRG. But I feel like that's probably not going to happen. I think we want Cram to be someone that is stable, you know, front, like the Terizla is now left open. I'm looking at KG, and I think this Novaria ban is genius, because whatever heroes that I could think of that KG might pick would have good ultimates for Stormy to steal. Tharamis, Lilia, Farsa, Yves, I don't know if we even go down to a Nana even, right?
Yeah, they brought the Nana for Deto yesterday.
Yeah.
So far on track record that Deto has kind of won on it. It has always been the Novaria, and now recently with the Vex. And yesterday, 1 game with the Nana, so I think they might lean on him just picking the Nana instead. Which I think I don't like it, but because considering how mobile all SRG is, it's hard to land like a 3-man Molina. Think about it.
I agree. It's definitely not the easiest thing to do. CSRG going for the Tamus, I like this a lot. I mean, Barats XP lane, not a factor.
I actually kind of wondered if they might pick up the Tamas here. Wish I had said it, but yeah, Tamas is another hero that Cram very comfortable with. Should be able to win out most EXP lane combinations, regardless of whether this Barrage is flexed or not. And we know that Red Giants as a team likes to prioritize on that side lane priority. Therefore, it's an understandable pickup here that King Empire will have to deal with now that Red Giants has such a tanky frontline.
This is a tough one for King Empire because as of now, like you guys said as well, what should Dito play? Like if he goes for comfort, Farsa, if he goes for comfort, it's going to be Lilia or maybe even the Nana. But if he wants to go a little bit YOLO, do they bring in the Odette as well if they want to? Which I don't think they would, but let's see. It is going to be the Nana, comfort, Terisla as well for King Empire. So this is a jungle Barrage for King Empire.
I think you just want the Barrage to have a good time, right? Into the Tamus, you're going to suffer a little bit. I think Deto is a player that doesn't really stray away from picks that he's not already comfortable with, so this Nana is very straightforward.
Yep.
At least you're not giving away something like a Nether Realm to Stormy. But now the question is, who is going to be in that gold lane? And this is most likely going to be on the Tan. The Tan against Moscow, very straightforward for SRG.
I actually wondered if they might go for the Roger, considering its innocent signature, and it has been left open, but nope. Looks like they will prioritize the Natan so that they can match the Moskov in scaling, just in case that early game doesn't go according to plan. Looking like a very solid draft from both teams here, but will King Empire be able to take one back against the Giants?
Well, it is going to be difficult, but we shall see as the Giants have a very strong roster here, looking to remain undefeated. And of course, with the support of their fans, it is getting loud here at the playoffs as we are about to head to the Land of Dawn for day 2 of the MPL MY playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, game 2, King Empire versus Selangor Red Giants.
All right, let's jump right in. KGE this game having 4 flickers on all their heroes except for the jungler, of course. And that means that they are looking to get priority, they are looking to get proactive, they are looking to be the one that forces an issue with SRG.
And that has been the case for KGE this playoff so far. But will it actually be successful this time? SRG is still maintaining their undefeated streak for the entire Season 13. And Yumes even forcing the Retri out from Sutsujin already.
Like the coverage from Vita and Deto, so even if there's a potential invade, they get to stop it. And Yumes is just getting so much info. And that is good for Stormy as well, right? Because you are forcing Vita back, not getting a flicker, which is fine, but Stormy is gonna cash in on some extra experience just because of the passive.
Man, did you see the speed at which Yumes and Stormy split apart for that Earth Shatter? Like instantly, the moment they see it, they're just gone. They're out, and they're able to force Vita back. The micro level of these players continues to impress. And as we can see from the emblems, nothing too unusual here, but I am seeing some movement speed and damage from the mid-roam combo of King Empire. They want to make things happen early.
Well, seeing how Sutsujin is starting to make a little bit invade here, but it's barely even 2 minutes yet, so there is still the penalty of just taking a little bit more damage invading. So this puts Barat in a very awkward situation.
Wow.
And because of this, he is actually a minute behind Skies right now. And on the top side, Smooth, he's getting completely zoned out by both Stormy and Cram, and even stealing the Crab for Cram.
Yeah, because of Cram's early gameplay, Smooth actually missed out on experience. That's why Stormy is able to go to the top wave so fast to hit that level 40. Stormy probably doesn't even need this wave to begin with, and Yumes is going to be able to cash in on this mid wave, hit that 4 before the turtle.
And note that Yumes is gonna hit level 4 when Vita only just hit level 3 as well. Red Giants are battle ready for this first turtle, and we'll see whether King Empire decides they want to contest this or not.
Well, let's see, because as of yet, Turtle Dance comes in. Vita, not even 4 yet, but they need to set up a play somewhere soon. And because of Vita not having the Prime Wrath, it is going to be a little bit awkward here. And look at Yumes, he's so confident just bullying them out. And SRG, they just take advantage of this EXP lead right now.
Every time they see Vita use that Earth Shadow to try to catch Stormy, that's a window for SRG to press the envelope. And they're not even in a rush. Rooms is getting all this info. Stormy.
Oh no, Kato getting dropped in pretty low. He needs to get out. The Molina comes in the counterplay as well. Will he get the play? And yes, he gets out. Stormy, what a save from Yumes. Vita forcing the flicker as well, but he just can't catch him. But at the same time, with him on the sidelines, this is an opportunity for King Empire to make a play. Daytona's welcome, gobbles up the down, but two-man stun into the penalty zone. But where's the follow-up? They don't have the damage. Sky still secures the turtle. And now King Empire, they have to retreat and they will back off. SRG just doesn't want to continue. They're all so low. They've done the job. Secure the turtle. That's all they need.
Man, did you see Cramp? He tanked up 3 guys. He forced Susujin to use the Daytona's welcome onto him. And when he did, SRG were like, we'll just wait it out. Don't need to rush the Lord. Wait for the Barrage to spit me out, and then we rush the Lord down.
One thing to note, Cram has played Tamas maybe like once or twice throughout the regular season. Definitely not something you'd consider a signature pick, but I always remember it because it is one of the scariest things I have ever seen. It allows him to be so aggressive and he knows his limits perfectly. So jump in 1v3, no problem. I'll do it.
Stormy is like, guys, I'm going to call a timeout because just now I didn't get first blood on Detto. That is not acceptable. So you can see, I believe it's just a type 1 pause. But I wonder if they did get the passive out of the Nana. It felt like Detto still has his passive.
I think he does.
Yeah, which would have been the best case scenario.
Oh, we're asking the fans to show us their favorite MLBB skins. That's actually a good question, right? There's so many skins out there. A good choice, good choice.
Oh, the full animation, the whole package.
It's a clean and simple skin, but that's what makes it good.
Okay, you know, I really like it's a little bit unique as well, but at the same time, you can see the crowd is just absolutely very, very, I would say very serious, very tense, very stressed. But if you were here at the venue, it's just absolutely bonkers. It's just so much noise that I can barely hear both of you guys. So to see some of the players not being able to hear their teammates on stage, I wouldn't be surprised because I can barely hear both of you as well.
I'm telling you, next season we're getting a soundproof boost for the playoffs.
You know we should.
But that's the thing, right?
Not for us, for them.
Yeah.
Soundproof booths, you can still feel the vibrations.
I mean, I'd rather feel the vibration than not hearing anything, you know?
Yeah.
Fair enough, fair enough.
I mean, look at the crowd right there. And now we're asking them to do an even louder...
No, it's already loud. Okay, let's
KG
see.
hasn't roared yet. Alright, KG, do your thing.
We're gonna let KGE do their thing. Because Red Giants have been doing it the whole time.
So brought out the megaphone. Come on, show some spirit, man.
It's a bit hard to hear because we are on the Red Giant side.
We are.
We're getting completely muffled by the Red Giant side.
The cameraman just cuts it to SRG. And this is how you do a cheer.
Yeah, look. King Empire versus SRG. In this case, well, SRG's got the man advantage.
I hate to say it's not even close, so...
No.
Hey, they got the man advantage, but KGE has like the spirit advantage, you know? It's the thought that matters.
It is. By the way, the cameraman didn't even only show like a quarter of SRG's crowd.
I know,
we
right?
We still have a bunch of them like sitting in front of us, but obviously the loudest ones are the ones, you know, with the flags, with the drums, with the snares, the megaphones. Their own theme song. I think they are one of the more unique teams that has their own anthem.
And interesting enough, everybody knows the song. It's crazy.
I want to learn the song, actually. Sounds nice.
It's kind of like those musicals in movies where when you break out into song, everyone around you knows the lyrics.
For the grand finals, they're gonna do a flash mob. They're just gonna like break out within the crowd and stuff.
Maybe so.
So okay, let's put it to the test, right? I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. What's next?
I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star.
Oh shit! We actually know everything. God damn!
You've listened to that for so many seasons. Come on.
It's like the same 3 words.
That's a bit too much, but yes, I agree.
What's the Malay line?
Okay, to be very fair to the song, I think it's catchy, it's great, it's pop, it's it's very hippie. This is the last season we're gonna hear it, all right? So
besides
that's true,
Rockstar, the one that catches me the most is actually Ini kejohanan kita semua orang Rockstar. That's so cool.
Ini kejohanan kita semua ada Rockstar. Yeah. I mean, the rap part was great. Heidi did a fantastic job. But again, it's the last season. It's the last 3 days we're ever gonna hear that song. So you gotta appreciate it. We're getting the theme song change next season.
I think it's been so long, right?
It has been. I mean, if anyone was like, oh, this guy's leaking something, it was announced, right?
It was announced.
We're getting a new song. So I will miss this. It is a new era after all.
We are definitely seeing signs of that, right? Teams are getting better, going stronger. We have the fans for KGE here. This is where the rest of them are. We got Pose Like Your Favorite Hero here being requested from our fans. I'm gonna assume that's Paquito. I think that's what makes sense here.
He looks like Masha.
Oh, that's possible.
He punched one time. He looks like Cho. I think it's Cho.
I heard the BM cast say over the speaker that it looks like he's driving.
Oh, you might be Johnson as
He
well.
is Johnson, actually.
But how would you know Johnson drives? He might be like a transformer.
I mean,
like,
he is a transformer.
He is the transformer.
He is a
Yeah,
transformer.
so, okay. So how would you animate a Johnson then? Like, you just slide on the floor?
I'll tell you, it's very easy. See Optimus Prime, and then you just lay down. Yeah, that's Johnson.
Sorry, what? Can you do that again?
To push you along.
I'm not on cam, but yes.
Can you do it again?
Filipino fans will love it. See Optimus Prime, and then you lie on the ground.
Not even close. Nice try, baby.
If my voice gets as coarse as yours, perhaps.
Okay.
Maybe you can try it.
Nope, I'm not gonna do it. But we got the Amoy on screen, and you know what's up. It's back to the game as we head into game 2 of Selangor Red Giants, and with one fell sweep, no one has died, but Selangor Red Giants 1K lead right now, and Dato getting completely harassed as Stormy takes advantage that he will have a level advantage from his passive.
Stormy just knows how to get under your skin, man. There's just something about the way he's played ever since he debuted here in the MPL, where all he wants is to mess with his opponents as much as possible.
Yeah, it brings me back to what Sasa said in the regular season about Stormy. It's like, this kid is cool, I love him as a teammate, but I'm getting tired of his crap because he's saying that SRG is a good team, I want to beat him. This is their second chance, but so far Stormy has still been perfect.
Oh, this is going to be a friendly rivalry, but it's going to be a very important one. But here comes again another pause.
We're in for a treat, people.
We get to see the Amoy again. Wait, what, huh?
That is true.
PCU. Man, you guys are horrible.
Really?
Horrible.
You gotta give us some heads up.
All right. I say P, you say... No, that sounds worse. We'll just
see you later, bro.
We will
see you later. You gotta walk out there.
We see P and then we say see you.
Nah, the ship has sailed.
Yeah, see you later, bro.
We'll wait for next time. We'll wait for the next one.
But at the same time, seeing how the fans are still motivated to see things go through right here, right now. Personally, I feel like based on the drafts, I like how Stormy is taking advantage of his Valentina really well, right? Like Lafel has bringing this up multiple times now, where each time a Valentina drops his spell onto or damages his enemy hero, he is gonna get additional XP, and on top of it all, if he is a level ahead of that hero, he gets spell wrap off it in terms of sustainability.
Yeah, it is interesting to see how early on Stormy rotated over the EXP lane. He actually went over one whole wave earlier than they would normally rotate to hit that level 4 mark. And you'd usually expect Valentina to be the last hero to need that early EXP because of that passive. But hey, if it gets you where you need to go, you may as well go for it, right?
All right, so new KG jersey, how do we feel about it?
The previous one, I kind of liked it, but over time, I gave it a pretty low rating. This one, a slightly higher rating.
I like it. I think the color is great. I love it. Who is your best friend?
Nice, yeah.
He ends up finding someone without a friend. That would be hilarious. All right, you better point to that lady beside you. All right, because that's your best friend. You all came to MPL together. Oh, is that?
What?
Becky is the best friend. Hey, yo, where's Becky?
Yo!
There he is.
Becky sending much love. Looks like the fans has got love for the staff as well.
Yeah, love transcends boundaries, This is By the way, these guys are professionals.
They have been going non-stop since the start of the series.
Y'all want to audition for the next season?
I want to say they're paid actors, but they're not paid actors.
What do you mean paid actors?
They're definitely high people, but as of now, the game begins once again. You know what's up. And it is going to be SRG versus KG once more. No deaths whatsoever, and KG manages to get a little bit of reset here. 30 seconds before this next turtle. What's the game plan?
Well, looking at the stage of the game right now, only a 500 gold lead roughly for the Red Giants, so basically even as we approach that 5-minute mark. Turtle is going to be coming up in another 15 seconds. But we know that both these teams do have a solid amount of early to mid-game fighting potential, so it is still anyone's game. Cram though.
Oh no, Cram getting chain stun all the way through. Vader drops the Prime Morale, but the pokes coming from sides hurts a little bit more. Penalties will come in. Cram drops the Inferno. He might actually survive this, but eventually Smooth goes in for the kill. Finds the opening, and this is huge, but at the same time, they have to go in for the reset here. Turtle is on the bottom side, and Stormy looking to try to harass this, and Dado takes a full shot combo, forces him to recall as well, but he has to decide what does he do. Clear the minions or recall, but this is good for SRG and KG, but KG still gets a pick.
Man, it took forever to take Cram down. He will be back for the turtle, no vengeance, so this is, I suppose, a minor plus point. Stormy won't, just got his ult back. I don't think you can contest this as KG.
Oh, they're jumping onto Vader once again, just zoning out King Empire Esports.
Oh no, Vader now drops Prime Wrath. They want to try and focus on Cram once more. Sky secures the turtle. A little bit late with the spear, but now penalties on defensively to get out, but he's going to get pinned away.
Wow.
It's the stolen one. No, not even a stolen penalty zone. He actually got shut down completely.
The chase was so extended. Sasa had no way into that fight and he knows it. But KGE, you saw that they were just trying their best to peel away from the fight and SRG would not let them go. And the best part is that Innocent got the kill.
Yeah, I think King Empire needed to just back off at a certain point. Once that Daytona's welcome was used and Suchijin realized, oh, I can't spin him back into my team, that would be a bad idea. That's already too many resources being wasted by King Empire without gaining control over the turtle pit. They should have backed it off right there and they would have been able to get out with no casualties, but that's going to allow Red Giants to slowly build up their lead again. Already 2K just before the 7-minute mark.
Yep, now Circling Eagle comes in. They're targeting on Vader. Complete shutdown. Coming in from Selangor Red Giants as they take him out barely a second, man. King Empire.
It's just so fast.
I know, right? Now, Sutsujin doesn't have stacks. They have to kind of defend against this as Selangor Red Giants starts to kind of cut off all their exit point here, taking so much space of King Empire.
I'm starting to get a bit worried right now because SRG, surely you might think that, okay, 2.5, 2.8k goal advantage is not too much, but we've seen Selangor Red Giants work with 0 net worth lead, right? And the fact that they're playing that fast and you see this jungle XP gap is going to be a constant 2 levels until that first Lord, that's something that KG will find it pretty difficult to remedy because what are you going to do as a Baraz? You power farm your jungle and SRG, they're keeping you away. Susujin, he's like, I need to go into the enemy jungle, but there's nothing there.
It's not a good sign because we saw in the previous game, Red Giants knew, oh, our early game is not as strong. We're going to play it slow and scale up, keep our net worth even with the opponents. But in this game, they're playing way faster, right? They're going for that snowball. They're going for the ganks, which leads you to believe that they have a lot more faith in what their team composition can do in game 2.
Now, SRG making an attempt here to zone off Vader. So once again, this turtle going to be left completely untouched by King Empire as they need to figure out where they should be playing around with. But now Cram taking a little bit of a harassment, but again this Tam is just super aggressive.
He's so fast. I mean, we expected this Edith pick to be on KG's side because we have no Arlet. Tigro Minotaur doesn't feel like a good option against Matilda. But still, this Edith is struggling because they're not allowed to play fast, right? That's the whole point of this draft. We flicker, we get the single target lockdown, we make sure that we get the kills, but SRG, they're not giving KG room to do that.
Yeah, even the purple buff as well has been a fight for disaster here.
Oh?
Penalty zone on the sides, catches Innocent, he's going to be able to get out here. Doesn't even need to purify though, he still has it. And Free comes in, but the collapse comes in as well. Sutsujin taking a lot of damage. SRG still poking their way through. They're trying to force Smooth to join the fight, but
wow,
seems like they're taking a little bit too long. Cram already used his ultimate, so they are forced to back off. Skies, however, keeping up the pressure. Vader finding an opportunity, goes for the taunt, looking for a snap, but Vader gets snapped at the last tick. Use will fall as well. A roamer for a roamer. An opening for King Empire for their aggression.
Man, Sakai just would not let Vita go. Chases him under the tier 2, slams him with the appraisal scrap. Roamers are trade, but still SRG get priority overall. And that goalie slowly ballooning is now just got past the 3k mark.
You could see the way that Red Giants was positioning in that situation. They were really deep in the enemy jungle. They force out the Edith ultimate. They force out a couple of resources. Instantly, they back off. Then they start pushing mid-wave. Once King Empire splits up to go and defend the tower, Red Giants pincers them, collapses onto the backline. Anyone who's left by themselves. Like, the way they execute on these is so quick.
So fast.
No mobility. Viator with the stun. 3-man into the penalty zone. They have to get out. Smooth now. Doesn't have the backup he needs. Susujin trying his best to kind of set up for a play, but Susujin hasn't been able to do anything despite a beautiful disengage coming from King Empire.
So after all that, they only got a flicker from Stormy. Cram did not have to use his vengeance at all. And that's SRG just giving KGE a bit of a taste of what or how much faster they can go. And props to Vita for letting a 3-man Earth Shatter, but that is not enough.
It's not going to be sufficient here. King Empire are quite reliant on Smooth's penalty zone to actually get any sort of AoE engage because Edith is very single target focused, and that's what Red Giants are using, right? That's the reason they're just running as 4 or 5 men at King Empire. They understand as long as they know where Smooth is, they can't be punished.
Now Cram is going to pop the Inferno. He's going to try staying his way through. Meanwhile,
Oh
Dawn
my
already
God.
secured for SRG. And Cram, despite being dove on, guess what? One small button is all he needs. He flies back to safety. And King Empire, once again, not able to do too much. Sitsujin left completely unaware of what he should be doing. Now Peter with the damage coming in, forces the primer off, narrowly escapes. Can they make the power play here? Again, the Matilda, the gliding wind, just making it so difficult for Sitsujin to get into the fight.
Yeah, Fredrin, I've never seen Fredrin that graceful before. Just fly like a butterfly, slam like a bee.
That is very correct. These are hit and run strategies from the Red Giants. They're confident, they're comfortable, they're just doing it again.
Oh no, Circling Eagle comes in, Innocent tries to go in for the Anther tree, goes for the gliding wing, gets out to safety, and King Empire, they're struggling to find a pick, they're losing members, and now Smooth will also fall. A big catch from Innocent Vader, getting kited around here. Tier 2 will fall.
Oh my goodness.
SRG again, Innocent finds another one.
Wow.
My God.
The Empire is just melting.
He entropy forward, purifies, breaks Deto's passive, and entropy came back up before they even broke the tier 2.
The Empire is crumbling. The walls are crackling. Are they gonna fall as the crystal dropping half? It is gonna melt. And that is gonna be game 2 in the hands of Selangor Red Giants. Match point for the Giants.
If you think game 1 was close, well, if you think game 1 was dominating, game 2 was not even close.
It's just too much. The Red Giants, the way that they're playing this is on a different level entirely. Where they were keeping it safe, paying respects in game number 1. In game 2, it was pedal to the metal. All hands on deck, not allowing the pressure to let up for even a single second. We wondered whether or not the Red Giants would be able to keep their momentum going after an undefeated regular season, and it turns out it's not even a question.
You know,
I mean, they nullified Vita. I think that was a key point in the series so far.
You know, I think it's smart that sometimes Selangor Red Giants, they target specific players that just completely shut down from there and here. And in this case, there are some teams they focus on junglers, there's some teams they focus on the XP laners, there's some teams they focus on gold laner. But this game, focusing on a roamer is such a rare thing because most of the time it's right in front here. But for Vader being the first point of entry for Selangor Red Giants and still come up on top, it's just really, really cool here. But at the same time, let's talk about the MVP for this match here. Who is it going to be? It is going to be none other than Innocent once more.
You know what? We should just hand him the MVP of the regular season award, the finals MVP award. At this point, it is just way too good. Obviously, it's a team effort, but the fact that he is able to shine when given the opportunity, he takes it above and beyond. That is a skill that really separates you from a normal player and an amazing player.
We call him innocent, but he's certainly guilty of stealing every title available here at MPL MY. His score may not look like much, but having a 900 GPM meant that he knew how much he needed to farm and when he needed to join the team fights. And when he's in there, he just shoots you a couple times, all your health is gone. The timing from the Red Giants gold laner has been peak since the beginning of the season, and he just continues to grow as a player.
Hey man, the season's not over. I'm innocent until I'm proven guilty, and as of yet, There's no statement, there's no official, but until I hold the crown and be called the first king, first time Selangor Red Giants gets a crown here in MPL MY, then he will be proven guilty.
I mean, he wouldn't be guilty because he got the crown. He will be a tyrant at that point, right? So far, he is what, 10-0 across both games. 7-0 on the Moskov in game 1, 3-0 as a Natan. I don't know. Like, what do you want me to break down about Innocent?
He lost his #1 ranking in the KDA to Barracuda at the end of the regular season, and then he took that personally. Like, coming into the playoffs, he's just going for that KDA here. But we gotta give props to the rest of the Red Giants as well. Hume's continuing to save everyone who's out of position. I think Cram especially played a massive role in this game because I want to follow up on what you mentioned earlier, Terrence, about choosing which player to target. In game 1, Viter was focused heavily to make sure he couldn't set up implosions. In this game, Cram was assigned to Smooth.
Yeah.
Jump on this Terizla and he can never catch anyone with penalty zone, and then the rest of the members can deal with Viter by themselves.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, I really want to talk about the itemizations coming from Skies just now as well. He actually opted to go for the tough boots and then going in for the brute force breastplate as well as the Oracle, right? This is a build that I think has been really, really popular in the recent scene, but what really makes it very interesting for me is that he is going to be able to have extra resilience, right? So the reason why junglers kind of get kited around getting focus fire throughout the entire fight is because of the fact that you want them to miss retreat. But because he's got so much resilience that's right from the get-go, especially when he got the brute force breastplate prior to the first turtle, it's so hard to just drop spells on him without him missing the retribution, because it's reduced to about 50 to 60% of all CCs.
Yeah, I want to also quickly bring up a point that I discussed with LaFell, I think a week ago, where we were going through Fredrin, right? How Fredrin has evolved as a hero. He's an all-rounder. Sure, sometimes you look at his win rate, you're like, man, this guy is below 50% win rate because everyone's using him, but he's just good all around, right? He never really has a fall-off point compared to like Baxia or Barats, but at the same time, his build has also changed from, I'm going to go Molten Essence into Garden Helmet and straight to Brute Force Breastplate, Oracle, full-on cooldown. The more I spend my energy eruption, the more annoying I can become.
Yeah, now for him it's just rushing Brute Force Breastplate to prioritize his resilience, and then Oracle because you've got a Matilda to get more shields, right? So in this case, I think the biggest changes when it hit Fredrin was that he's got increased cooldowns, and Oracle provides a lot of cooldown reduction, which actually helps him a little bit more. And in this case, players like Sutsujin, in this case, I think Barats was one of the heroes that got affected heavily, where we saw like War Access priority into Brute Force Breastplate. And now it's like, you can't really do that anymore because you are going to be so squishy. And Barat's not being able to do that means that he's not going to get super ahead in the early stage game.
It's an item build that helps out a lot because, like you mentioned, Barats is no longer quite as tanky as he used to be after the recent patch. But Fredrin also got nerfed in the fact that his energy eruption has a slightly longer cooldown than before that make him less sticky, right? So that's why having cooldown reduction on items like that Oracle is a lot more useful because it allows him to retain that sort of presence during team fights as compared to before. It's riskier because he's not going to be as tanky as if he went for Curse Helmet, Dominance Eyes, Guardian Helmet. But when you have that Matilda, when you have this sort of confidence in your micro play, why not?
Yeah, I think at the same time it's also how Cram, the damage he took was almost the same as, you know, what Susujin and Vita took in that previous game, and primarily SRG, Cram is more of the tank than Sakai's is, which is pretty ironic. But when you look at the total healing, it gives you a very good indicator of why SRG's draft was such a big threat. Cram has his Festival of Blood, Brace Might, you know, he can heal back up. Yums obviously has the Matilda, you give the shield, and Sakai's, he's gonna get the Garnet Helmet at one point, but also he heals by dealing damage when he has great health. So overall, SRG from the total heal itself has already outlasted KGE.
121,000 total healing done across not a very long game.
12 minutes.
It explains to you why King Empire could just never break down the front door.
Yeah, look at Skies' healing as well. It's like, technically you should see this on Yums a little bit more because he's a healer, right? He's a Matilda, he's got shields, blah blah blah. But for Skies to have the Oracle, it just helps him get so much more value from his damage output as well. So I think now it's gotten a stage where it's all about sustainabilities, and the meta has kind of shifted into Enchanter style. But who can actually utilize the best around this Oracle build rather than the usual brute force breastplate, the anti-cuirass, or even the radiant armor, which I think is not as strong as before. Like even nowadays, like people have strayed away from Dominance Eyes and rather prefer a plate armor just because it's got more physical defense compared to a Dominance Eyes, which I feel like it's kind of expensive for the value it gives compared to the previous patches.
Yeah, I mean, Dominance Eyes understandable, but I think Radiant Armor is very conditional, right? People sometimes go Athena because you just block the initial burst. Even when you look at the Hall of Fame, Vita being a sandbag is more, there's not much choice, right? Like Smooth wants to be that, but Smooth, someone has to tank the damage and you need to have your teammate start the fight. Problem is, both of them were not given that space. I mean, the one time Smooth got like a 3-man penalty zone was a fight that they barely got out from without a single kill.
Yeah.
I think KGE might have to actually start considering a Matilda ban.
They actually should as well, considering how SRG has been very, very pixel perfect in all their plays, right? Whenever they approach a fight, they're always pixel perfect. They know the exact distance to kind of gauge. And I feel like you brought up that point where KGE was, oh, they got a very, very nice fight from opening from Reader, 3-man penalty zone. But that's the thing. For a Barats, if you're not pixel perfect and you're like a pixel away from that fight, you're not going to be able to join the fight in time. And because of that, it kind of broke the chain of layering that they need to combo against SRG. It just gets completely disrupted and forces KGE in the point where they're just left helpless because he can't do anything.
I think we can see that the Selangor Red Giants really know how to position during team fights. Even during the regular season, the way that they juggled aggro and manipulated damage being tanked by different members was on another level entirely. So when you add the Matilda to that calculation, which gives you even more freedom to reposition and not get punished just in case you make mistakes, it may be just too much for King Empire, as we can see from the highlights here. Red Giants looked very comfortable right from the beginning.
Yeah, this one, look at the commitment that Smooth had to go for. He committed a flicker to take out Cramp because Cramp didn't die due to Yums. And that itself is an indicator of how SRG has already taken the small lead, even though it's not showing in the goal graph. And then they start snowballing. They take objectives, they take fights, they take these extended fights, which is only made possible when you have someone like a Matilda on your team. And KGE, once you run out of cooldowns, you just have to run.
Yeah, this was the play I was talking about as well. This was so sick that because of the counterplay coming in from Smooth, but after that, if Suzuki doesn't join the fight, he's just gonna get completely shut down. And even here, the Totus Welcome completely whiffing the mark. And SRG, again, pixel perfect dodges, just completely just outclassing King Empire again in game number 2. And game 1 may have looked close, may have looked still kind of one-sided, but this was just an absolute stampede by the Giants.
Yeah, I mean, if for Natan and Matilda lovers out there, now you just found out a new combo. Natan Entropy in, Guiding Wind out.
Guiding Wind out, yeah. That's
the best of both worlds.
It's too much utility in Matilda, right? You go in, she has a way to get you in, she has a way to get you out, she has a way to get herself in and out. On top of all the healing and shielding that she provides, it's understandable why the hero was so heavily banned and contested during the initial stages of the regular season. But now that we're going into game number 3, Red Giants 1 game away from solidifying their win streak and being the first team to move on into the upper bracket finals. What does King Empire need to do to try and stop this?
I think when you are KGE, you probably need to start getting heroes that can set up plays. So far, they have not been getting. I think that's the most important part. Find ways to start an issue with SRG.
It feels like Red Giants aren't allowing them to do that, but I think we should ask some people what they think about it. Let's throw it to an interview.
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. Hai semua, this is Rose once again. Dan sekarang kita tengah buat sikit interview dengan mewakili ataupun representative dari kedua-dua pasukan ni. So, kita ada daripada side SRG dengan KGE. Let's start with you dulu. Hi, what's your name and can you bagi tahu semua orang apa yang you buat dalam KGE sebenarnya?
Okay, nama Yin. Saya brand ambassador untuk KGE. Apa yang saya buat lagi Saya rasa saya buat menyemak je kat sini
Oh, kalau you buat macam tu, apa kata kita tengok kat sini pula? SRG, okay. What's your name and obviously apa role awak dalam SRG?
Okay, hi. My name is Bohaski. Role saya dalam SRG is community leader, di mana saya akan chant dengan fans untuk SRG before they start their game.
Wow. Okay, interesting. So
Je.
Wow. Macam ada
Tadi
personal
tak
beef.
dengar suara KGE punya, tak dengar
Bukanlah, kita orang memang simpan tu hari ni. Esok pula.
Oh esok baru seru kan.
Betul,
Seru
betul.
Saturday.
Betul.
Okay, kita tanya Yen pula. Okay, so Yen, kita nak tadi nampak ni best of 5 series. Sekarang SRG dah pegang match point dah. Diorang
Betul.
perlukan satu mata lagi untuk dapat clean sweep sekali lagi. You rasa apa yang sepatutnya KGE buat untuk stop win streak SRG daripada regular season?
Okey, apa yang KGE perlu buat? SRG, sorry. Okey, apa yang KGE perlu buat? Aku rasa letak racun dalam makanan dia orang kot. Tak tahu. By the way, kalau kita nak ubah totally gameplay dia orang, kan, perlukan makan masa yang lama lah. So, tak nak kita kena admit kekalahan kita macam mana. Macam itulah. So, kalau kita nak menang lawan SRG, totally nak menang 3 straight, kita kena ubah. Ambil masa maybe sebulan 2 bulan. Memang sangat strong.
Alright, so kita dah tahu sekarang match point and korang perlukan satu lagi mata. Tapi do you rasa SRG actually memang continue breaking history dalam MPL Malaysia mana you guys akan sapu completely playoffs 3-0 sampai habis grand finals pun 4-0, ataupun you rasa ada satu pasukan yang boleh bagi korang macam challenge dan cabar sikit korang punya win streak momentum?
Okay, bagi saya, pendapat saya, sekarang ni SRG too strong. Diorang dekat atas dah kan.
Sekejap.
Apa tu?
Sekejap, maybe sekejap.
je. Tak juga. Sebab kita orang punya mentality jauh sikit. Okay. So, kita ada calon juara guys. Come on lah. Tapi nanti kalau boleh nak dengar sikit lah suara fans KGE. Tadi tak dengar.
Tadi tak dengar?
Tak dengar.
Oh, tadi dia cakap maybe dekat bawah tanah. Kejap lagi kita bagi
Alright,
sikit.
dia cakap tak dengar. So sebelum kita start game ketiga, apa kata you lead fans KGE, the battalions, untuk cheer kepada fans korang?
Okay, KGE, okay, salah. Salah. Okay, KGE, kau semangat sikit Kau tak semangat, esok duduk situ. Okay, aku cakap KGE, korang cakap faham, okay? KJ! Lagi sekali, kuat lagi! KJ! Boleh lah.
SRG, you cakap you're the community manager. Orang yang lead Chan, boleh kalah ke?
Come on lah. Tak dengar pun tadi sebenarnya. Macam semut. Tak dengar.
Kejap. Atas tu bagi diam sikit. Kita yang bagi yang bawah je. Yang bawah je.
Okey, bawah aje. Baik, tak apa. Bawah kita kasih tahu sikit boleh guys?
Okey, yang bawah je. Atas tu seram sangat lah.
1, 2, 3. SRG!
Main tipu.
Nak dengar lagi tak?
Okey. Lagi sekali Kau kuat-kuat jangan malu aku. Tolong lah. Tolong sekali je.
Aduh.
Okey. KJ!
Alright. Okay, kita dah nampak fans are cheering for their favorite teams. This is a match point game. Pasukan mana akan dapat game ketiga? We're about to find out sebab mari, let's throw it back to the casters for game 3 in this best of 5 series. Casters, silakan.
It's heating up in MBSJ Stadium right now, ladies and gentlemen. Fans of both teams are very eager to find out how this match is going to conclude and whether or not King Empire Esports will be able to halt the momentum that has carried the Red Giants throughout the entirety of Season 13. I personally feel like there's a bit of an outclassing going on here. But how about you, Terrence? What do you think?
I think King Empire needs to figure out what they should be focusing on as well, right? Like yesterday, they were able to kind of figure out what works and what doesn't work internally. But this game, they have to pull in all their strategy here. At least fix their position. Even if they lose now, it's fine. It's still tomorrow. But they have to use this as a standing ground to kind of figure out what went wrong. Because Peter, 2 games in a row, hasn't been performing like he is yesterday.
Yeah, and it's also limited by the heroes he's getting. I like the Matilda ban, right? Brought it out just now. I think Matilda is a core part of what allowed SRG to really steamroll KGE, but that's just part of the problem in this equation. That's just part of the equation, in fact. The solution is still needing to get Vita a hero that can set up plays, and that means that we are looking at Arlet as the primary one, perhaps Edith and Minotaur as the second choice. So far KGE, they're still going back to the Harry ban. I can expect a Loyi coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, Loi should be eliminated here. It's a bit too effective for a team that...
What?
Ooh, they banned the Minotaur instead, so they're trying to focus down Yumes in this game.
Huh.
But that Loi could be a big problem against a team like Red Giants.
Unless Deto first picks Loi.
I don't think so. But at the same time, I feel like right now, KGE might just still prioritize the Moskov once again. But I feel like Loi... I don't think Deto has a good track record with Loi. I know like Stormy, the Mage Prodigy, can play anything here. He's close to becoming the king of Mage here in Malaysia. But again, flawless run for him. He's played almost every single Mage he's played so far has had very, very high impact in games. And I feel like SRG has put him in the spot where they like to put him as a flex role in terms of draft just because of how big his hero pool is.
So
But you have a good call here. Loi being banned out. KGE now. Do they still go for the Moskov or Sasa? 2 games now. Not having the perfect game as a goal leader.
You probably go Arlet here, right? I feel like you need to set Vita up for success first. You need to allow him, you need to give him a hero that can be aggressive early, that has big impact moments, like Arlet with the final slash. And it can be a flex pick, although for KG's case, I don't think Smooth is going to play Arlet anytime soon. But if you first pick the Moskov here, there's a chance that SRG just takes that Arlet away.
Yeah, that is the worry, right? I feel like Arlet first pick would not be a bad idea for KGE, but I don't feel like they're the type to do so. They do go for the Fredrin, and we can see someone in the crowd showing us their favorite skin. It's Captain Levi himself.
Yeah, I like that skin. That skin is so good. Levi Ackerman.
I just wish that wait, if I'm not mistaken, Levi is a Martis, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I just wish that the Martis has longer animations to show how cool Levi actually is.
Actually, the animations are longer. They're just sped up so they don't take the entire game.
Yeah.
I want it to be taking the entire game. That's the thing, right? For me, it's weird to see an Attack on Titan skin not on Fanny.
I mean, to be fair,
Fanny does have one.
Yeah, she has the Mikasa skin. It's more like when we see Fanny getting picked, no one uses that skin.
Okay, fair enough.
True.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
And I tell you, now that you brought it up, last time we saw, the first time we saw it was actually KG against SRG, game number 1. So she didn't got Fanny, but uses the Aspirant skin instead.
Alright, yeah.
Yeah, we were there.
And we're like, oh, if he used Mikasa instead, he could have been able to take down the Titans. But no, in this case, King Empire do actually get the Arlet along with the Novaria too. So they're pulling out all the stops here, knowing that this could potentially be the last game of the series. They are gonna go down swinging. But when you have a Valentina and Yuzong in the hands of Cram this time, Red Giants are looking to respond in kind.
The Valentina pick was already very smart because I feel like Arcada saw this coming from a mile away. We're letting the comfort picks through, so we pick heroes that can utilize what KG is going to come up with.
I think when it comes to this composition here, it feels like this Arlot could, again, King Empire always prioritizes flexibility over comforts, right? They except for Deto, of course. But again, now having this Arlot here, they may put it as on Vader, they may put it on Smooth, just because of how he's able to play a little bit more. But SRG, oh wait, this is a interesting question here.
All right.
Here.
He got the mission.
Pose for your fans. Nice.
He takes it above and beyond.
That's
Why pose?
What's the dance call again?
I actually don't remember.
Forgot, yeah.
I actually don't remember.
Everyone in the
with
comments
F,
is going to
right?
call us out.
Do the, I don't know, the Fumble Jumbo.
Okay, Fumble
That's
Jumbo
the new
dance.
official
Alright, sure.
name now.
Yeah.
TikTok's gonna chew me up for
Yeah,
that.
they're gonna chew all of us out, so you don't have to worry too much about that.
SRG gonna ban out the marksman now, so you take out Moskov. You can leave one for yourself because they got first pick anyways afterwards. More like for KGE, still targeting onto Yumes. Now the third roamer banned by KGE, no Grok.
I don't think it's a big problem for Yumes. Like, so what if you ban all my heroes? Because are you gonna intentionally ban a Cho? Because so far he's been able to play all of it. But my biggest question has always been for Yumes, right? Besides aggressive roamers, have you ever played a defensive roamer?
I think Matilda is pretty
besides Matilda, I don't think he's played that at all, if you think about it.
I mean, when you have a lead, you can go aggressive as much as you want. Natan banned out. You know what? I'm gonna go on a limb here. I think there's a chance we see that Roger again.
Ooh, that is true. Yeah, with the Natan
with the
banned
nerfs
out.
though.
I mean, Natan is banned out.
Yeah, with Moskov and Natan banned out, it feels like they're setting up for Roger, right?
Brody,
Sure, but would you rather go Brody or Roger? I think you still go for Roger.
I would go for Leslie.
You would go for Leslie? Man, this is why you're not playing on that stage. This is
No,
exactly
okay.
why we're in this seat.
I think Roger is... That's the thing, right? Like, if we were to base off track record yesterday here, Roger has not won a single game since yesterday, based on all the matches. And on top of it all, the nerves
wow,
are
they do bad.
But KGE... What? Really?
Hey, you caught it, man. The show is the
okay.
option.
They play Kaja. Wait, is that Mars in the crowd?
Yeah, it is.
Oh yeah, so he is.
Yeah.
Must be that...
He's just flexing. He's got the MPL jersey from last season, man.
Watch out, Mars. You're going to be on set tomorrow.
Yeah, but
get your beauty rest.
we do see the Roger here. King Empire gonna respond with the carry for themselves. At least have some fighting potential against the tanky divers like the Baxia and the Yuzong. We're gonna see what they decide to go for with that last pick. I'm gonna be looking.
Good. It's nice. Great against Yuzong. Great against the Baxia. And not a great target for Roger. Roger hates the Tamus. And I do wonder if this is the case, what if Innocent would consider not playing the Trinity tank build and just go down the Golden Staff route. The Golden Staff one. We've seen some iterations of that from Liquid Echo. I think yesterday we saw it from Sasa as well.
Yeah, we've seen different variations of the Roger build where sometimes you'll go the Trinity build, sometimes you'll go for that Windtalker Endless Battle, sometimes you might go for the Malefic Roar. So it's interesting that there's a lot of flexibility with him, but now that his overall health pool has been nerfed, we'll see whether that makes a difference.
God.
I had this in my mind. I was like, I think Yus would probably be given Rafa or Florian, but if you want to have some extra boost, the Rafa is a perfect choice.
Like, I don't know about this. Like, I've never seen Yums play so defensively, but I want to see how he pulls this off, because as of now, I like the Rafa, but I just don't like it if Yums is playing it.
You don't remember. Yums was one of the premier Rafs back in the day.
Man, you were asking him to play a defensive healer. He gets a healer. But then again, I mean, he probably is going to be the one that like flickers Holy Baptism Sasa or something. Which we just have to find out though. But I do like the Rafa pick.
Yeah, the thing is, this is Raf with Baxia, Yuzong, and Roger. They're going to run at King Empire so fast and just stay alive in the fight. So we'll see whether King Empire are able to stop this, because this could be a clean sweep otherwise.
Well, will the Empire strike back? Or will the Empire fall? Match point for Selangor Red Giants as they go up to crumble, potentially, the kings of the Empire. This is Game 3, King Empire versus Selangor Red Giants.
I feel like out of all 3 games thus far, KG's draft for Game 3 probably has the best chance in every single aspect to be able to start fights, to scale, to be able to play this early in the mid-game.
Oh my
Man,
goodness.
I say that Deto had to blow the flicker already. This is the first blood.
Oh, Stormy's so low, 1 hit!
Nice. That's exactly what we want. You give Peter the Arlet, he gets to make a play. His first blood on Stormy. That is already great.
Oh, 1 more HP!
The heal!
He's healed!
What? Not at all!
Oh,
no! Let's go, baby!
He thought the regen from the Vengeance would be enough.
Oh,
man.
So unfortunate.
If only he had 2 stacks of that would have been different.
No, he tried. Like,
he only had 1.
Tried. Like, how the heck did Veer got Stormy down low all by himself? That was really, really impressive here. So the aggression coming in from Selangor Red Giants, and this is what I'm talking about, right? Like, when you have Yums, he's super aggressive, but this time Stormy doesn't have that backup because of the fact that it's a Rafa. Level 1 to 4, before 4, what can a Rafa do?
What do you mean Rafa do?
He's slow, but you know, at the expense of losing Stormy, was it actually worth it?
I do get where you're coming from. Red Giants got a little bit too greedy. They thought they could bully Deto out of lane straight away with Wrath and Valentina, but they kind of neglected the damage potential coming out of an Arlet at level 1, and that resulted in them losing Stormy, which is actually not so good. Even though they did kill Viter in the end, Viter getting a kill on the mid laner is actually more valuable for King Empire.
Yeah, that means that Deto is going to hit 4 first, and Stormy will need a bit more time. This turtle will be given to KG unless the guy steals it.
Oh my god, Viter has just had enough of Yums getting bullied here. as he shuts him down. But Sun Sujin, he secures the turtle, but he's pinned in the rock. A Brazier comes in, it does connect, drops Cram down pretty low, but they need a finisher. It's up to Veeder. Smooth looking for the Smolten Snipe, it doesn't connect, but it's Veeder that saves the day once more. He's had enough of bad games. This time, he's here to prove himself.
Very well done from KGE. Vita again. The base damage from the Vengeance and the final slash was great, but at the same time, Smooth just running Stormy down, knowing that he did not have his flicker. So KG getting an objective and 2 kills in the process, now setting themselves ahead in this early game.
Yep, great positioning there. Smooth aiming down Stormy like you mentioned, making sure the Valentina is not in that fight, and that's a lot of Red Giants damage at this stage of the game. Just removed from the calculation entirely, after which they can chase them down. Vita looking a lot more comfortable now that he has a hero he can set up with. And Red Giants actually on the back foot here in this early game.
Yeah, but at the same time, Innocent also losing up a little bit much. And a finger play from Vita, the final slash to try and get him. But Innocent is going to be able to get out here, but Innocent is getting a little bit greedy. Snipes comes in. Oh my god, the side step, so close. Almost popping his life here. Innocent still survives, but at the same time, is he still going to risk it here? Humes will be half the heals for him. He's going to be fine. But for now, KGE looking a little bit more confident from the previous 2 games.
Oh yeah, I mean, they have so much more tools, right? Vita on the Arlet. It's just so much different compared to Edith or Minotaur, Tigreal. Your reach is so much longer compared to the heroes aforementioned. And that means that Vita not only has long range, but he has high base damage that can easily take down unsuspecting victims.
And he'll always have backup with Detto as well on that Novaria.
He's gonna get dived in. Nice sidestep to the side. Final slash connects on 2. He goes for the stun. He's getting by a little bit more time. So Sujin looking for the counter play. He taunts 1, but not enough to finish the fight. A pickoff from SRG.
That's actually a great pickoff as well. Vita has some net worth onto him. That one given to Innocent. Actually, no, Humes.
Sasa forces the Purify. Take a little bit more. Here comes the Echo. Comes in! The snipe is good! And a double kill for Sun Sujin. They finally find the kill on the Innocent man.
Honestly, this is just a very good proof of why teams ban Novaria on Detto. That Astral Echo and sniping presence is so good in helping out all of these ganks, and King Empire getting that 2k net worth lead, getting a turtle. Red Giants gonna be put behind probably the most we've seen the entire series.
And at the earlier stage as well, right? We've never seen Red Giants playing from behind this early on. But this is a good test to see how does Red Giants play from behind. How do they recover from a bad start?
Yep, and as of yet, Humes, he will scout out Vader. He doesn't see Sasa, but finally shows himself. But at the same time, he's got the Flask of Oasis, so that's a good sign for SRG. But the longer this game drags out, King Empire is going to struggle in sustains. And eventually, they need to commit even harder than now.
This guy's even got the camp. So, extra farm and XP. But I think for SRG, you're not too worried just yet. They just need a bit more time.
Astro Echo, Scouts Tree, King Empire looking for Vader to start the fight. But they're waiting for it to wear out. Meanwhile, Smooth once again winning his 1v1s. This Krabs is not having a good lane.
Detto is coming.
Good.
Smooth finally being given a proper 1v1 hero in the EXP lane, and we can see the impact that it creates. Cram is no longer
Oh no, Innocent, he made the dive, and now he's might be paying the price here, but looks like the engage comes in. Holy Baptism comes on the Vader, forces the flicker, needs to get out. Retribution comes in. Innocent looking for the fight. Vader with the vengeance. He buys us enough time for Sun Sujin with the taunt. But they need to wrap things up, but they cannot do so. SRG with the hit and run gets them out to safety. They pick off 1 off once again, but here comes take 2. Do they want to go again? No, they can't.
That was sick from Vita. I don't know if it's intentional, but he timed the final slash with the Lycan Pounce. That could have actually killed Innocent if they have a bit more damage. But the fact that SRG got out of there with a kill, I think it's down to Humes again. He has 3 kills on the Raph.
Wow, I didn't even notice. 3-1-0 on the Rafaela. He is the carry in this situation, even on an Enchanter support. Regardless though, King Empire are still the ones in control of the map right now. Still a 2.4k net worth lead, 7 minutes in, have control over the Turtle Pit. Here comes the fight.
Well, Astro Echo has been used from both sides. Sky is going to be completely dived on. Smooth trying his best to actually kill this, and he will be able to find a pick. Stormy also going to get picked off as well. Meanwhile, Krams on the back lines for close
what?
to Dato. They're losing members left, right, front, and center, but Innocent, look at this. He's solo. He's running for his dear life.
Oh my
He's making
goodness,
a play. He's making the great escape, but it's not good. Sasa will be able to find him. But at the same time, both sides drawing blood, losing 3 each. 2 survives. And SRG, they may have lost a little bit too much. Sasa remains alive throughout it all.
Big appraisal friend for Susujin. He slammed it onto Stormy and Innocent in that turtle fight. If not, I don't think SRG would have lost that fight in that fashion. But still, Innocent is a wild beast on the loose. Took King Empire almost everything to kill and almost losing Detto in the process.
Whoa, look at Innocent's build. It's Heptacy C Halberd. He's going for assassin style.
Final stash, catches the cram. Big new coming from Sasa on this carry. Yumes now, Holy Baptism catches Peter, forces a flicker, but a counterplay from behind. Move, going for the collapse. SRG, they need to get out. The healings from Yumes will be able to force them out. And here again, reset once more. King Empire once again still in the lead.
Man, Innocent with the one-shot build, huh? Malefic Roar should be the third item at this point.
Of an interesting choice, but would be very good to just one-shot heroes like Sasa and Detta once we get into the later stages of the game. As of right now, King Empire still in control of these fights as they have such a tanky front line with the Tamas and the Fredrin along with that Astral Echo. So Red Giants not really given a chance to engage, especially Cram. He's just being targeted every single fight.
Oh no, Dato. Okay, good call here. Veeder now, he's looking for the play. But Echo comes in. He's gonna slow them down. Here comes Final Stash, catches two. Dato catches Yumes. Now they find Skies as well. Black Dragon being expended. King Empire knows where to strike it now. Susujin looking for the two-man fight. The stop comes in from Dato to try and keep him alive. Susujin makes the mistake. Veeder tries to salvage this, but he overcommitted. But now Cram so low. Dato missing the snipes, but again, Dato very on point on this Novaria for King Empire.
Yeah, with Susujin down means no Lord for KGE, so that is still a silver lining for SRG, but this is the best game that we've seen from KGE. Even win rates for both teams, and like Sadafa pointed out, the furthest anyone has pushed SRG from early game onwards. But still, this Lord is going to be a big turning point for both teams.
We can see that the way that Red Giants have been changing their approach to team fights, it's all about hit and run. It's just do some damage, do some poke, see if you can set up anyone for Innocent to get a free one-shot and then back up again. That's the way they are forced to take these engagements now that they've been put in this situation. King Empire, they're in a great spot right now. They just need to continue putting this pressure on, giving Sasa the space he needs to dish out DPS during team fights. And as long as they don't let go of the gold lead, this game is firmly in their pockets.
Yeah, Sasa is 4-0. He is having the best game thus far. Uncontested, and you have to give credits to Vita, Smooth, and Susujin. The front lines that keeps him safe.
The combination of the Astral Echo as well with the Energy Eruption, allowing Susujin to easily engage as a Fredrin, is making a big difference here during these team fights.
It is going to be a little bit tough though, considering the fact that right now SRG, they're playing on tin or ice here. They're a level behind Skies. Susujin slowly moving down to his half HP, the calm before the storm. How would they play this move? Showing himself on the Lord. Looks like they want to try and go for the collapses here. Seems like SRG, they're looking to try and catch Sasa off the side. Stormy not going to be able to go do this. Echo connects on 4. That's huge. Holy Baptism disengage. Lord sounds very, very low. Smooth looking to try and show up. He's going to try and zone out Innocent. He manages to scare him off. Black Dragon comes in. Skies, he comes out with a 50-50 trade. But again, Dato does it for KGE. They get Cram. Dato, the inbuilt retribution on this guy. Clutches it for the team. But now Veeder making the play. Innocent goes in for collapse. He's gonna get dropped. Mistakes were made. Innocent, not so innocent now. A shutdown by King Empire. They managed to catch him as well.
Man, Innocent face planted into the wall, got dragged away by Vita, and then failed his flicker. Almost a 7k goal lead from KGE, firmly controlling this game at this point.
This is the furthest behind the Selangor Red Giants have been the entire season. King Empire Esports making their presence known on the map right now. Vita has been microing excellently. Smooth has been forming such a solid front line. And Red Giants are just not finding the space that is necessary. Innocent even being baited in by excellent flicker timings to pull him in using his own Lycan pounce. Only the inhibitors left standing for the Selangor Red Giants. Can the Empire do it?
They're trying as well. Sasa hitting his 15, setting up with the orange buff as well. SRG, they've got to throw everything out. His Echo, counterplay, everybody is revealed on the map. How would they make the jump? Two-man taunt from Zuzajin. Sky's gonna be focused down. No backup from Yubes. This is done. Inhibitor is cracked open. SRG might take their first L ever in MPL MY history. Can they hold on? Innocent still making work on the Lord, but KGE will respect this and back off. They're looking to crack another inhibitor, half HP, but the minions all cleared out. Take two. SRG, they need to wait for this. Innocent getting taunted up. Here comes the counterplay. Smooth looking to zone them off. Peter with the final slash, expecting the Black Dragon, but the Black Dragon used to buy time. Stormy getting caught out for King Empire. Yubes now dropping low, almost dying. Innocent is back. 4v5. All the inhibitors will fall. King Empire continues with their assault. How will they do this? Smooth, very low. SRG, do they make a jump? Sun Sujin with the taunt. They're trying their best to make an outplay, but KGE is got them backed against the wall. They need to buy time. Stormy, 5 seconds before they spawn. Smooth, running his way through, but no, Wither, he made the mistake. Holy baptism, he goes for the side step, but no! Skies falls. What a save from Sasa. Peter will survive. King Empire, they shut down the jungler once more, but Innocent is still alive and they cannot push no more.
Welcome to the death zone. 11,000 gold lead for KGE. All inhibitors down for SRG. Seemingly impossible scenario for SRG to come back into this game, and yet still they have earned one last fighting chance. But Lord is not going to be an option, not without Sakai's. KGE have now gone so close to breaking the perfect season for SRG.
This is a very unexpected result, but I think one that we are all very happy to see. The King Empire, they still have life in them here. Red Giants, look at the AI winning prediction. 87% in favor of King Empire. No tower standing. A 12k net worth lead in favor of the blue side. And the Lord pushing down mid lane with all waves synced. I don't know if they have enough wave clear for this.
The undefeated Red Giants may have fallen for once, as now Skies gonna be pinned away. The Lord crashing in. Echo connects on 4. They're dropping them down low. They're trying to throw everything to clear the minions here, but they're all so low. Final slash from the sides to try and pin them off. Appraisal's wrap as well.
Wait.
Crystal still survive, but Sasa is picking them off.
They got
Part
it.
by part. GG. Well played. The Giants has finally bled for once. The Kings are back. The Empire strikes back. It's not over yet for King Empire. It's not over yet.
Wow, they made this game hard for SRG, but SRG held on for as long as they could. That final Lord fight really, that final Lord defense really came down to the lack of wave clear from SRG, but even then, they made KGE earn every single W.
What a game coming in from King Empire. Selangor Red Giants, first defeat of the season here in the playoffs, and it is King Empire who hands it to them. An unexpected result, but one that shows that you can never truly underestimate whatever your opponent is bringing to the table.
And especially when you have two junglers on the enemy team. Detto, first Lord secured, it really started a chain reaction for the rest of the game, but props to KG's draft, right? We say we needed Vita to take priority, gets the Arlet, take the Fredrin away from Sakai's. And it sets up such a great early game because Vita gets to do every single thing that he wants. They even got the Novaria for Detto.
Not gonna lie, Detto, with that play coming in, he's now officially the Lord Slayer.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, man, seriously.
Like, no retributions. You don't know how it happens, but he gets it done. Like, where? How? Like, his first time making it to playoffs this far for him to make it to day 2. And he's got the Lord. But I'm curious to see who's the MVP is coming for King Empire, because everyone played out of this mines, even Vader. But I'm curious to see who the MVP is. It's gotta be Dato, the Lord Slayer, baby. It's official.
Yeah, man. Also, special mentions to Sasa. I think he went deathless that entire game. His carry was out of this world. But Dato, who can forget about this guy? Someone just, I don't know, just giving retribution at this point, right? He is taking more lures than the junglers we have seen in the playoffs. And just the Novara, the utility that had good synergy with Fredrin, especially with the Arlet from Vita, gave KG every single tool that they need to start an issue with SRG, something that they've been wanting to do for game 1 and 2, but finally achieved it in game 3.
You gotta respect Pocket Picks, man. The moment that Novaria finally slips through the cracks again, Dato shows how it's done against the most dominating team of the entire season. The Astral Echo providing information, providing extra hitboxes so that Sutsujin can get stuns more easily, so that Smooth can engage more easily. Unfortunately, I do feel like the Red Giants went a little bit too greedy. I think they challenged themselves a bit too much in this game, giving King Empire pocket picks and locking themselves into an early game composition.
Now, let's talk a little bit more on the itemizations coming from KGE, right? Like, Sutsujin is still going for the traditional build here, Molten Essence, Brute Force Breastplate. But again, he still prioritizes the Brute Force Breastplate because of those resilience. But this time, he did not go for the Oracle because of the fact that his team did not have healers to compensate that. So that's going to be a little bit of itemization on changes for his item for a jungler. But for me, Dato, my man, he is... someone special here. He rushes Durance, but I feel like the biggest problem that SRG faced was that they needed somebody to start the fight. And Yumes usually does that for the team alongside with Stormy. But when you put Yumes on an enchanted style hero like this, he gets completely shut down by Vader. And even though Vader played terribly in the first 2 games, third game, he was just popping off.
Again, it depends on the tools you're given, right? If you're a carpenter and I gave you a blunt saw, I don't think you can even make me a chair. It goes the same for Vita and Yumes. I think Vita, given the Arlet, and then look at KG's bans. They use 4 out of 5 bans just to shut down Yumes. No Grok, no Cho, no Minotaur, no Matilda, and it definitely put SRG in an interesting spot. And I think this also kind of might just shape up the rest of the series, where it's about whether the roamers can enable the rest of the team to make a play.
Now, it's not just that as well. When Selangor Red Giants is on a composition like this, we can see that their late game scaling is going to fall heavily behind King Empire, which means they need to make things happen early. They gotta snowball, otherwise they just fall off the game. That's why we saw Yumes and Stormy try to zone Dato out instantly, but that cost them, because now it meant that Stormy ended up giving that first blood over. They lost EXP priority and therefore control over the Turtle Pit, and that allowed King Empire to unlock Dato, start ganking Cram, which is the most important hero to start fights in that early game. And when both Stormy and Cram have been disabled, Red Giants don't have enough of a foundation to go into team fights with.
Yeah, it's all about those push and pulls, right? We want to play extended fights, we want to be able to run away and re-engage whenever we need, but Innocent, he's getting played like a fiddle this game because a lot of the Lycan pouncers kind of got him into very rough situations. And
yeah.
I don't know, I think the build was not really the problem. It's more like KG was so far ahead and Sasa was just fully protected. How do you even get to Sasa in this game?
I think it came down to execution, right? Like, I feel like Innocent has finally felt how Roger has kind of been nerfed down a little bit here, because a lot of instances here, Innocent could have just went all in and gotten the kill. And I agree with what you said, right? Oh, great. We could have gotten the kill. But I feel like a majority of these fights is because of the fact that the moment the Astro Echo from Dato comes in, everyone from SRG has to disengage and wait for it to bleed out. And because of all these multiple instances, Innocent doesn't have a counterplay where he can just straight away go in for the one shot and then get a kill. But despite all that, what really surprises me is that this Innocent is still able to maintain high damage against Sasa, who quote-unquote is the tank slayer. And in this case, SRG's got Skies and Cram, one of the tankier ones, but still, they melted like butter in front of Sasa.
Yeah, the moment you saw Sakai's got melted in like 3 seconds in their own base, that's where SRG rings the alarm. Like, oh boy, our front line is no longer a front line. Our Baxia with percentage damage reduction just got shredded in 3 seconds.
It's an unprecedented situation because SRG went a game without dealing a single point of turret damage. That has never been seen before. It was such a one-sided performance that you wouldn't even expect it coming out of these two teams, right? Red Giants, when they drafted this composition, went in with the plan that this is going to be an in and out comp. They need to maintain some sort of presence so that they can engage, disengage repeatedly because they don't want to take extended fights against Carry and Tamus. That's why we see Innocent going for one-shot build instead of the more common like Windtalker or Trinity because they don't want to stay in fights for a very long time. But when they lose the heroes that enabled him to go in and out of the fights, then that entire game plan falls apart.
This time was also a very pivotal pick for KGE where Smooth just sandbags everyone on SRG. Oh, he sees Stormy, he jumps on Stormy. He sees the guys, he does the same, and he completely shut down Cram in the lane on his own, and that itself made it pretty tough for SRG to really have any sort of impact in that game. Even the Hall of Fame, this time Sasa gets his spotlight. Richest man, the carry of the team. So guys, no choice, gotta be the sandbag on the Baxia, but who can forget about the best wingman? 16 assists on Detto out of 19 kills.
Yeah, they have been playing a really, really good game here, and it just shows you to this fact that, you know, sometimes with the right tools, they can win the games. So let's give you a little bit more stats here later on. I think Fredrin, thus far, as well as I think Fredrin in particular is 100% win rate in this series, and Moskov is also 100% win rate in this. No, sorry, actually Moskov is not 100% win rate. Yeah, it's only the Fredrin that is 100% win rate. And I feel like getting the priority for the Fredrin for Suzujin has helped him a little bit more. And to be honest, I think the Novaria is something that SRG just couldn't handle, because a majority of these fights is because of the fact that Stormy isn't able to zone people out while Detto was just secretly peeling everybody from afar.
Yeah, it's a problem stacked on top of a big pile of problems because they let the Novaria through with the expectation that Innocent or Cram would be able to easily find him during team fights and just take him out of the fight most of the time. But again, the problem comes in with the fact that Skies and Cram are not able to frontline. They're relying on being able to survive with the rough healing to actually prolong these fights enough that they can go in and out repeatedly, but they couldn't get that happening. And even though we can still see Red Giants macro play, micro play like this where Innocent nearly escapes, it's not quite enough when their game plan has been truly disabled.
Yeah, I think the turtle fight right before that almost great escape was really what set the snowball in motion, because I think if Suzujin did not land such an impactful Appraiser's Wrath to bring SRG members down low, I think we probably would have had an equalizer. But from that point on, where Sasa had already gotten 4 kills, and then we have the Detto is the true jungler moment.
Yeah, like how did he do it though? He just dropped a first spell, he went for the snipe. Oh, he actually sniped it. That was a sick play coming in from Detto. But at the same time, Innocent, I think there were a couple of instances where Detto was able to outplay Innocent, right? He was hovering around the wall and Innocent went for the Lycan Pounce. But as soon as he jumped onto Detto was on the wall. And because of that small disparity, it created a gap where Innocent couldn't continue to finish off Detto because of that play. And I think Detto is actually pretty cracked.
I mean, even Vita was cracked in that last fight. He was 1 hit from dying. He uses the Vengeance to heal up with the Demon Mark, and then he concealed to run away. I think if Vita went down and Innocent got that reset on the Lycan Pounce, we probably would have seen another defense. Game probably would have gone on for a couple more minutes, but KG really wanted to lock it down, give us that game 4.
Oh, we pose the question, can the Red Giants' dominating win streak this season be stopped? And King Empire shows us that they can bleed as well. And it's an incredible result, an incredible performance from a team that was very shaky throughout the regular season, bringing to us their full potential. We're now going to be going into game number 4, and now all cards are on the table. Who knows what could happen next?
I feel like, again, when it comes to playoffs, anything can happen. And I feel like if you give the right tools to the right person, they will be able to make it happen. In this case, KGE broke SRG's 20-game winning streak. Now, the question here is it impossible or is it possible for them to make the full 3-0 sweep?
We gotta take a look at game 4. I think SRG is in this position where the view up top is so much different, right? But now they've tasted their first defeat. And it's a feeling that I feel like they probably have not felt in quite some time, whether it's scrims or on the MPL stage. Now it's all about the recovery. Can they reset for game number 4? They still have 2 more chances, right, in essence, but can they forget about game 3 and make the adjustments for game 4? I think the draft spoke for itself, where KG figured out what to do with SRG, shutting down Yums and enabling their own roamer. But if we are talking about reverse sweep, I think we gotta see game 4.
If you ask me personally, what separates the top teams from the rest this season has been adaptability, right? Being able to switch things up during the game itself is very important. But being able to switch things up outside of the game is something that we have not yet seen from the Red Giants due to circumstances. So we will see what happens. In the meantime, we have to let you guys know that you should not miss the Snapdragon Pro Series Open Final week number 3. We're gonna ask all of you guys to follow us on social media. You guys can see all the links at the bottom of the screen right there. If you guys want to check out even more MLBB action between all sorts of international teams.
Yeah, 2 Malaysian teams still remained in the Open Finals. I believe it was... Actually, Monster Vicious already qualified to the challenge stage. The one team that's still fighting are the Niners. SRG will also be playing. They are directly invited to the challenge stage. That's going to be very exciting down the road. KG is also part of it. It is only going to build up to be an even bigger occasion when we get to that point.
To be honest, I feel like it's going to be a very, very stressful moment when you talk about the Snapdragon, right? The Swiss format is all so brutal. The strong fight against the strong, the weak fight against the weak. But in this case, what I do know is that the Empire has struck. And in this case, is it enough to topple the Giants? Because again, whoever loses this series will be forced to play in the lower bracket when they have to play longer matches. In this case, if they have to play tomorrow in the loser brackets, that means they have to play 2 additional best-of-5 series before making it into the grand final. So it is going to be very, very tired. But now, I've brought up the point of 100% win rate thus far. Let's talk about the most picked hero. And as of yet, Novaria played by all these players here. Moonji having one of the lowest win rate, most picked, but guess who's 100%? My man. Every time you give him the Novaria,
7 picks.
100%.
There's a reason why Jetto always does not get to play Novaria after like week 2 or 3. Everyone just perma-bans it. SRG, deciding to let it through after a long time, only to discover Detto is not rusty. He still got that Novaria wrist in him.
Ooh, you gotta respect it now. I do personally feel like Red Giants may have used Game 3 as a bit of a testing ground, right? Yeah. They let Viter have Arlet, they let Detto have Novaria, then they picked like a pretty risky comp themselves just to see how far they can push themselves. But let's see what Formaze has to say, because we asked him who he wants to see at MSC. And the player that he wants to see is Yums, because he is ex-teammates. They were both Todak at one point and wants to see him perform on the international stage once again.
Unfortunately to say, even though Todak has been eliminated here, friendships are still strong outside the ring. In this case, Formaze giving a little bit of support here, seeing Yums, can they make it? Because as of now, they're 1 game away from taking a step closer to that dream.
Yeah.
But they're also 2 games away of being kicked down into the lower bracket. So anything is possible in the playoffs. And this is why you guys do not make bets on your guest coins, because it is going to be completely shattered. Expect the unexpected. And so far, it has been surprises after surprises after surprises here at the playoffs.
I would say though, if SRG beats KG in the series, they've already achieved the minimum of their results from the last season, which is top 3. So that itself, I think, well, actually, no, yeah, actually top 3. So that itself, it's a big deal for SRG, right? They came in 2 seasons ago, they finished 5th, 6th, and then last season they got 3rd. This season, they're on track to doing that again. The bans definitely changed SRG back on that red side, still opting to be on the red side. Bans out the Arlet and the Novaria. They've right, all right, testing time is over. And even in SRG's own words, right, a perfect season was not part of the goal. It was just an unexpected coincidence. It occurred naturally.
They let Benedetta through.
They let
Oh,
Benedetta
no.
through. Testing again. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, Loyi was
Wait,
through as
what?
well.
But they're going with Lo Yi instead.
Okay. Pick a poison. Pick a poison, right? You got so many picks.
Okay, that's the thing about the Loyi, right? It's got such a high win rate. It's got such a high pick rate. I've never seen Dato play the Loyi yet.
We're about to see it.
Like, he's shined a lot on his Novaria, but besides that, what else? Like, he's finally shown his Vexana yesterday. He's finally shown a little bit glimpse of Nana, but he kind of crumbled just now as well. But for him to show a Loyi in this stage here, he's got to really bring up to the table. And on top of it all, now, respect brands on the Arlet as well. Viter did not have a good 2 games, but with the Arlet, he was just popping off. So this time, can he bring something new to the table? Because Peter is the reason why KGE is able to have good fights.
Now go back to the Moskov and the Fredrin. I like that. There are some ways to do the Loyi diversion. First of all, having vision, having big AoEs to counter engage or counter engage. Benedetta coming out for KGE. First time in a long time we've seen that onto Smooth.
Ooh.
After being put in the freezer for majority of the regular season, SRG gives them a chance.
They're really testing things here, the Red Giants. Letting Dato have Novaria, now letting Smooth have Benedetta. Like, it's not even them just letting it slip through the cracks. They are purposefully leaving the draft open to just straight up test themselves against these situations. We see the Paquito come out, probably the EXP laner to match Benedetta, but the flexibility is there.
I mean, at least all of us, perfect season obsessed fanatics can put that thought to rest, right? SRG now is just about playing a normal series. Paquito into Benedetta is a very common combo, but I want to see what SRG is going to focus on. We still have the Roamer and the gold laner yet to be picked by KGE. We might go down to the Edith ban again.
Yeah, I think they should. They should at least just shut down Viter's hero pool so far. He hasn't been able to deliver it. But again, it came down to a situation on how they outplay each other in the drafts, right? Like game 1, game 2, SRG, tried to test Viter on his as his maximum, and then suddenly out of nowhere, he pulled in the Harlot, which in this case was something that KGE kind of banned in first 2 games. And when they got it, Viter is just popping off. But the way that how KGE drafted with game 3 was that they also limited all of Yoon's hero, like forcing to play Enchanter's heroes, which is something that I feel as a person who's a fan of or a caster who's seen him for so many years, he is known to be very, very aggressive and very, very good at setting up team plays. And you put him in Enchanter style, it just doesn't feel like Yoon's for me. In this case, look at this, Grok ban. Final ban KGE, Cho again maybe?
Probably
likely.
Probably the ban Cho. If SRG don't want to go for like Rafa, Florin, what else do we have? Kufra? Haven't seen that in a long time.
It has been a while. I'm kind of wondering whether we might see Yums on more of an assassin type roamer, right? We see him pull out the Hellcurt, maybe the Fanny from all that time ago.
Hey, to be fair, I mean, if you pick up the Hellcurt, Loyi in his vision, right? Just make a blind, turn off the lights whenever Loyi goes for the big ult. So
I don't think the Hellcurt is going to be enough here.
Wait.
Nolan is still in the pool, so that's something that I really want to see it do happen. But again, with the Paquito and Fredrin already secured here, SRG most likely not going to be leaning in on it for Skies.
Man, both teams really just locking down the roamers, huh?
Yeah, they have to just shut down everything here. So Cho's gone, so only healers are left. But you know what's really surprised? Angela just completely ignored by both sides.
What if SRG picks Diggy?
I feel like you typically wouldn't go for it yet in this situation.
Wow.
They go for the Aurora again.
Okay.
Try to slow down the team fights against KGE. Not sure how effective it will be against a Baxia Benedetta though.
Oh boy.
Oh no, you can see the fans already taunting King Shah. Ooh, King Empire, not over yet. They're still here. It's like, okay, just smiling. All right, just... Okay, great. That's his reaction.
Speaking of which, where is the meme book by Becky? I thought he would have something cooked up for the day. Perhaps the post-game interview if they win.
That's the thing. He doesn't do it to KGE maybe because it's their rivalry, right? Throughout the entire regular season, the only time that SRG has struggled is against King
Yeah, showing some respect. Tigro now already taken out. We really are going down the going down to the very bottom of the list. Who else is left?
They're going for the Tigreal again. They're forcing double Purifies on SRG. So this feels like a repeat for game 1.
I mean, your Romans can't even take Purify, right? I mean, who else? Ruby on Yums? I mean, Yums has played Ruby before.
Yeah, he can.
There is still an option.
He should. Yeah, maybe he should.
Ruby,
What
Kufra,
is
I don't
there?
know.
Kufra's not bad. Minzatar maybe if you really want to lock down the Benedetta.
You bring out the Todak side of Yums, probably was
Yeah.
Benny roam.
Hylos?
No.
Alright, so
okay.
Edith.
I forgot about the Edith.
Edith was actually banned in the previous game, so this time not having the Edith on him here, this is a little bit more doable for him. I like the drafts coming for SRG. What do you think?
Looking at the draft, I feel like KG's draft definitely it feels a lot more whole, a lot more robust. A lot more robust from start until end, right? You have all the forces that you need. It's same as having Loi Claw, Loi Paquito, Loi Benedetta does the exact same thing, right? You have cross-map movements, you have very fast tempo plays, big setups, big combos. And for SRG, I think this draft, very, very technical. Things have to go out for the Moskov. Your Edith has to get to a great start, and your Fredrin as well. He's going to be soaking up a lot of damage this game.
Well. Heading into the land of Dawn as of yet, fighting for their lives to survive into the next stage here. The Kings has struck back. The Empire has shown what they've got. The Giants do bleed. Game 4. This is King Empire versus Selangor Red Giants.
I blame Sip and Mars, man. Sip is casting, Mars was like napping in the crowd.
That's true.
That's why we're going 5 games. Or potentially 5 games.
Potentially. But yeah, going into this game, I agree with you, Husky. I feel like King Empire has a more cohesive lineup overall. With the Tigreal and the Lo Yi, they have so much teamfight potential. And then they have ooh, that was close. Peter almost stole that purple buff. Forced guys to use the red tree. But here we can see that Peter feeling a lot more comfortable now that Yums isn't on a hero like that Matilda.
And even Smooth getting his hands onto the Benedetta just feels so much more confident, so much more comfortable.
Okay, Sasa is just feeling so much confident to try and trade Innocent here. He's forcing 2 of the roamers to kind of clump up bottom to actually force a fight. They're trading pretty even, and Sasa is level ahead of Innocent. And look at this. It's so oppressive. Okay, finally gets this 2, so it's fine. Not too bad now for Innocent.
I think experience-wise, they're still in the same boat because Innocent just hasn't cleared the wave yet. Sasa gets priority on that, but it's fine. Innocent has Quantum Charge. He's going to heal back up.
A lot of pressure onto the roamers. Oh, Cram nearly getting ganked up here. Will just barely survive, but Flicker wasted.
Smooth, man. Like, you give him anything, he'll somehow just win the XP lane. And for him to just completely shut down Cram not once, but multiple times now, this is a big statement. And Selangor Red Giants, they have to be worried about this. Sasa now losing his matchup down bottom. And with the Turtle going to be back on 10 seconds here, they need Peter up. Sasa needs to be careful. Innocent, very strong. Sasa seems to be finally losing out on the lanes now.
Yeah, those minor consecutive pokes is going to start cutting into Sasa's health pool. Even with the heal that you get, is not enough. They want to get that level 4.
Okay, Crab. Oh, nice dodge coming from Smooth. He's going to be able to get out there. Sunsujin blocks the rotation coming in, but seems like Turtle will be in the hands of Selangor Red Giants. Getting a little bit too feisty, and Selangor Red Giants fights back. Stormy makes the exact same play to try and catch Dato. Even the spear committed in case Dato got messed up. So for now, SRG committing so much utilities.
The fact that they push move back, force it to recall, guarantee them not only the turtle but also allow Cram to move cross map and make some impact. Now Cram will have priority in terms of movement just because of that play.
Cram now top side in trouble. He needs to get out. He's getting completely dived in. Cram looking for the KO punch. Electro final blow committed as well. First blood for Sunsujin. And again, King Empire securing another first blood.
I think King Empire is starting to notice that the Red Giants tend not to put a lot of priority onto that EXP lane. They usually expect Cram is able to hold himself well. And because of that, there's more ganks coming out. Cram being punished a lot more in games 3 and 4. And by unlocking Smooth, especially on a hero like Benedetta, this is already not a good sign for the Red Giants.
Silver lining is that experience-wise, Cram is still the same as Smooth because they did force the early recall. But again, they caught Cram without a flicker. His flicker will be back up Now though, they would probably consider clearing this wave and going for a lane swap just because Turtle is spawning bot side.
Uh-oh, bottom lane, KGE, they've got the whole team here. Selangor Red Giants makes an attempt, but it seems like it's going to be very difficult to do so, as the Turtle preemptively going to be set up from Selangor Red Giants. They go for a spear, okay, clear the minutes, but that's all, as Sasa freezing the lane intentionally against Innocent once more.
It's going to threaten Innocent.
Oh, the diversion, huge. Now Peter, implosion comes in. Crab gets completely shut down, and again, Peter pulls him out of the yin yang combo, but still will fall. Susujin is here to fight against Sasa. 4v2. I think Sasa might be dead. Aurora with the CC dodge. He goes for the sidestep. Sasa, he's trying to hold on for his dear life, but he eventually will die. Now, Skies will be able to get out, but Smooth, he makes it the last moment, but the stun from Innocent saves Sky's life. But Stormy needs to get out. He's not in the clear yet. Peter looking to try and fight him, but Yooms saves him at the last moment. And guess what?
Wow.
Graham finds a kill on the sides. SRG, near-death experiences.
That's a win for SRG.
That's insane, actually. A huge win for the Red Giants. They're going to try and transition it to a turtle take. King Empire not really in position to contest.
Oh boy, Turtle, Skies. Okay, he's got the Reggie. They know they've got this, but King Empire just pouring everything for their play. And now another divergent play. They set up top. Bottom lane Smooth is here. He's getting chain stun. Nice eye for an eye to get a 2-man stun. Electro final blow as well. He's sidestepping everything. He cleared the minions, and SRD, they are threatened. They will back off instead.
Man, if that Earth Shatter was a second earlier, or the onwards was a second earlier, Smooth would have straight up died there. But he again absorbed the pressure of the entire SRG team, allowing Sasa to get a top tier 1.
Uh-oh. Stormy getting doved on, dropping half HP. Susujin, he wants to finish him off as well. Peter with the 2-man implosion. They commit 3 guys, but they can't kill him off yet. KGE may have overthink this a little bit here. The King Empire seems to be, again, much more refined in all these fights right now.
I feel like we're actually already seeing some Grand Finals level gameplay here. King Empire has come on a line. They don't want to lose this.
Smooth, he tried to go for the Electro final blow. He's got caught up, but again, he's able to get out. But top side, Sasa fight Crab once more. XP later, getting shut down by King Empire.
Yeah, you can see the pendulum, the scales really tipping towards Smooth right now. He has escaped 2 ganks. I think he has the tough boost. That's why the combo from Moskov Edith didn't exactly follow up properly. But the fact that they shut down the Paquito 3 times in a row makes it a bit tough for SRG to make any moves. Smooth is holding this bottom lane all of his own, and he's attracting SRG because they want this tier 1.
Can they get it though? Seems like they're calling it Susujin to stop this. Innocent going for the play. Divergent already used, but the minions finished off. Very, very good decisions coming from Selangor Red Giants. They need to make a play. They're transitioning up top. But Sasa, he needs to get out. He's hiding here. He finally shows himself. But SRG would not pick him off. So Turtle going to be priority for Selangor Red Giants. Wow. For King Empire is going to be the purple buff.
State of the game right now, still slightly favoring the Red Giants. They've done. Hold on.
Mistakes. Susujin, he's gonna get caught out. Here comes the chain stun, but he's so tanky. He's able to survive. The toss was comes in, but the implosion comes in. Cat next on 2. Sky still gets the catch, but Dato will settle with Yooms. But the fight makes out. Sasa is on the hunt. He found Innocent, and now he's looking for Skies. He's gonna go for the finish. Appraiser's draft has been used. Sasa survives, and Smooth now looking for the rest of SRG. They're so low. They're holding on from behind. Potato, Sasa from behind. They're so low. I don't think they realize this. They want to go. Okay, they can't. They have to back off.
Man, Sasa killed Innocent with the Lycan Pounce before he took that Spear of Destruction behind Susujin. If not, Innocent would have gotten away, got a kill, and perhaps extended team fight. These small minuscule moments allowing KG to come out ahead. Sasa 3-1-1. And even then, KG has not gotten a goal lead. You put that into perspective, SRG are holding on pretty well considering everything that has happened.
Yeah, they're going to be relying pretty heavily on Innocent here. They know that Cram has been focused very hard, so it's going to be difficult for this Paquito to exert too much presence during these team fights.
Oh no, the divergent play. No way! Just a pixel off. They know what's up. They know they scouted this out, so Cram is safe. He finally gets to play the game for a bit.
Oh, careful there, Cram. He is hesitating.
No way! Crab, you just saw the Roger! He still walked up, he got caught. Peter, what a catch. And now, SRG, they have no choice but to try and defend this here. Tier 2 is very important for them for the space. Aurora drops the out. Peter trying and stall them off. But SRG, every single objective counts now. They're trying to secure it. And they will be able to get a purple buff while KGE is still looking for that opening against this fight.
I'm so impressed by King Empire Esports. They have brought this so far. Sasa is firing on all cylinders. Deto, Sutsujin, Viter all looking a lot more confident. They got their eyes on the prize. They know what they're looking for.
No way, they don't see this diversion. No,
What?
they really don't see it. They're gonna try and snipe the Lord now. Wait, maybe not. Selangor Red Giants. Okay, they're gonna check. They're gonna be fine right now. Peter dropping half HP. He's gonna try and drag Skies in. Electro final blow already preemptively baited out. Stormy, big out comes in. Suzuki still secures a lot, but they've lost Peter first. They need to get out. SRG now on the chase. Skies trying to taunt as much as they can. Innocent finds one. He joins the fight. Dato might be the next to fall. He's running for his dear life, but it's not good enough. Skies takes him down. Only Sasa and Susujin remains. And Sasa, he almost got caught. He's able to reset. But again, Lord favoring King Empire. But Selangor Red Giants, they get 3.
Yeah, getting the Lord doesn't mean anything in this game. At least not for KG right now because they have no one to capitalize on it. SRG, they've cleared the mid tier 1 and tier 2s. Cram has already cleared out the top wave and the rest of SRG will just deal with this Lord. There's nothing much that Susujin can effectively do, not against Innocent at this point, who also cashed in on a couple of kills, and assists for himself.
Oh no, Susujin, he's got no mobility, he's in trouble, he needs backup. The Toys Person has been used on Peter!
What?
3-man devotion! What a play! Dato comes in, but they still lost the fight. Skysu comes in. SRG, they turned the fight. It's not good enough. Sasa was nowhere to be found. The wombo combo was good, but SRG was prepared first. What a save from Stormy.
Man, Vita was good, but Stormy was great. That ultimate completely broke King Empire's momentum. That is the tempo breaker we were looking for. 2 teamfight wins for SRG, knocking on KG's doors.
This might be it here. Red Giants, they got the turnaround they were looking for. A 3K net worth lead now. And we've seen in previous games, all it takes is that one fight to reverse the momentum. Despite all the pressure they were put under, every single player of the Red Giants.
Oh, no way.
Oh.
They're gonna try again. Do they go for it? They need one more. They're calling his move. Graham is gonna be able to get out for now. King Empire playing absolutely out of their minds right now. One small mistake is what is going to be costing them. And SRG looking to find that inch to stretch it to a mile. The calm before the storm.
They're waiting for the flicker to come back up for Vita. That's the key battle spell that KGE needs.
40 seconds on both Peter as well as Yubes on that flicker. How will they do this? Because as of that, King Empire, they cannot afford to lose another major fight like this because SRG, they got a huge lead out of it.
King Empire cannot afford to be the ones to respond in these team fights. They have to be the ones to start them. Because in the previous 2 fights where Red Giants engaged while they're taking the Lord and then Red Giants catching out Sutsujin, it's all about the Selangor Red Giants initiating and wasting resources from King Empire first.
Jin. He sees it, but he's so scared. Everybody knows they're scared. They don't know what to do. Divergent play coming from King Empire. They find one, but no Cram shows up. But as soon as he shows himself, oh no, they're going for it. Here he comes, conceal play, implosion, they get him. No, wait, he survived. The spear comes in as well. SRG, they may turn it, and now the 2-man stun from Innocent. They got both of them. It's over. Dato is dead. Peter is dead. Double kill for Stormy. King Empire, they're crumbling. They need to run. SRG looking to hunt down the Kings and dethrone them from their high horses. Susujin, he is dead, nowhere to run. SRG breaking open the base. 3 down, only Sasa's move remains. Is getting stunned up by Stormy. He needs to run. Sasa holding for his dear life. The minions are crashing. SRG, they will advance to the next stage. They will be the ones to come up on top. They will win this series.
Man, Innocent is too damn good. Did you see what he did?
Yes, I
Spear of
did.
Destruction, he saw the angle and the pin with the Spear of Misery was what really ended everything. Sure, Cram survived, that's an icing on the cake, but the follow-up from SRG is just magnificent.
The micro movements from Innocent continue to solidify him as one of the MVP players of the season. And the Selangor Red Giants officially move on to be the first team to be in the upper bracket finals. One step closer to making it to the finals of the playoffs. But props to King Empire. They have grown so much. And if they can continue this tempo, I feel like they can go far in this competition. Either way, it's time for the interview, so let's throw it up with Rose on the stage.
Selangor Red Giants claiming the upper bracket final slot untuk playoff musim 13 kita. First of all, guys, congratulations. You guys are now one step closer from the trophy. Tapi sebelum tu, I'm gonna go straight for it. Apa yang jadi dalam game ketiga? Apa jadi dengan perfect run korang? Kenapa dapat kalah 1 point?
Actually, maybe sebab biasalah kan, setiap orang ada mistake. So, this time kita orang ada terbuat mistake sikit lah. Dekat draw, dekat in-game sikit. So, it's okay. Sebab kita orang dah kurang satu pressure, iaitu mengekalkan win streak. So, lepas ni kita orang just fokus champion lah.
Alright, I nak tanya tau pasal win streak ni. Since you guys dapat perfect season run in the regular season, adakah satu kekalahan ni tadi buat mental korang ataupun kacau momentum tadi, ataupun memang you guys dah expect playoffs ni is like a fresh start, fresh slate, so korang tak fikir pasal win streak ni?
Actually, kekalahan ni satu pelajaran lah untuk kita orang. So lepas ni kalau kalah ke dekat next stage taklah macam mengejut sangat. Kalau kat sekarang ni kalau awal, okay.
Alright, I like that answer. I really, really do. Okay, can we please pass it to Yums? Alright, Yums. Sekarang, once again, you are, dah dekat dah dengan Grand Finals tu kan? So, I nak tanya Yums, okay? Lepas ni ada lagi satu upper bracket game, mana Homebois dengan RSG akan lawan each other. Siapa menang tu akan jumpa korang esok. In your opinion, Yums, daripada seorang veteran dah main dalam MPL, dah champion berapa kali, you nak jumpa siapa esok dan kenapa?
Homebois lah.
Kenapa Homebois? You yang nak, tapi kenapa tanya Gorgeous
Sebab ada Zorn.
Oh. You nak lawan Zorn?
Saya nak lawan Zorn.
Kenapa nak lawan Zorn?
Sebab hari tu dia dah bantai saya. Tapi golden saya lah, tak mau ada.
Alright guys, so setiap match, setiap game mesti ada MVP kan? So, I nak tanya Stadium MBSJ, siapa MVP korang? Louder! MVP kita jatuh kepada jeng. Mari kita tengok screen. Adakah Humes? Adakah Skies? Adakah Rose? Adakah Innocent? Cram? Stormy? Innocent! Okay, Innocent, first of all, what an amazing game you guys ran, and you won MVP for the first 2 games and then technically now MVP of the match. But I really want to ask, just now, in the 3rd game, you got locked. And when I mean locked, you died quite a few times, and not only that, Yums KS a lot of your kills. Did you get angry at him? You're like, dude, I need my items. Why are you killing my kills? Or did you guys take it as a, you know what, just give them 1 game. It's just 1 game anyways. We're advancing further anyway.
No, it's okay because we're just trying if Rafaela can carry the game. Right? I said we're just trying if Rafaela can carry the game.
Oh, you guys were just trying heroes? Lain macam tau ni. Diorang try hero dekat playoff. Siap, upper bracket lagi. So, the Rafa pick was not planned. It was just a try. Oh, I see. And now we know that it doesn't work with their playstyle because they lost. Okay, let's pass it to Cram. Cram, that last game, game 4, they locked you a lot. Did it disturb your mental state? Did it piss you off? Did it trigger you when you were getting locked? Or you're just like, come at me, waste your skills at me because my team can just, start killing you guys later?
Wala, parang wala naman. Wala epekto sa akin.
Hindi ka napikon?
Ano?
Hindi ka napikon?
Wala lang. Normal lang sa akin.
Wow, okay. Sebab I curious kan, tadi game 4 kita nampak ramai orang gang dia dekat lane dia. TP kat sana, Tigreal ulti dekat sana. I tanya, benda ni boleh buat dia koyak tak? Dia cakap actually tak, biasa je. Tembak I, you tak ada skill, nanti kawan I datang, habis semua. Pandai juga dia ni. Okay, last, pass it to Stormy. Stormy, going up against your former teammates, Sasa and Smooth, before you guys would go through macam korang yang satu team lawan dekat playoffs ni, and now you sent them to the lower brackets. Do you still want to meet them potentially dekat grand finals kalau dorang menang game dorang dekat lower bracket?
Yeah, I hope so. We want to easy game more.
Oi,
Yeah.
Stormy, jangan macam ni. Okay, Gorgeous? Gorgeous, ada last words tak kepada fans, kepada orang yang datang, kepada... Ya, nak tengok. Bila dia ni dah tengok I macam ni kan, I rasa he's up to no good. Which is usually the case. So, apa tu Gorgeous? Kenapa you pakai spec kat sini? Terang sangat ke? Silau ke?
Terang.
Terang.
Terang sangat.
So, what do you want to say to anybody lah? Fans ke, KGE ke, your next opponent ke, mana-mana?
Okay lah. Sini lah. Okay lah. Untuk KGE, gulak lah untuk low bracket nanti, okay? Sebab dia macam ni. Sebab korang pun menang 1 point tu, tapi korang macam menang M6 tu. Untuk fans Selangor Red Giants and the Ultras, thank you sebab support. Korang memang terbaik lah. And untuk esok, kita respect memang kita akan jumpa Homebois. So game Homebois pun memang ramai yang tunggu rematch kita orang. So may the best team win.
Wow, gitu. All right. You guys may now go celebrate your victory. Once again, congratulations on securing the upper bracket finals. Kita akan jumpa Selangor Red Giants pada hari esok. Tapi selepas ni, kita ada satu lagi upper bracket match mana kita akan saksikan perlawanan Homebois menentang RSG MY. Tapi sebelum tu, let's show it back to the casters to wrap up what happened in this best of 5 series. Casters, silakan.
It does always impress me how much stage presence Gorgeous has when you consider that he as well has only been in MPL for like 3 seasons and he's matching up the other players that we've seen dominate that stage in the past. But the Selangor Red Giants showing how it's done once again, and Innocent at the forefront of every victory.
Well, I just thought of something, right? The one game that SRG lost, that Innocent lost, was with the hero that really made him kind of the face of SRG, was on the Roger. But nonetheless, I'm staying off the internet for a while because I think it's about to blow up after this series.
Probably.
But yeah, SRG, the entire series, well, aside from Game 3, the games that they won, Innocent only went down once, and I believe it was Game 4 on this Moskov.
Yeah, and seeing how Moskov has been really, really popular in this upcoming games as well here, we have been seeing either it's going to be Nathan or Moskov that kind of wins the game so far. But seeing how Innocent, even though he's got 1 kill here, that final catch to save the fight for the team here, like especially Cram surviving that Divergent gang, was so on point. Because think about this, right? 1, it's so difficult to hit a long-range spear. 2, to wait at the right exact moment to teleport over, jump at the exact same angle to pin 2 people. That is a very, very difficult thing to do. And for him to pull it off and get that win against KGE just pretty much shows that SRG is definitely so much more mechanically skilled compared to KGE in the fight. But still, I won't take away that KGE did not play well because both sides played out of their minds that game.
They did.
I think this is the best version of KG that we have seen in terms of how they draft, in terms of how they adapt. But in the long run, I think Sadafa brought up this point. What makes a team better than great is how you adapt over time. And I think SRG figured that out, right? They were like, wow, Cram is getting ganked a lot. Smooth is really making life hard. We're going to adapt. We're going to change how we approach these team fights. And at the end, they pushed on the right buttons and it forced KG into this desperation mode. And they punished them.
I feel like they started using Cram as bait. Like they realized, like, hey, they keep ganking Cram. Let's use him. And when you look at the score as well, Cram was 3-4-3. Yeah, not the best, but considering how much pressure he was under, and you compare to Smooth, he was 0-2-2 on his 100% win rate Benedetta. Red Giants proving that as long as you have the mindset to adapt, as long as you're able to believe and have that confidence and find a way out of any situation, there is always going to be a winning path.
Yeah, at the same time, seeing how things is going here coming from KGE as well, I think Dato, he's pretty much solidified himself as a very, very strong mid laner to be actually worried about. But it comes down to execution, right? There were a lot of instances it feels a little bit disconnected from KGE where it looks so good. Like there were a couple, like, especially the final fight, right? I think we have to take a little bit of a slow pill to check at the highlights on how Peter actually approached the fight. Like Suzujin, he made a mistake. He was idling too long with Shield Unity. As soon as he got out, immediately SRG make a jump. Peter went in for the save. Smooth tried to make a save. Dato tried to do something, but Sasa was just so far away. It feels like maybe that play from Suzujin might have just cost KGE, and it just caused a completely big ripple effect from SRG just landslide their way through.
Yeah, I think at the same time, it's also Sasa didn't really want to join the fight because he was not with the team, right? I think maybe KG, the rest of them, they felt like they could win that fight. They felt like, okay, SRG, they blew all their spells. They stopped considering external factors like Stormy showing up with an ultimate to break Vita's combo. Because if you remove Stormy from the equation, that was a super good re-engage. Then again, KGE, it's these split-second decisions that really makes SRG such a formidable team to go up against, because it really felt like you can pour your hearts out and SRG finds the way to stop you.
I think it's just because SRG knows how to identify these windows, right? They exploit openings. And they will find openings in places where no other team would even see them. Like, you see Cram getting caught out like that. They're on the opposite side of the map. You would think they've engaged. Let's slow things down. Let's control the fight since they've already used some resources. Nope, it's just pedal to the metal. Jump on in. Get the two-man pin. Get the kills. They figure they have the damage. The moment they understand that they have any sort of lead in a game is when the Red Giants becomes a different beast entirely. And it is terrifying to have to play against.
I do appreciate the fact that even when you look back at Game 3 where SRG were so far behind KG, they still were trying to actively find a way to fight at KG or at least put up resistance, right? They're not letting KG take whatever they want. They're not letting KG run over them. In a sense, a lot of teams would have done that, and it would be a steamroll, but SRG, they're just looking to fight back at every possible moment. Sure, they didn't win the game, but they sure as heck didn't make it easy for you to win.
Yeah, and also when it comes to the total healing as well, I'm surprised that SRG just had the overall better heals. But considering that now, let's talk about the Hall of Fame right now. Suzujin, sandbag, he tried his best. He took so much damage in multiple instances here. And the only time that he did the best in terms of tanking is that he has to preemptively pop his Toys Persona and tank everything that SRG has to afford. And if he misses that timing, he pretty much drops here. And it's no surprises why he's going to be the sandbag. But the carry, the wingman, and the rich guy, it's got to be none other than Innocent himself.
How can you be the wingman when you're also the gold laner?
He's stealing everything.
But
luckily, he's not the sandbag. If he's the sandbag,
well,
I live for the day that like a player just takes all four of these spots.
I think the hardest one is probably the sandbag.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen people get sandbag and wingman together.
Yep.
But having to combine that with rich guy and carry seems like a very unlikely
Probably
task.
like an over-farm, hyper-farmed Esmeralda can do something like that.
Maybe, yeah.
Probably. I was thinking of Hylos, but yes, Esmeralda makes a lot more sense.
Or maybe an Aldos, but Aldos will be dying so much more.
Aldos probably won't even take enough damage to be the sandbag because he just pops.
One shots, right? Yeah, fair enough. It's either like an Esmeralda or Uranus.
Probably Esmer. I think Esmer makes the most sense.
I could see maybe Fredrin doing it too if he's like really far ahead. But regardless, Innocent showing why he is the MVP of the match. And we can once again look at these highlights of game number 4 because King Empire had a very good idea. Unlock Smooth on the Benedetta, gank Cram repeatedly over and over and over. It feels bad, honestly.
Every single time, man. Like even here as well, because of that play, I think this was the start where King Empire had a very, very good idea. And this is where Sasa as well as Suzujin got a little bit disconnected with the team. They are making a play on the other side of the map, but I feel like Sasa is trying to greed out of the fact that he's still a level ahead of Innocent, and because of that, it kind of caused a disconnect for KGE. But again, if they're playing as 5, they're playing absolute very, very fine.
There's also a point that I want to bring up right now. Despite Cram being kind of the punching bag this entire game, KG just wanted to really go hard onto him. He was never really far behind Smooth, right? Like in terms of levels, he's almost the same as Smooth. Net worth, probably a bit of a difference, but even up to this point, there's not really a net worth lead for either teams.
Yeah, if you ask me personally, I feel like Smooth needed to play the map just a little bit more. I feel like King Empire may have forced him to participate in a few too many team fights because yes, his presence is very important to split the fight in half. He does a lot of damage, but because of that, he's not actually getting a lot of farm, right? You can see that the way they play the map, they're spread up trying to look for farm, but then someone gets caught out, and then even after Vita engages, the rest of King Empire is so far away and they're still looking to try and connect on the fight for no reason at all and giving up more and more advantage.
Yeah, this was the fight I was talking about as well. Like they made a mistake, but again, the pretty much the winning moment here was this spear coming in, connecting to 4. Instantly, Sasa and Vita got pinned. That was done. It's like there's no way out. Nato tried to turn this fight. Stormy caught him. Game over. Double kill.
You can see how the moment Vita runs out of cooldowns, it was already lights out, right? The rest of the team was not even in any position to help them. And even if they were, what can they realistically do, right? They just do not have the resources to deal with SRG in these extended fights. That means SRG is our first upper bracket finalist.
And for KGE as well, luckily for them, they do still have that second life. They'll be dropping down into the lower bracket where they'll be facing off against the loser of the next match. And the winner of the next match will be moving on into the upper bracket finals as well to face off against SRG for that first grand finals slot. Red Giants already expects it to be the Homebois, but we've been surprised quite a few times this playoff, so I think we gotta really keep our eyes open.
I mean, at least for SRG, they have, by the bare minimum, repeated what they achieved last season, right? Guaranteed top 3. And that itself, I think, is already pretty insane because not much teams can have this kind of consistency. And now it's just one step closer, not just to the grand finals and to the MPL trophy, but one step towards Riyadh.
Hey, that's baby steps, right? Like sometimes you've KPIs you gotta hit here. SRG pretty much, coming back to regionally where they were. Now just one more step to grand finals, and who knows, maybe a championship, right? And so far, getting number 1 in regular season, SRG is so close. Now probably the only team that has maybe can hold the undefeated streak. And if I'm not mistaken, the only time that a team has ever done it was Todak.
Yeah, but that was in the playoffs, right? Because they did drop a game in regular season. Either way, I mean, with that behind SRG, they can definitely just focus on the future and focus on playing at the optimal potential.
And I think if you guys want to focus on playing at your optimal potential, you need the optimal tools, just like how you can dominate with spectacular gameplay via the ROG Phone 8, the king of performance, your ultimate gaming phone. We want to take the chance to give a big shout out to ROG Phone 8 for being the official gaming phone of MPL MY and for keeping our pros at the top of their game 100% of the time.
Well, of course, to see how things has been going on for all the game here, I feel like Smooth, he played out of his mind. He's got so much Smooth skills, but again, without the ROG phone, it's hard to play at that level, man. Like, there will be winners, there will be losers, but again, what's most important is the FPS, man. You gotta have the best FPS, you've got the best screen, no lag, no delays. You gotta get it.
Now I'm reminded of something. I have a small complaint, right? That is the first time in a long time we ever see Benedetta got played. Smooth didn't use the MPL skin.
You're right.
He used basic Benedetta. Come on, man.
That's such a waste too, considering how often the heroes banned out against him. But, well, we digress. Let's talk about what's going to be coming up next. Now that SRG has solidified their spot in the upper bracket finals, we're going to wait and see whether it is the Homebois or RSG MY who will be joining them. And this is quite a rivalry, right, between these two teams. I believe they actually debuted around the same time.
Yeah, and of course, coming up next is going to be something that I think everyone knows what's going to happen here, right? Like, it is going to be the loudest, biggest, most packed crowd in this upcoming match here. It's going to be Homebois going up against RSG, and that's something that I think I'm looking forward to as well. I know you guys are excited, but we have to take a short break now, and right after this break, we'll be back with that match. This is going to be Homebois versus RSG.
Let's go. Present. Lo.
No flicker chop kat sana, you want cram?
Ya, boleh. Let's go, Sen.
Anjing, cok.
Aman, Sen.
Nice one, Sen.
Aman, Sen. Aman.
Boleh. Golok.
Watch out. Aman.
I got.
Nice, dude.
I cancel. Push me, can.
I start color. Baksya! Baksya! Let's go. Tekan, Dik. Tekan. Go. Atau.
Let's go. Bobo.
Nice.
Balik.
Tak.
Boleh.
Gak ada bangers.
Mati dia.
Nice.
Bos tur. Dah. Tar layar tur. Tar layar tur tuh. Bisa tur. Oke, guys. Gua aman.
Lobangan.
Lo semua. Lihat gua kan.
Mati.
Hijau belakang. Ini. Lihat. Kena dua. Satu doang.
Mati. Nice one, Tar.
Nih, aman.
Nice one.
Lihat gua.
Aurora di biru ya, Moskov di mid. Bisa
gua ada konsil sih. Mau enggak?
Yuk. Gak ada orang di bawah.
Ini. Mati dia.
Nice one, Tar.
Bene sini ya.
Oh, mama. Outlet.
Boom. Let's go. Down. Let's go.
Wait. Chill. Have minute. Chill lah.
Tapi dia bayar.
Okay, let's go. Tahu.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda. kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Versus satu sekali can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Middle-edge fight as Lone gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, meron na si Patin siya, yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 41! Backline already, and they're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RSG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run.
Kalau kita kata ada satu buah reward manipulasi yang membuat pergerakan dari Liga ke lalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Yo, kenapa tergesa-gesa? Tak boleh tunggu kejap ke? Sama-sama. Bertahanlah. Awak nak mati kat sini ke?
Kalau saya hilang kawan, bunuh saya tanpa lupa. Itu tugas saya.
Mestilah.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Kami akan bantai Barakuda.
Kau nak main sini, kau tak payah nak ada mentality champion. Dia main lepas sudah lah. Oi, kau terus lagi lah.
paling tak boleh lupa time minta maaf?
I have no idea with that. Maybe masih ingat banyak ah.
Nak cerita buruk ke nak cerita baik
Betul adalah macam conflict sikit, macam saya bergaduh dengan mak saya kan, nak masuk e-sport. Sampaikan saya kena halau rumah.
Aku ada terbaca lah orang cakap, ni dah rusty teruk lah, dah boleh pergi kerja kilang lah. tapi ya, aku okey je sebenarnya. Yang video aku viral nangis-nangis apa semua tu, itu bukan sebab aku kecewa dengan kecaman orang apa semua, tak ada. Kecaman netizen semua aku tak kisah pun. Semua tu like aku disappointed dengan aku punya performance je. Dengan apa yang aku bagi, apa yang hard work yang aku put. Tapi end up performance aku macam tu lah. Sebab aku tahu orang-orang yang komen apa semua, diorang tak tahu pun apa yang terjadi. Diorang nampak daripada luar, diorang tak tahu apa yang dalam. Macam ibarat kita tengok bola, dia ni passing betul-betul lah. Kita bukan tahu, kita bukan join training pun. Kenapa Harry Maguire main setiap minggu? Kita tak tahu pun dalam training dia macam mana.
Pergaduhan yang paling risau, perit dan pedih lah kan. Kita tak ada cakap apa-apa, cuma waktu tu MPL Season 6 di mana Todak tak ada kalah lagi best of 3. Waktu tu pressure dia sangat besar sebab orang semua mengharapkan kita menang daripada regular season sampai habis. And waktu tu masing-masing pelik gameplay dia. Pelik gila kan. Macam timing tak kena. Pakai hero pun pelik-pelik. And dengan pressure apa semua pun bengang. Mental, ketuk meja, kata kita main apa benda ni kan. Waktu tu nak play off dah. Tak silap pun lagi 2 hari dah nak play off season 6. Kalau korang main macam ni, better aku pergi main dengan parti-parti Indo joki apa semua kan. Lagi bagus daripada aku main dengan korang kan. Biasalah kan, kita bekerja as a team, as a kumpulan kan. So kalau tak gaduh tu bukan team lah maksudnya kan. So bila habis tu dah macam biasa je lah. Basically kita orang gaduh macam tu je. Dia tak ada lebih-lebih sebab try to be professional lah. Try to not take it personal sebab in the end of the day kita nak kena bermain dengan orang tu juga kan.
The M3 lah for me seriously is so hard for me. The M3. Until now I still cannot forget about it. Just like we scream, we rustic. I think for the 2 days already, almost 12 game like that. And then I score to Zaim, I score to everyone, and then we almost want to fight like that. But after that, I still think I'm correct like that. But I didn't say sorry to Zaim and semua that I feel so bad. Until now, I cannot forget. I think this one moment also.
Have you ever made someone cry?
I think a lot. This one actually is a lot. I feel that I so bad on this. Every season I think quite because of me lah. Because of pressure, I pressure him a lot to cover me to become a best rider. My bad. Sorry. My tank.
Saya adalah minta maaf dengan ibu saya sampai saya melutut. Sampai saya melutut dah saya minta maaf dengan dia sebab ya kan ibu kita kan nak yang terbaik untuk kita kan. Tapi mungkin sebab dia tak nampak lagi lah masa tu game tu macam boleh buat duit. Dia fikir macam masa tu game tu hanya main untuk hiburan, macam bermasa. Tapi bila saya start yang ni yang sebelum ni saya start tier 2 tu saya dah start macam menang tournament. Dan tu dengan RTZ kan. Saya menang tournament dapat duit. Dan tu baru dia dah macam dia dah start support so slow lah dia start support. Kira dia macam penyemangat saya lah untuk teruskan dalam e-sport lah.
Untuk yang memaafkan orang yang dengki dengan AJ. Dengki tu maksudnya dia sampai buat sesuatu, sampai menutup perut nasi AJ sendiri. Tapi AJ tetap memaafkan orang tu. Itu yang paling besar.
Bagi saya banyaklah salah dengan AJ sebab masa kat RSG saya 10 saya banyak marah dia buat dia nangis lah sebab saya tak suka sikap dia. Dan sebab saya terasalah sampai sekarang benda yang saya buat tu salah tapi saya mungkin ego tak minta maaf dan sekarang baru saya rasalah saya sebagai senior saya tak sepatutnya buat macam tu lah kat dia masa kat RSG. Dan saya terharu sebab masa tak ada orang ingat saya, ambil saya, dia yang cari saya dan try saya untuk ke Team Hak. Yalah, saya banyak buat salah kat dia tapi dia masih ingat saya dan saya nak berterima kasih lah dekat Iris sebab bagi saya peluang lagi untuk ke pro scene ni.
Actually
after the game, I will apologize to them. Just like, because I thinking just like I want to win only. Because for my positive, everything is I want to win. I want to improve myself. I want to improve the tank. But I never care about the people feeling anything like that. So, 我可能不太善于怎样去道歉，但是我会用我的行动证明我的道歉方式是对的。
Aku tak rasa semua orang boleh macam aku untuk minta maaf sebab bagi aku kalau kita minta maaf ni kita dah lepas satu tanggungjawab. Aku dah rasa satu kepuasan. Macam even benda tu bukan salah aku, especially salah aku akan minta maaf. Sebab aku tahu kebanyakan manusia ni dia tak nak minta maaf. So aku minta maaf. Sebab benda tu simple lah, dua perkataan lah, minta maaf, tapi tak semua orang boleh buat.
I think even Ducky himself is very vocal about this. They wanted to lose, actually. They wanted to eventually lose against a team because
pro players put in so much time that I've seen videos that Keyboy's hand is shaking and everything like that. Like he's moving his hand like very frantically, you know, that kind of motion.
You know, like I think sometimes we get very caught up in the, you know, Indonesian pride, Malaysian pride, North America pride, Philippines pride, when the reality is like the org just wants to win. You know, that's like the org. It's more of like Team Hawk pride, RSG pride. You know, that's where the management is coming from. It's like I think last year we saw the rise of just MLBB globally.
Oh yeah.
We saw the downfall of NA.
No, don't put it that way.
My bad. We're just on equal terms with Malaysia now.
Hey, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Masa untuk tamatkan semua ni. Jangan. Saya kena.
Awak tak mampu berlawan. Macam manalah pengakhiran akalnya.
Sumpahan! Sumpahan! Berserah!
Awak patutnya bunuh saya.
Ya, tapi ini hari bertua awak.
This will sting. You have my word.
Anak-anak Malaysia bangkit menghadapi cabaran. Cipta sejarah demi satu tujuan. Pertahankan tanah air kita demi kemuncak M6. Ini gaya kita. Ini rumah kita. Satu tujuan, kemuncaknya di M6.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemaskini Liga Akademi rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Satu scalar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana. Ternyata harus hilang.
Edge fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, meron na si Patincha, yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 4v1! Backline already, and they're running for the lives, cutting it. Jerry trying to drag the members of RSG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run.
Kita kata ada satu buah reward manipulasi yang membuat pergerakan dari Mika ke lalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Yo, kenapa tergesa-gesa? Tak boleh tunggu kejap ke? Sama-sama. Bertahanlah. Awak nak mati kat sini ke?
Kalau saya hilang kawan, bunuh saya tanpa lagi. Itu tugas saya.
Mestilah.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Kami akan bantai Barakuda.
Kau nak main sini, kau tak payah nak ada mentality champion.
Dia main lepas sudah lah.
Oi, kau terus gila kamu. Dah.
Nak cari key, tak payah tiket. Paling tak lupa time minta maaf.
I have no idea with that. Maybe
Masih ingat banyak ah.
Nak cerita buruk ke nak cerita baik
Lepas adalah macam konflik sikit, macam saya bergaduh dengan mak saya kan, nak masuk e-sport. Sampaikan saya kenal rumah.
Aku ada terbaca lah orang cakap, ni dah rasti teruk lah, dah boleh pergi kerja kilang lah. tapi ya, aku okey je sebenarnya. Yang video aku viral nangis-nangis apa semua itu bukan sebab aku kecewa dengan kecaman orang apa semua, tak ada. Kecaman netizen semua aku tak kisah pun. Semua tu like aku disappointed dengan aku punya performance je. Dengan apa yang aku bagi, apa yang hard work yang aku put. Tapi end up performance aku macam tu lah. Sebab aku tahu orang-orang yang komen apa semua, diorang tak tahu pun apa yang terjadi. Diorang nampak daripada luar, diorang tak tahu apa yang dalam. Macam ibarat kita tengok bola, dia ni passing tu betul lah. Kita bukan tahu, kita bukan join training pun. Kenapa Harry Maguire main setiap minggu? Kita tak tahu pun dalam training dia macam mana.
Pergaduhan yang paling risau, perit dan pedih lah kan. Kita tak ada cakap apa-apa, cuma waktu tu MPL Season 6 di mana Todak tak ada kalah lagi best of 3. Waktu tu pressure dia sangat besar sebab orang semua mengharapkan kita menang daripada regular season sampai habis. And waktu tu masing-masing pelik gameplay dia. Pelik gila kan. Macam timing tak kena. Pakai hero pun pelik-pelik. And dengan pressure apa semua pun bengang. Mental, ketuk meja, kata kita main apa benda ni kan. Waktu tu nak play off dah. Tak silap pun lagi 2 hari dah nak play off season 6. Kalau korang main macam ni, better aku pergi main dengan parti-parti Indo joki apa semua kan. Lagi bagus daripada aku main dengan korang kan. Biasalah kan, kita bekerja as a team, as a kumpulan kan. So kalau tak gaduh tu bukan team lah maksudnya kan. So bila habis tu dah macam biasa je lah. Basically kita orang gaduh macam tu je. Dia tak ada lebih-lebih sebab try to be professional lah. Try to not take it personal sebab in the end of the day kita nak kena bermain dengan orang tu juga kan.
The M3 lah for me seriously is so hard for me. The M3. Until now I still cannot forget about it. Just like we scream, we rustic. I think for the 2 days already, almost 12 game like that. And then I score to Zaim, I score to everyone, and then we almost want to fight like that. But after that, I still think I'm correct like that, but I didn't say sorry to Zaim and semua like that. I feel so bad. Until now, like that, I cannot forget. I think this one moment also.
Maybe it will make someone cry.
I think a lot. This one actually is a lot. I feel that I so bad on this. Every season I think quite because of me, because of pressure. I pressure him a lot to cover me to become a best slider. My bad. Sorry. I tank.
Saya adalah minta maaf dengan ibu saya sampai saya melutut. Sampai saya melutut dah saya minta maaf dengan dia sebab ya kan ibu kita kan nak yang terbaik untuk kita kan. Tapi mungkin sebab dia tak nampak lagi lah masa tu game tu macam boleh buat duit. Dia fikir macam masa tu game tu hanya main untuk hiburan, macam buang masa. Tapi bila saya start yang ni yang sebelum ni saya start tier 2 tu saya dah start macam menang tournament. Dan tu dengan RTZ kan. Saya menang tournament dapat duit. Dan tu baru dia dah macam dia dah start support so slow lah. Dia start support. Kira dia macam penyemangat saya lah untuk teruskan dalam e-sport lah.
Untuk yang memaafkan orang yang dengki dengan AJ. Dengki tu maksudnya dia sampai buat sesuatu, sampai menutup perut nasi AJ sendiri. Tapi AJ tetap memaafkan orang tu. Itu yang paling besar.
Bagi saya banyaklah salah dengan ID sebab masa kat RSG season 10 saya banyak marah dia buat dia nangis lah sebab saya tak suka sikap dia. Dan sebab saya terasalah sampai sekarang benda yang saya buat tu salah, tapi saya mungkin ego tak minta maaf dan sekarang baru saya rasalah saya sebagai senior saya tak sepatutnya buat macam tu lah kat dia masa kat RSG. Dan saya terharu sebab masa tak ada orang ingat saya, ambil saya, dia yang cari saya dan try saya untuk ke Team Hak. Yalah, saya banyak buat salah kat dia tapi dia masih ingat saya dan saya nak berterima kasih lah dekat Iris sebab bagi saya peluang lagi untuk ke pro scene ni.
Actually, after the game, I will apologize to them. Just like because I thinking just like I want to win only. Because for my positive, everything is I want to win. I want to improve myself. I want to improve the tank. But I never care about the people feeling anything like that. So 我可能不太善于怎样去道歉，但是我会用我的行动证明我的道歉方式是对的。
Aku tak rasa semua orang boleh macam aku untuk minta maaf sebab bagi aku kalau kita minta maaf ni kita dah lepas satu tanggungjawab. Aku dah rasa satu kepuasan. Macam even benda tu bukan salah aku, especially salah aku akan minta maaf. Sebab aku tahu kebanyakan manusia ni dia tak nak minta maaf. So aku minta maaf. Sebab benda tu simple lah, dua perkataan lah, minta maaf, tapi tak semua orang boleh buat.
I think even Ducky himself is very vocal about this. They wanted to lose, actually. They wanted to eventually lose against a team because
pro players put in so much time that I've seen videos that Keyboy's hand is shaking and everything like that. Like he's moving his head like very frantically, you know, that kind of motion.
You know, like I think sometimes we get very caught up in the Indonesian pride, Malaysian pride, North America pride, Philippines pride, when the reality is like the org just wants to win. You know, that's like the org. It's more of like Team Hawk pride, RSG pride. You know, that's where the management is coming from. It's like I think last year we saw the rise of just MLBB globally.
Oh yeah.
We saw the downfall of NA.
No, don't put it that way.
My bad. We're just on equal terms with Malaysia now.
Hey, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Masa untuk tamatkan semua ni.
Jangan.
Saya kena. Awak tak mampu melawan. Macam manalah pengakhiran akalnya.
Sumpahan Berserah.
awak patutnya bunuh saya.
Ya, tapi ini hari bertuah awak.
This will sting. You have my word.
Anak-anak Malaysia bangkit menghadapi cabaran. Cipta sejarah demi satu tujuan. Pertahankan tanah air kita demi kemuncak M6. Ini gaya kita. Ini rumah kita. Satu tujuan, kemuncaknya di M6.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Akademi rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Satu sekali catch to him dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Fight is long, gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, meron na si Patincha, yung ninakaw na si buhay pa rin ang 4v1! Backline already, and they're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RSG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. Just...
Kita akan ada satu buah reward manipulasi membuat pergerakan dari Mika ke lalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumpah.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Yo, kenapa tergesa-gesa? Tak boleh tunggu kejap ke? Sama-sama. Bertahanlah. Awak nak mati kat sini ke?
Kalau saya hilang kawan, bunuh saya tanpa limit. Itu tugasnya.
Mestilah.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Kami akan bantai Barakuda.
Kau nak main sini, kau tak payah nak ada mentality champion. Dia lepas sudah lah. Oi, kontrol lagi lah. Dah. Nak cari kit, tak payah tinggal.
Paling tak lupa time minta maaf.
I have no idea with that. Maybe
Masih ingat banyak ah.
Nak cerita buruk ke nak cerita baik
Betul adalah macam conflict sikit, macam saya bergaduh dengan mak saya kan, nak masuk e-sport. Sampaikan saya kenal rumah.
Aku ada terbaca lah orang cakap, ni dah rusty teruk lah, dah boleh pergi kerja kilang lah. tapi ya, aku okey je sebenarnya. Yang video aku viral nangis-nangis apa semua tu, itu bukan sebab aku kecewa dengan kecaman orang apa semua, tak ada. Kecaman netizen semua aku tak kisah pun. Cuma Ni semua tu like aku disappointed dengan aku punya performance je. Dengan apa yang aku bagi, apa yang hard work yang aku put. Tapi end up performance aku macam tu lah. Sebab aku tahu orang-orang yang komen apa semua, diorang tak tahu pun apa yang terjadi. Diorang nampak daripada luar, diorang tak tahu apa yang dalam. Macam ibarat kita tengok bola, dia ni passing betul-betul lah. Kita bukan tahu, kita bukan join training pun. Kenapa Harry Maguire main setiap minggu? Kita tak tahu pun dalam training dia macam mana.
Pergaduhan yang paling risau, perit dan pedih lah kan. Kita tak ada cakap apa-apa, cuma waktu tu MPL Season 6 di mana Todak tak ada kalah lagi best of 3. Waktu tu pressure dia sangat besar sebab orang semua mengharapkan kita menang daripada regular season sampai habis. And waktu tu masing-masing pelik gameplay dia. Pelik gila kan, macam timing tak kena, pakai hero pun pelik-pelik and dengan pressure apa semua pun bengang. Mental, ketuk meja, kata kita main apa benda ni kan. Waktu tu nak play off dah. Tak silap pun lagi 2 hari dah nak play off season 6. Kalau korang main macam ni, better aku pergi main dengan parti-parti Indo joki apa semua kan. Lagi bagus daripada aku main dengan korang kan. Biasalah kan, kita bekerja as a team, as a kumpulan kan. So kalau tak gaduh tu bukan team lah maksudnya kan. So bila habis tu dah macam biasa je lah. Basically kita orang gaduh macam tu je. Dia tak ada lebih-lebih sebab try to be professional lah, try to not take it personal sebab in the end of the day kita nak kena bermain dengan orang tu juga kan.
The M3 lah for me seriously is so hard for me. The M3 until now I still cannot forget about it. Just like we scream, we stick. I think for the 2 days already, almost 12 game like that, and then I score to Zaim, I score to everyone, and then we almost want to fight like that. But after that, I still think I'm correct like that, but I didn't say sorry to Zaim and semua that I feel so bad. Until now, like that, I cannot forget. I think this one moment also.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star.
nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Moontalk. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
The time has come for festivities to continue here in the MPL Malaysia Season 13 playoffs. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back and thank you for joining us once again on the English stream for our final and second match of the day. My name is Stafa and joining me on the desk today, we've got Husky as well as Icy Baby 1-2. We just came off a really interesting series. What did you think about it?
To be honest, I felt like that was a grand final worthy here. And low-key, I'm not gonna lie here, I wanted KGE to actually make a reverse sweep to drag into the Game 5 because that was such a close one. It was a little bit slow start for King Empire, but again, we all have those Monday blues. So in this case, warm-up days. But again, this is the playoffs. Anything can happen. Expect the unexpected because they were able to take a game off SRG.
Yeah, and I think that takes a lot of weight out of SRG's shoulders, right? No need to maintain a perfect run. They cannot take off the Rock Lee ways and finally put on the second phase that we might see tomorrow. And speaking about tomorrow, this best of 5 decides who go up against Selangor Red Giants in that upper bracket finals. Homebois against RSG MY. To be real honest, I'm just going to come out the gates and say that I have my money on Homebois. They look so much more solid, but I'm ready for RSG MY to surprise me.
Yeah, I think a lot of us will have our bets on Homebois overall just based off their performance in the regular season. But like you mentioned, we've already seen some surprises today. So I get the feeling we're going to need to be as energetic as possible to prepare for anything unexpected that'll happen in this match as well. And what better way to do so than by recharging yourself with superior taste and quality Arabica beans by grinding on with Nescafe.
Yeah, and of course, I have been high on Nescafe, man. Like legit whole day is just drinking Nescafe, you know. And to be honest, getting super hype is a good thing. Considering the amount of games that we have seen thus far in the playoffs. Yesterday we had full best of 5, we had a full 4 games, and now right from the get-go 4 games as well. This final game, Homebois against RSG MY, again, like you said, right, the odds. Homebois is the favorites. Homebois is the ones that everyone expects to win. Imagine this, it goes to a full 5 game.
No, I thought it was a continuation from that. I thought you were going to double down and say that RSG MY wins that.
It's not impossible. We've already seen some surprising things, but this is going to be a spicy one. We got extra spicy special because on Homebois, we got Util, on RSG, we got Rippo, kings of taunting in their own respective rights. And both players going to be looking to have that chance to taunt, to flex their superiority by coming out victorious.
I think for Rippo, this is, there was this whole joke yesterday, right? That Maima told Rippo that he's gonna knock him out of play-ins and then have him rest and focus on, his family. He just got engaged. Congratulations, Rippo. But apparently the journey in MPL playoffs continues for him, at least for now.
Well, at the same time as well, guess what? I feel like both of them definitely has some sort of rivalry as well because initially, Udil didn't really want to play as the same team with Rippo in their All-Stars match under, I would say, Dark System as a team. So for Rippo to actually have this integration with him, I think that is going to be a little bit interesting one. But for now, let's take a look at what the fans have to say.
So hari ni kita nak predict siapa yang layak pergi sampai ke final. First of all, Todak KG kita tahu. Todak dia lagi kuat sebab tu dia dah bantai. So Todak akan menang dekat sini. Todak akan menang dekat sini.
KGE menang ah. KGE menang 3-2. 3-2 ah KGE menang. Sini.
Yeah. Alright. SRG lawan Todak, Homebois RSG. Dekat sini kita tahu. Diorang datang daripada bawah, tempat diorang pergi mana? Tempat diorang pergi bawah balik.
SRG KGE pun masih KGE walaupun tak berapa logik.
Of course, SRG will win.
KGE.
Sorry fans Homebois RSG. Sebab kalau KGE tak boleh pergi, Homebois pun tak boleh pergi.
Kat sini ada Udil, ada Chibi dia semua, tapi kat sini ada Innocent, ada Yums. So Homebois akan kalah. Homebois akan pergi dekat sini dulu. So maksudnya SRG akan tunggu dekat grand final.
Homebois KGE. Homebois. Be fair, okay?
Homebois dia akan turun mengutang Todak.
Homebois dengan Todak. So permusuhan di antara Homebois dengan Todak ni, antara bos Lan dan juga Daddy Hood. Kat sini Daddy Hood menang sebab Daddy Hood sokong Chelsea.
Untuk final, you rasa siapa akan menang night? KGE, of course KGE.
Champion KGE lah, tetap champion.
Okey, SRG. Sini SRG menang. Menang SRG duduk sini. Dekot. Okay, itu je saya punya prediction.
Kenapa Homebois champion? Dia simple saya tunjuk kat korang kenapa Homebois champion. Dekat baju dia dah ada crown untuk champion. Nampak? So, SRG terpaksa pergi dekat wildcard. Apa-apa pun ini cuma prediction, jangan terlampau percaya. Okey.
I think it's real fun that every single time we see someone predicting a team. Oh, we even got the Viking clap going on here. The fans are ready. The atmosphere is electric, literally cheering every single time Homebois was mentioned during that prediction video as well. So we got a really fun match coming up ahead of us.
Yeah, we get a very, I mean, the English desk has always been getting the crazier fans, right? I mean, we get SRG, we get a Homeboy, sometimes we get Todak. I think right now, Homeboys are at an all-time high.
Well, I wouldn't expect any less from our defending champions after all, but a rivalry at RSG is hard to overcome. Let's invite both teams up on stage.
Homeboys!
The moment has arrived for the defending champions to take the stage and prove they have more than just popularity. They have the power to dominate the league in a back-to-back seasons. Udil, Sword, Sapat, Nats, and Chibi are each game winners on their own. Together, they set the storm their way to Riyadh, presenting the almighty Owls, the crowd favorites, the Homeboys!
RSG MY!
With a resounding victory against Team Hak, the MPL MY Season 7 champions are looking sharp with formidable eyes. Though many have doubt they are past their prime, the Malaysian Raiders are determined to defy the odds and push the defending champions down to the lower brackets. Make some noise for RSG MY! Introducing the coach and analyst for both teams, and head of League Ops Cedric, who will ensure fair play and professional integrity of the match, which coach Pops as well as Nobody from Homeboys and Sora from RSG.
Fist bumps all around for the teams to get it started. It's going to be quite a bout.
Two former champions in their own right. Homeboys currently looking to defend their title, and RSG looking to regain the glory they gained all the way back in Season 7. These two teams have had many chances to encounter one another throughout their history here in MPL MY, with both coming up on top in various timings. But right now, RSG definitely having a rivalry, considering that Homeboys did send them down to the lower bracket previously in the playoffs. So we'll see what happens this time.
Yeah, I mean, RSG Malaysia has never beaten Homeboys since last season, right? They always come close. In fact, the game that immortalized Homeboys as one of the best teams was actually the very first game they played against RSG MY last season. So this is a year-long, season-long rivalry that I can't wait to see what RSG MY has provided. But we have Homeboys starting lineup.
Yeah, when it comes to the roster as well, Udil, Sapat, Nats, Chibi, and Sword here. When they first came in, there was a little bit of a shakiness between the team themselves, the players themselves, maybe communication, but eventually they kind of figured out around how to play around Udil's comfort picks, right? Like, he's going to be the guy that is going to be doing so much work as the main player here, even though he doesn't have the highest GPM in this game, but he has been in all the fights which crucial details actually set up for the team to actually take objectives. However, again, they've lost their game against SRG. That's the only downside, the only team that they have lost to.
If SRG as a team is flexible and adaptable, Homeboys as a team is aggressive and bombastic. This is a team that wants to come out the gate swinging. They look for setups, they look for ganks, they want to get kills, they want to get objectives. We know Zorn, as the in-game leader, has been making a lot of strides for the Homebois, but will it be enough when they're going up against RSG MY?
Yeah, when we saw a video in the previous series talking about favorite roamers, Zorn has been mentioned countless of times in different roles, such as, being a shot caller, being aggressive, playmaker. But I think we are overlooking Storm, right? I think he himself is overlooking himself in this Oroma regard, because I feel like when you look at Storm and its capabilities to take initiatives and make plays and make those necessary calls for RSG MY to get ahead in a pinch, he always finds success with that.
Yeah, and of course, Storm going to be the ones that is going to be taking charge in the roamer position here. But generally, after seeing RSG MY's yesterday's performance against Hawk, I'm generally worried about Vinogo, because when we talk about best junglers, right, we immediately think about how Chibi has been consistently winning all the retributed battles since their debut from Season 7 until now. He is still very, very on par with his mechanics. But Vinogo, yesterday, didn't seem to be able to get much retry for himself.
Honestly, Vinogo himself recognized it when he was in the post-interview, right? He said that he was not performing yesterday, missing all his retry timings, and wants to make up for it today. But when he's up against someone as consistent as Chibi, is that going to be an achievable result?
I think this is going to be tough, because people were drawing comparison of Chibi wanting to take out, the Filipino junglers, right? He was issuing challenges to Demon Kai last season, and even Rose asked Vinogo, do you think you can live up to that? And I think for now, Chibi definitely looks a bit better overall, but I'm not putting Vinogo aside. I think if he cleans up yesterday's performance, he can stand a chance, but when push comes to shove, I think Chibi is more on the ball.
Yeah, and speaking of Chibi's consistency as well here, he was the guy that set the tempo, right? When nobody was playing Nolan, he played the Nolan and got one of the highest ever GPN in all MPR regions for this season. So for him to actually set the standards is a statement here. And my question here is, this was before the hotfix. Will he be able to do it exactly the same here in the playoffs?
With the hotfix being introduced to the game, it logically sounds like Assassins would get more of an opportunity, since now it's no longer quite as safe and easy to just invade into the opponent's jungle. But tank junglers still provide that safety, that efficiency that Assassins don't. So we'll see whether Chibi still is able to pull out that pocket pick. For now, we're also gonna real quick go over to the side of the Homebois, ask for a little bit of fan service there, ask for some poses from Sabat. He just read it. He like, oh wait, okay.
Yeah, he thought he was supposed to be the one that holds the card. That's funny.
A small pose there for the Homebois fans. And speaking of, we have a lot of Homebois fans here.
Hey, I mean, this is not even the grand finals just yet, right? Imagine if we get to that stage. A lot of people were looking at Homebois to be poised to take one of the slots. I'm expecting, if this is only the second day of playoffs, oh boy.
Yeah. And of course, now let's talk a little bit more on how Sapat as well as Repo, right? Because these are the two best XP laners. And in this case, who is the better one? Because personally, I feel like Repo, whenever he steps in, he makes ripples for the team. Whereas Sapat, he's there when he's... I don't know. What do you think? Tell me more.
Sabat's the type of player that likes to set up a little bit, right? Like, in the past, when Sabat first debuted, he was more of an ego challenger. He wanted to take those 1v1s, he wanted to kind of make plays across the map, but I think he's definitely taken a bit more of a supportive role recently to set things up for the rest of the team, whereas Rippo is still a little bit of that former style. Now, we're gonna ask Rippo to do the same thing. There we go.
He's the smooth one. But again, who's better? Answer the question. Who do you think is better? Repo or Sapat?
I think they fulfill different niches, but I do think that Sapat is a EXP laner, is a bit more consistent. Either way, let's see what Daddyhood has to say to the Homebois. He says, do your best, trust in your strength and your team, trust everything that the Homebois have, and that they'll do the very best to become a back-to-back champion. No one has done that yet in MPL MY.
Yeah, and especially I think when we are entering kind of a new phase. And speaking about new phase, let's enter the drafting phase for Game 1 between these two teams. And just special shout out to the Homebois Syndicate team, which is Homebois Academy team. They are all in the front seat, just seeing how the big brothers take on the big stage.
You know, I like how every team, actually almost every team has gotten new jerseys coming to the playoffs here. And I'm not gonna lie, Homebois' jerseys. Ooh, what do you think about this one? Like, do you like last season's one or do you prefer this season's one?
Hey man, Daddy who gave me a jersey before, I'm happy.
Really?
Wouldn't mind if you give me another one. Yeah.
I want a jersey.
No way! After so many seasons, I've not received a single one from Daddy and you got one just 2 seasons into MPL?
No, you're wrong, you're wrong. 1 season, I got it last year.
No way, Husky!
Thank you, Daddy Hood. Love you a lot. Love you so much. Homeboy's gonna win this for sure.
Maybe you can just walk into the room right now.
I think I'm out. I'm done. Like I will never get a Homeboy.
We're on the Homeboy side, and their room's right there.
This is their somebody
clip
you
this.
Just walk down there.
This is not
the door.
fair. I've been watching your games and casting your games since season 3 until now. It's season 13.
Season 3?
Yeah. I've not gotten a single one off him, and you got it off 1 season. How is this fair? This is biasness and the fight. I don't know what to say. Like, I'm done. Whatever.
I mean,
whatever.
If you look at it from another angle, at least you could walk properly. I could not walk. Life is not fair to everyone. God is fair to everyone. But I want to talk about the draft a little bit. Matilda being led through by RSG MY means Homeboys are going to pick it up instantly. I think if RSG, usually they have the tendency to go for the Valentina first phase for Izanami or any sort of utility hero. In this case, I think Valentina probably is the direct choice. And then you probably couple it up with a jungler.
We'll see whether they go for that. RSG has definitely shifted up their style of drafting here and there. Sometimes they'll prioritize Leo's hero first. Sometimes they'll prioritize Venogo or Izanami first. They do usually like to leave Storm and Ripple until a little bit later on, unless they can guarantee a specific hero. But RSG, now that they're going to be face-to-face with the Matilda, which dominated earlier today in the hands of Yumes, they're going to be going for the Fredrin and the Novaria.
Okay, looks like we are going to see a little bit of comforts here coming from Homeboys. They might get the Barats here for Chibi, but the question here is, does Chibi want to play this, right? Like, we saw how Matilda has made a huge impact in the previous game for SRG, even yesterday's game as well. So, for it to be led through here in the current patch, it's weird to see that now they are prioritizing on other bands over the Matilda.
Yeah, I feel like for RSG MY, if you think from their perspective, their hands might be a bit tight in this banning phase, right? You cannot let a Harry through no matter what. But you also have to ban the Chip because Zorn has been tearing up a Storm. And Chip just got buffed. And we now get the Nolan and Natan for Homeboys. Comfort picks.
And the crowd goes wild instantly. The Nolan pick in the hands of Chibi, which achieved the highest GPM overall across all MPL regions this season. Going to be making an appearance alongside that Natan. RSG goes for the Roger, but the success rate of this hero today has not been particularly stellar.
I think just like, 2 games of Roger, both of them ended in losses. 2 or 3, 2 games, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. But overall, I think Barbara, this is probably very direct. I don't see too much of an anomaly yet. I know Homeboy Chibi loves his assassin, right? He's probably one of the few junglers that is still actively given that Nolan, despite the minor meta shifts.
Wait a minute. Why would they ban the Barats considering that RSG has Homeboy has pretty much shown Nolan, right? There's no way they're putting Barats jungle.
I mean, there's a Barats XP.
Yeah, I know, but would they force that on Serpat? Like, Serpat can play a Paquito, he can play Benedetta as well. So I'm very surprised RSG MY just like double down on this Barats ban.
But you have to think of the setters, right? Like, they have revealed jungler, gold laner, and roamer. You still don't really have a front line. I think you need someone to set up fights. So Barats is a good choice. You probably have the Terizla, Tamus as well. These two are probably the options. X-Borg, so 3 more premier picks that I think Homeboys can get their hands on. Homeboys himself banned on the Terizla. We seen Ripple yesterday, right? This guy went 9-1 on the Terizla.
Yeah.
We can't forget about the Paquito as well, Sepat's namesake. So there's definitely a good number of EXP laners still available in the pool. I think getting rid of the Barats here does make a lot of sense because you don't want to give an easy way to just remove the Fredrin from objective control here. It's still a counter, even if it's not the jungle pickup for the Homeboys. So RSG wants to make sure that that won't be a major issue. They'll also ban out the Arlet. So focusing on making sure that their team fight potential is going to be solid.
Okay, Sepa now has to make a decision. Who is he going to be facing off here? Because I'm pretty sure Repo is in a situation where he will get first priority pick on that XP later. So if Homebois decides to double down on it XP ban, means that he will be in a little bit of tough spots here. So is he going to let the export through? Is he going to pick the Khalid? Is he going to pick the Paquito? Does he double down just banning it off? Because as of now, what's a good XP laner that can deal with Nolan? And I feel like Phoveus is not great. Like people say, oh, Phoveus is great, you can have a lot of dashes, but no, against a Nolan, it does absolutely nothing. So I feel like, oh, they don't show it yet. Okay, they go for the Edith first.
I think Nolan is one thing going up against the Nolan, but it's also the Matilda, right? The fact that Matilda exists in Homeboy's draft means that if you don't have something with a hard lockdown like a Terizla, there's really not much XP laners that can reliably keep you in place. It all requires your mechanics like Lapu Lapu, sure, but you need to land the Land Shaker. Same with Khalid if you go in with the ultimate. I think in this case, RSG MY, you don't really have the optimal choice, but you have viable options.
Oh, I'm surprised they didn't go for the Sapaki though. They're going to go for the Tamus instead, coming from Homebois.
Need a setter.
They need a strong front line, and I guess Tamus is pretty tanky if you think about it, because they only have one front line.
Yeah. And not only do they need a solid solo front line, they need an EXP laner that they can pick blind, because they don't know what Ripo's hero is going to be just yet. It could be the Edith, but they're not too certain, so better to go with a hero that will win most matchups quite easily, and I think Tamus is one of the few heroes that will fit both those bills for the Homebois. So with their draft complete now, RSG gonna be looking for that EXP laner for themselves.
Yeah, and the second thing is that this Tamus, RSG MY at this point of time won't have enough damage to even scratch the Tamus from, at least for the first, 5 to 8 minutes. So they're gonna pick up the Ruby instead. This is most likely gonna be a Ruby roam. And I think it makes a lot more sense. Tamus in the Edith, I still feel like it's Tamus' favorite, but at least for the Edith, you have some sort of a lane control with that wave clear.
Interesting to see how RSG has actually drafted it accordingly as well. They bring in the Ruby. There is going to be some sort of disruption, but I don't know. This feels like there's a lot of mobilities coming from Homebois, whereas RSG MY, they will have a more annoying comp. What do you guys think?
I think based on what we're seeing here, yes, you're correct. Higher mobility composition from the Homebois. They want to snowball, they want to gank, they want to get kills on Chibi's Nolan. So RSG knows they're not going to be out-mobilizing a Matilda, so they're going to play for strong side lanes instead. By having Edith and Roger in the side lanes, they're heroes that are difficult to gank easily, and that might delay them enough to get to mid-game.
Oh, well. We shall see. Will the defending champions dominate? Or will RSG MY go and defy against all odds to prove themselves to be prime? This is the best of 5 series. Game 1, Homebois versus RSG MY.
Homebois literally in their comfort zone right now. The draft allows them to not just be mobile. This is first blood already.
No, what?
We're seeing the damage, the hot fix in the jungle coming into play. First blood for Lo Liao. Oh, this is what a start they have.
Yeah, an excellent start. Now even harassing Udil out of the mid lane, denying him from EXP, forcing Purify from Zorn. This is exactly the opening RSG MY was looking for. But Chibi still gonna continue on his usual pathing.
I'm surprised they actually decided to go for the invade here, but now lethal in the hands of RSG MY. Zorn still going a little bit more pesky here as he tries to go for invades. It's not even 2 minutes yet, and the penalty still applies to Homebois. This is going to put them in a very awkward situation, but Zorn is going to try to push the pressure here. Chibi now, level 3. He wants to try and steal the jungle here. He's going to make an attack, but he's taking lesser damage. But guess what? The burst coming from Storm and Verdogo, chopping Chibi onto his half HP.
I think Chibi didn't get the camp, so that is good for Venogo. At least he's not falling behind in terms of experience. They'll hit level 4 at the same time. Retri will come back up for the objective. Izanami also gets to fall back, but he does have that experience advantage. So the early game for RSG MY at this point of time is going pretty swimmingly.
One benefit for the Homebois is that dying that early on in the game actually has a lot less impact as if you were to give first blood like 2 or 3 minutes in. Zorn's able to respawn quite quickly, doesn't miss out on too much EXP. The only thing they lose out on is that first blood gold. So RSG MY only with a 600 net worth lead for now as we jump on into a quick pause.
I believe it's called by RSG MY. Izanami's side. We'll get that checked out make sure that both teams are going to be playing at their optimum potential. But this is good for RSG MY. I think they looked at Homebois draft and they realized that this draft relies on the Tamus primarily to front line. They want to be able to peel in and out of a fight with the Matilda. They're mobile, but at the same time, they can't really fight you man-to-man as a 5. So if you can outnumber them in that early stage, you punish Zorn, you make sure that your cores get a hit, that mid-game is going to be a bit more smoother for RSG MY.
Looks like there is something wrong with Storm's setup right there, so they are going to be fixing it as quickly as they can. Meanwhile, I think this is a good time for Homebois to actually figure out what they need to do, right? Because think about this. They made a little bit of small mistake coming from Zorn here, so how do they redeem about this? You talked about this, but now, well, we've got Daddyhood, the man here. He's going to be posing like his favorite hero. Who's his favorite hero right now?
Phone?
Oh, he's going to pose Hayabusa.
Wow!
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. I like it.
We got the approval from the cameraman himself too. So that's pretty good. Good job from Daddyhood there. So going into this game, Homebois have already started out just a little bit slow because unfortunately they gave up that first blood. But the important timing for a comp like this is still going to be that first hurdle and whether or not Chibi can get a couple of kills to get that snowball going.
Yeah, he's one of the fastest Nolan players in MPL MY from even from last season until now. Look at the Amoy, yes.
You know what's up. It's about game time and we're jumping back into the game. And as you can see, RSG MY, they're going to be trying to contest for the turtle pit for now. Homebois already in position, dropping down pretty low. Here comes Echo coming in, but they're going to force the fight by Vinogo. He wins the retry battle. Homebois, they need to back off. They're going for the combo as well. They're going for a drop. Vinogo finds the kill on Audio. And now Homebois, they need to get Sapat out. Fortunately for them, they are able to do so. But Storm with the flicker play, he wants to chase Sapat. He doesn't want to get him out of there. Izanami missing the snipe. Venture sends him off. Storm is going to try and come into this, but Sapat eventually falls under turret. Zorn also needs to get out in one fell sweep. RSG MY wins the retry battle, picks up 3 kills, and now they're looking for more. TV tried to be a little bit cheeky, and he's also dead. What happened to the defending champions?
Wow.
Prime RSG MY.
That's a 2k gold lead from that sequence. Everything went right for RSG MY. Props to Ripple. His Flicker Earth Shatter completely messed up Udio because it sent him into a straight up Appraiser's Wrath that killed him instantly. And of course Storm taking out Serpat, forcing the vengeance of all things. And icing on the cake, they even cash in on Chibi trying to sneak away the purple buff. So this early game is a disaster for Homebois.
And that is straight up a disaster. We already talked about how important that first turtle timing is for composition as running a Nolan. Not only did Homebois get dismantled there, not only did Chibi lose retry to Vinogo, but trying to vertical jungle cost him his life, and that's going to put an assassin jungler in a situation where he's not going to be able to contribute for a little while, and is exactly what RSG MY is looking for.
Oh boy, this is something that we did not expect right from the get-go. Who would have thought? RSG MY putting Homebois at their own place here. Maybe a little bit of mistake, but they definitely are putting on a show. Meanwhile, bottom side, Circling Eagle comes in, Stone taking a little bit too much damage here. He's buying a little bit of time here. Eventually, here comes Nets with the entropy, but he's not able to get the kill. And RSG MY, they hold on once more.
They even get a kill on the Sapat, right? They brought Vinogo up top, and Ripple cashed in on that. And now Vinogo is a level ahead of Chibi, takes the purple buff away.
Oh no.
The snowball continues for RSG MY, 3k goal advantage as the second turtle spawns.
This is terrible for Homeboy, straight up, but really good if you're an RSG MY fan right now. Storm taking a lot of poke damage, but I'm not sure if this is the fight they're looking for.
Oh, I'm Offender comes in. They are going to try and force the issue. Circling Eagle comes in. Oh, Zor not committing to Storm, so they are going to both disengage, knowing that it's just not worth it. Udi also popping the ult here. Not going to be able to do too much damage, so but thinking about shoving the top side, but Turtle completely ignored from both sides, not having retry.
If you're RSG MY, you probably don't need the turtle as much as Homebois does, but even Homebois can't really walk up. Chibi needs to start power farming, just got the Hunter Strike, but Vinogo, he's starting on the turtle already.
Oh, let's see how it goes here. Zorn still trying to body check his help as well. He's looking for the right timing. Echo comes in. Chibi looking for the backline. Circling Eagle as well. Repo taking a little bit of damage, but Chibi snipes him from right under Vinogo. Vinogo with the Appraiser's Wrath, not going to be able to connect. Homebois is able to steal it away like the sneaky little chicken they are.
And Nets gets killed off. Again, the combined efforts of Storm and Lo Liao. We talked about RSG MY not really needing the turtle as much as Homeboys. Chibi got a drive-by, but they lose their Natan.
And we're seeing really smart plays being made here by both teams. Homeboys choosing to go for an in and out, steal the turtle, disengage from the fight because they know they're behind. But RSG also taking advantage of the situation to play the opposite side of the map and start giving advantage to Lolil. We talk about the snowball on Nolan, but a snowball on Roger is just as scary. And Lolil currently is already 2-0-1.
RSG MY currently 3k network feed, and now they're going to try and force it into Nets. Gets caught out in the middle. The Tilda with the saves forces an entropy as well to get out to safety. So he's going to be A-OK for now, but Chibi getting zoned out by Repo. Not the perfect Nolan game for him this time, as Homeboys is struggling to make ends meet across the map.
Yeah, RSG Malaysia just straight up abusing Nets, knowing that he does not have Purify for a while more. If not for the guiding wind, Nets would have 100% died in the situation. Even despite that, RSG MY, they're going to cut this bottom wave in an attempt to get this tier 1. Loleo's not going to be scared of Chibi.
Oh no, Loleo's taking a little bit too much damage. Chibi's looking for the flash. Nice light compounds coming from Loleo to die the initial burst. But Chibi is down towards the final 2 charge. He might die to this, and yes, he's dead. Killing spree for Loleo's. Now top side as well, another engagement happens as well. Repo is going to try buy time. Zord manages to escape the shatter here.
What did we say? He's not going to be scared of Chibi. He's just way too strong. If Chibi can't land a full combo without him dodging it, and Loleo will solo kill him.
Starting to look a little bit like desperation from the Homeboys here. Chibi knows he needs kills to start becoming relevant in this game again. But RSG MY have drafted very smartly here by just basically not giving Homeboys easy heroes to get easy Nolan chain kills off of. And that's making Chibi's life very difficult.
So much stuns, so much CC from RSG MY. Homeboys, all they gotta do is just wait for time now. They're like, what can they do at this point?
I think you just have to play the side lanes, right? You gotta farm up a bit, let Nets get his items, because somebody he's gonna eventually fall on this Thamus, and in a game where Thamus is behind, it's just twice as worse. So it comes down to Nets, perhaps Chibi to kind of make ends meet, catch up to RSG MY.
It's gonna be difficult though. It'll take Homeboys at least another 2 or 3 minutes before they can actually look to fight again. It would be a good timing because that's about when the Lord will spawn, so maybe it'll be enough for Homeboys to find the angle they're looking for. At RSG, all they really need to do is just keep doing what they're doing. Izanami should scale up quite well. Lolil and Rippo will have more than enough damage together once you come into that late game phase. So as long as they continue to deny map control and space for Homeboys, RSG MY actually have a straight shot to victory here.
RSG MY taking away what Homeboys needs the most.
Oh no, Sapa, he got caught out. He needs to get out. Zord as well. They're taking so much damage. They're able to escape. Chibi tried to go for the backlines to snipe Leos, but doesn't seem to be able to do so. Vinogo stops him in his track. Homeboys making an attempt, but still a very risky one.
Yeah, that fight was not even close. RSG MY didn't have to use too much. The ultimates are going to come back up very, very swiftly. And the best part is that the Lord is spawning on the bottom side, so...
Oh my goodness, Echo comes in. It does see the Homeboys. They're like, everything they're trying to do is getting completely read by RSG MY, and now even the purple buff as well getting completely slowed through. They're going to send Sapa to try zone off Vinogo. Middle lane defended. Homeboys now defending the rest, but no, they'll lose it as well. They're bringing in Chibi to go in for a snipe. She tries for the combo. Stone! Almost losing his life, but he will get out. Homeboys, again, struggling. Desperation. Another attempt, but Repo's only half HP. They need somebody to get a finisher. And unfortunate to say, RSG MY is just too tanky right now.
And they gotta slow it down. Nets is basically their only win condition now for the Homeboys, and RSG MY should be aware of this. I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit more focus towards this Natan, but I think that the Homeboys are doing a good job here of just splitting up the map, trying to steal away jungle camps, playing the opposite lane. They're not gonna contest for this Lord.
At least let Nets get the top tier 2. If Chibi can steal this Lord, Homeboys are going to stabilize this game in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, but it's going to be close here. They're calling in Sapa to try and zone him out. Down towards very, very low. Chibi, they don't have the information. Not going to make the attempt. So RSG MY secures the Lord in their favor, but they may lose a tier 2 up top.
It's the best that Homeboys can hope for. Just let Nets get everything. He is, like Slava said, the only win condition. If Nets can pop off and kill everyone on RSG MY, they win the game. But if Nets goes down, the game ends right then and there because RSG MY have completely outskilled everyone on Homebois, and this Natan is their last hope.
Gonna be pushing in the mid lane here. Chibi still trying to make something happen on the opposite side of the map, but Rippo alone is more than enough to deny him that possibility, and RSG just running down mid lane.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here. It's going to be a very difficult defense. Lord already matching from the top side. Nolan securing the purple buff on the enemy jungle, so that's a big plus point for him. But again, they need more out of Chibi.
This Novari is becoming a big menace. No one on Homebois can catch Izanami, and he's dealing way too much damage. He's giving way too much info to his team.
Oh no, Chibi is making his way from the flank here. He needs to be quick a little bit more. Lord's good about the crash as well. Homebois, they have to throw bodies for this, but at the same time, RSG MY, they don't know where Nolan is. He's hiding in the bush. Meanwhile, here comes the attempt here. I'm Offender has been used. Subpart needs to pop his out to back off, but Chibi again, I think he briefly saw him. Izanami, he found him. He needs to get out. RSG MY, they will back off, and this is good. Chibi is somewhat making space for the team, and RSG MY looks like with all that aggression has given up with the assault.
But really good discipline, right, with the positioning from RSG MY. Even though they could look the straight push into the Homeboys base, by recognizing that they don't know where the Nolan is, they're still positioning safely, checking behind them, making sure that no flanks are left exposed. Chibi is looking desperately for Izanami especially.
Oh no. Are you sure? You should be recalling here, RSG MY. Do they check this? They're thinking about this. Oh, Izanami, they found him. Oh no! Mistakes were made, Chibi. What were you thinking? You are gonna get punished for this. He could have gotten out. Tried for a risky play, but RSG MY, they've got him completely shut down.
Desperation. I don't think you can even kill Izanami. Izanami just got the blood wings. You won't have enough damage to blow through him unless you have like another core item.
Oh, now Stowe with the catch coming in as well. Sabat, he's going to try and play through it, but the chain stun's coming through. Izanami killing spree. RSG MY 9-0 in the second day of the playoff against Homebois. An absolute domination. And now Benogo looking for the taunt here. They even find Odil. Homebois, they're crumbling. What happened?
Wow, this is cinema from RSG MY. They can just take the next Lord and wait to beat up Homebois in their own base at this point.
Oh no, Zord, he's getting pulled back here. He's trying to make a play, but RSG MY is just... Ugh.
RSG is being too efficient here. I don't know what kind of practice they went through during the break, but this is a very different team than we saw at the end of the regular season. Rotations seem cleaner, coordination is good, and their understanding of how to draft to counteract this Nolan pick from the Homebois, which has worked for them the entire season, is showing a higher level of mastery right now. They're gonna take the Lord for free.
Yep, and at the same time, admitting your own mistakes and working on improving to become better. RSG MY, Vinogo, he's admitted himself to play really bad yesterday. Today, with self-realization, he's playing a better game than before.
I think also you give props to Stoem for opening up so much space for the team. Of course, you have Izanami, this Novaria. It's always efficient when you want to get info, but this push might be the one.
Yeah, but now with the echo coming in, I'm offended from Storm. Catches Subart. He's going for the vengeance. He's going to be able to survive this. But the Lord has to fall, and it will do so. Loleo spit the pounds, doesn't get the kill. He needs to back out a little bit more, but Zorn, he is going to die to this. It is going to be meat shield for Homebois. They're still holding on. 4v5. Vinogo forced to back off. The snipe comes in. Chibi again could not find a single kill from the side of Homebois. As RSG MY, they are continuing this. Vinogo walking back from the base. 4v4 for now. As they are going to try and poke this from the flank. Zorn going to be scouted out as well. Sapan will be bursted down. TP from the back lines. Finds Izanami, but Izanami flickers out. He's going to be okay. Nets! He tries to make a play, and he's going to be able to scare him off guard. They get a double with this defense as RSG MY underestimated the power of Nets.
No Vinogo. Vinogo needed to be there. I feel like without Vinogo, Udyr stealing the Primal Wrap, and this Natan coming online. You're starting to feel the heat from Homebois. The damage not to be underestimated, but still RSG MY, they have a massive lead.
RSG MY still has a lot of damage. The only reason that they ended up getting picked off in that last fight was that they stayed a bit too long, tried to end the game with a single minion wave. And even though Chibi wasn't able to get any kills, he was able to divert a lot of attention from the RSG MY backline away until it was too late to realize that Nets and Udil were actually dismantling their front line instead.
Well, speaking of dismantling here, can they make a comeback out despite all this? They've been dragging this for so long. We started to see a little bit of glimpse of Nets, but eventually RSG MY, they've got Lulio Zorn. Oh no, he's got the Purify. He's gonna go for single eagle. He's able to get out, so that's a plus point for Homeboys. Homeboy fans gotta be having a little bit of sigh of relief for now.
Man, the amount of shield that Zorn got from that, it really felt like he didn't take any damage at all. But it is at the cost of the Purify. Side lanes, the mid and bottom minion wave will always be in RSG MY's favors just because they took the inhibitor down.
But it is a notable Lord push advantage here. We saw that Homeboys actually managed to shift it into the negatives for RSG MY. Their base is empty except for one inhibitor, but they're slowly regaining some net worth control. The thing is, 6k at this point though is still quite a lot. RSG just needs to avoid staying too long in these fights and they'll be okay, honestly.
Yeah, Conceal has been played as well, coming from RSG MY. But seems like they don't want to take any more risks here. They are going to focus on the Lord fight here. This is going to be very important because both sides level 15. One wrong move means that it is going to be a potential loss here. In this case, here comes the collapse here. They're dropping on Serpat. They're throwing everything. But Udil with the plays. And now GB looking for the back lines. They're finding Lolios. And now the taunt coming from Vinogo to stop him back. Lolios will survive.
Wow.
But they get the drop on GB. Vinogo with the catch. They lose two. What a maneuver from RSG MY.
Dude, Nets is dangerous. He is absolutely lethal in this fight. Yeah, I feel like RSG MY, if you can kill Nets, the game ends. But if Nets is left unattended, he is solo carrying Homeboys.
No. The Lord gets reset here, so that's going to buy a little bit more time for Homeboys. Somebody's got to defend the creep wave. They're sending Udil to defend. Now, Circling Eagle gives them vision. Nets cannot push forward. Now, Lulio's looking for the chase, but he doesn't want to throw as they have to defend the base. RSG MY secures the Lord once more.
RSG MY going to have a pretty easy time pushing in with this. Only one inhibitor standing, and Homeboys doesn't have the best wave clear save for the Natan. So as long as they don't make the same mistake as previously, this first game should go to them. But Homeboys needs to be respected, honestly. This spacing, they...
GB! No! No! That's huge! That's huge! That's exactly what Homeboys needed! They got the kill on the Roger! He tried the first time, he chipped the immortality. Now for the second time here, can he get out? Yes, he can. They will buy even more time now. RSG MY cannot close out the game now.
It's really dangerous territories. Homeboys at the 52k total net worth. Bloodwings finally up on Nets. He even went for the Holy Crystal first before the Bloodwings, knowing that they need the damage.
Circling Eagle connects on two. Finds Udil. Tier 1 still stands. Purple buff not available. GB will steal it away from Vinogo. So a little bit more space for Homeboys. But again, creeps, inhibitors fallen. It feels so difficult for Homeboys.
But they're doing it. They're mounting that comeback. That 6k net worth lead is now only half of that. And you can see that the goal difference between the gold laners is not too notable. Chibi has actually regained his net worth lead as well. The RSG MY, this is literally what I was talking about, needs to respect Homeboys a little bit. They started to stop paying attention to Nolan's positioning.
Interesting enough, he's got a Winds of Nature on GB? What? Okay.
Chibi?
Does he?
Oh, sorry, on Natan. Okay, never mind, forget it. I'm confused. I'm lost. Like, I thought it was Chibi on the Natan, but you know, it's Nets. Sorry.
Yeah.
But at the same time, now, looking at the Echo coming in, they are going to try and force a fight on Serpat here. Looks like he's going to be very tanky. He's diving the back lines, he's connecting on Lulio, but they can't seem to finish him off here. GB forced to diverge. He focused on the Vinogo. He gets taunted up. That's going to be the immortality chopped away. GB, can he get out? No, he cannot. Got stunned. He's going to be permanently locked down. As RSG MY now shutting down the jungler means that is the opening they need to take a jab on the crystal.
Yeah, thankfully, Chibi will be back when the Lord respawns. Credits to Ripple for landing the Primal Wrath stun onto the root onto Chibi. He could have dashed away easily, but this is RSG MY's second chance to try and end the game.
They're not gonna try and wait for the Lord. They're gonna try and see if they can do this while Chibi's still dead.
Yep, now Nets is gonna be the savior boy here, the wonder boy. Can he do it? No, he went forward. He's gonna get
Oh,
on
the
out.
Wisdom
But no,
Ninja!
the damage is good. They actually have the damage. They will survive. And Nets, he's 1 HP. He survived. The winds of nature. He's got everything. The wonder boy does it again. Chibi, I got you. Don't worry.
Avoiding that appraiser's wrath with the winds of nature literally saved them. If Vinogo hits that out point blank onto Nets like that, he's surely dead. Homeboy just pulling this out of the pocket. What used to be a close to 10k goal advantage has now shrunk to non-existent. This 1.6 does not matter at all.
They're called Homeboys for a reason. They're gonna defend their home with their lives. They've turned this game around and now it's a 50-50. Lord at half HP.
Now, starting things off, Zorn going to be a circling eagle, looking for the knockup. He doesn't get it,
Oh!
but no, Vinogo! He found Nets! A big appraisers round, that's huge! GB, he needs to win the red tree, and GB does it! But Homeboys, they need to get out. Subpart, run! Subpart, run! He's got immortality. Vinogo, he's so low. He's trying to find a pickoff as well. Homeboys, they managed to get out. No! Stone with the pull!
The snipe!
The snipe from Zanami. They found GB. Vinogo so strong. Tried to go for the appraiser's wrath. He cannot die. Winter Trunk get to buy time. He gets out. But Homeboys, they need to reset. It's 4v5. Lord in their favor. They've lost Nets. They've lost Chibi. Nets, 15 seconds left. They're throwing bodies for this. Sapat, he needs to defend with all his life. That's going to be the first immortality. Circling Eagle connects on 5. He's buying so much time.
Nets
it's
is
not
back.
good. Sapat is dead. Nets as well. Sword is the only one left. It's not good enough for the Homeboys. They tried their best, but RSG MY is the one that takes game 1.
Man, RSG MY steamroll Homeboys that hard and still struggle to close out the game thanks to the mechanical prowess of Homeboys. What a game 1!
The rivalry persists here. It looks so one-sided, but the Homeboys bringing it back from an entire world's worth of goal advantage and almost closing it out. Nets unfortunately let down his guard at the last second. If he didn't get hit by the appraiser's wrath there, it could have been a different story. But we're starting off our second series of the day in probably the most interesting way possible.
I don't know what's up with playoffs, but for some reason, MPL MY playoffs is just different. It's spicy, it's hot, it's like every game is this close. Like, oh, we thought it's gonna be a land sweep by Homeboys, but guess what? RSG MY, do not underestimate them. They were former champions. They will pull off some really interesting pocket strategy. And guess what? Bam! Homeboys, no chance.
I mean, it does make you wonder that if Homeboys play at this level when they're that far behind, imagine if that game went the other way. Imagine if Homeboys got the lead. That game would have ended so fast. But gotta give props to RCNY though. They were able to really shut Homeboys down to prevent them from ever getting a hit.
And we got an award MVP. Who's it gonna be? Is it Vinogo? Is it Izanami?
Izanami, yes.
It is Izanami. The Novaria continuing to be a very powerful hero for maintaining map control and giving you advantages during team fights. 5-0 and 11 in a game where there's a Nolan as well. His positioning continues to be clean every single time.
I mean, this entire game, I think this Novara not only gave the damage, but also landed some crucial snipes, right? The last one, we said, okay, Nets got caught by the Appraiser's Wrath. That's step 1. Izanami finding some crazy snipes that took out Chibi. I think that was really the green light for RSGMY to go for the end. And he has been finding Chibi the entire game. So you really have to give props to that awareness that he has.
Yeah, Izanami is just a built different, right? Like a lot of instances where normally Chibi has been hunting him, and because he's checking behind the bush, knowing that when he dropped the echo in front, knowing that, hey, I didn't catch Chibi, where is Chibi? There's only so many places, and for him, with the process elimination, he just made sure that Chibi could not get to him for absolutely free.
Izanami is a pillar for RSG MY. He's been around for as long as they've been around and has continued to become that reliable backbone for the rest of his team. You can see here in the end score, 20 kills to 5, but Homebois still managed to drag it out to almost 22 minutes long, nearly turning the game around as well. So both these teams are very evenly matched and both out for blood.
And also special mention, special shout outs to Stoem on this Ruby. 14 assists, 16 takedowns out of 20. This guy, he has been setting up these plays. I talked about how Stoem sometimes he's underestimating himself. He's overlooking himself, but when pushed up to shelves, when RSG MY needs to make a play, oh boy, the amount of pulls he got with the I'm Offended onto crucial Homeboi's target was one of the pillar reasons why RSG MY got the lead.
RSG MY went into this match with a great understanding and a goal. Once they saw Chibi pick up the Nolan, they knew. Play for strong side lanes, play together, don't allow them to snowball, just completely wail on them when they go for these turtle objectives. And that's what they did. That's how they controlled the early game so well, by denying any chance of a snowball from the Homebois with their Matilda and their Nolan. But they started to let down their guard a little bit. Once mid-game came about, Homebois, we saw that adaptability that we've been highlighting today. It just wasn't quite enough to finish things off.
Well, seeing how all these games that happened here, I felt like Homebois, they got a little bit overconfident. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like the Nolan pickup, I like it, but at the same time, they weren't expecting RSG MY to hit so hard right from the get-go. And because of that, it kind of forced them into a panic button alert where they're trying to make plays across the map. So I like that Homebois is finally warmed up, but it feels like that was a big wake-up slap. Hey, Homebois, we're not pushovers.
Yeah.
Means game 2, they have to rethink how they play their game.
Yeah. But to be very honest, Nolan at this point, at this stage of the meta, isn't really 100% banned anymore, right? A lot of teams are letting Nolan through because there are ways to deal with him, and we just saw RSG MY did a perfect example. We win the first objective fight, we snowball out of control. Nolan, you want a power farm? You go for the objectives, we go for a side lanes. Nets being under a lot of pressure. Sapat, who was supposed to be the brick wall for the first 10 minutes, gets ganked and goes down in like, what, 6 to 7 minutes. So I think the protocols from RSG MY were pretty good. They were good enough to shut Homebois down early on. But Homebois' late game management, like Sadafa mentioned, perfect.
Homebois, I think, still as a team has better macro than RSG MY. So RSG being able to get that early game snowball was crucial to make sure that they still retained enough control to deny Homebois from victory. And unfortunately, I think the results of this game still allow us to see the exact interaction between tank and assassin junglers. Despite the recent patch, it still does seem like tankier utility junglers are still more consistent and reliable overall.
Yeah, I think Izanami, he's been opening up a lot of map situations here, but you have to give credit towards Repo as well as Storm, right? Like, they have been the pillars where every single time Chibi comes in, which quote-unquote has high mobility, and to be honest, I feel like it's very difficult to catch similarly to how a Lancelot moves. For Storm to slow down the tempo, set up for Repo and the stun in towards a Vinogo's taunt, it's just so difficult to actually pierce through the back lines, especially for Homebois. So I was very surprised that even then, Homebois was able to find some kind of ways to actually flank the back lines.
It's all about playing around that vision. I think RSG, like Sadava pointed out, got a bit sloppy towards the later stage of the game, realized they couldn't end it in one fell swoop, tried to do it again, and then they forgot to check for Chibi's position, but the innate advantage that they got from the early slow ball was enough. Even when you look at the turret damage, right, majority of it came from Nets and Zorn, but also how they manipulate the minion wave. A lot of times, Nets doesn't even finish off the structures. He sets up a big wave and then let the minion wave do it. Zorn pulls him to join potential team fights. That's how Homebois have been navigating around the map.
It's a very smart play. It takes a little bit of finesse to be able to pull it off. That's why we see only the top teams here in MPL MY are able to do that macro play consistently. But again, not quite enough because they were too behind at a certain point. I think, unfortunately, when you have a draft like this, where you want to snowball on the Nolan and rely on the Tamus purely as the solo front line, you really need to be ahead. And RSG just denied that win condition from them.
Yeah, and speaking of heals here, like usually when we talk about healing strategies, I feel like Zorn and it should be the ones that actually give a little bit of advantage for Homebois. And they've been healing so much in all these team fights, but at the same time, again, RSG MY just had the better focus fire, right? Like they were focused on just taking out one specific hero. Like they have taunts, they have studs, they have repo with poking out a little bit more damage. So in order for Homebois to kind of come up on that, they need to be able to kill somebody from RSG MY. But every single time they tried to make a kill, they just couldn't. There's just so much obstacle that RSG MY puts on the table. So eventually, Homebois has been resetting the fight every single time. And again, even all that, I feel like a lot of these instances came down towards like what, micro pixel seconds, where if Homebois could have gotten a kill here, Homebois could have gotten a flank here, maybe if one pixel away, they could have gotten this, maybe one sidestep to dodge that shot coming from Izanami, they could have just won. So I felt like it could have gone either ways, but RSG MY definitely, you know, surprised me in this game.
I think it also came from the early kill that they got on Zorn. That one landed onto Low Liao of all people, so that's extra like 200 plus gold for the Roger. And it doesn't make it any easier when Nets got killed after that, like a few minutes after. And then I think these early snowballs made life pretty hard for Homebois. They lose an objective, and then Chibi gets found by Low Liao of all people. This Roger snowballing was very crucial for RSG MY to pull ahead and to slow down this Natan. So I think if not for all these early sequences, perhaps Homebois would have had a slightly better game. All things considered though, I'm surprised Sepa took like what, 232,000 total damage.
The Tamas is still very reliable, but you can't expect him to be the only frontliner unless he's a super ahead, and that was not the case in this game. Despite that, Sepa still provided a good amount of space, a good amount of time. If not for him tanking all the damage, then the game would have ended a lot sooner in favor of RSG. You can see here in the highlights, brought to you by official gaming phone ROG, that the early game did not go well for the Homebois. RSG MY had a game plan, they stuck to it, and it worked for them.
You know, it's interesting to see how Repo plays the Edith, right? Like normally you would flicker forward, try to go in for the second skill to pull somebody back and then stun, but sometimes he flickers forward, goes for the first initial stun, and then uses the second skill to set up for either Storm or even Venogo to chain up the stun. So that was a very interesting integration. I've never seen it before, but for him to pull it off just like that, just extending those durations is just insane.
Yeah. I think this sequence is also very important because a couple of seconds before this, I think 15 seconds before this, Low Liao tried to dive Nets, and Nets survived with a sliver of health. If Nets went down, I think this game ends right then and there. But the fact that Nets survived allowed him to pull off that comeback and extend this game, and even to the point where Homebois were able to somehow steal the Lord. But again, RSG MY has so much crowd control that you really just could not move.
Yeah, look at this Chibi. Like the moment Venogo gets on top of him, boom, he gets one shot at as well. Nets, he tried his best as well, but eventually it was just so difficult. And again, look at this Chibi. The moment they get on top of him, there's just no way out. Like just so much CCs coming in from RSG MY.
And without any additional form of setup, just relying on the Tamas to eat damage in the front line, Chibi, the moment he gets caught, it's all over for him. There's no way to save him. And although there were great moments like before where Nets was able to Wind of Nature, the Appraiser's Wrath, once he got caught out, once Chibi got sniped by Izanami,
so unfortunate.
The game was over despite Homebois' best efforts.
Like, it felt like they were able to get out already. They tried all their best here, but the moment Chibi died there, that was over. Like, if Chibi survived this, I'm pretty sure RSG MY would not have been able to clutch the game. But again, this comes down to my my prediction, right? It's like, what if, could have, should have, one pixel away, it could have gone either ways.
I think RSG MY just performing at their maximum capacity, right? Everyone talked about, well, before the season started, they talked about Prime RSG. And then as the regular season happened, people started joking about it. Wow, is this Prime RSG? I think right now, they are definitely hitting their strides, especially after yesterday, where they beat Team Mark 3-1. This first game is giving us a very good gauge of RSG MY's headspace, but can they keep it? Because I think Homebois are about to ramp it up for game 2.
Yeah. One thing that has separated the top teams here, SRG, Homebois, compared to everyone else throughout the regular season, is again how quickly they adapt when they're put in a tough situation, whether it be in the game or out of the game. And we've already seen Homebois display this many times. RSG needs to keep on their toes to make sure that they don't fall behind in that regard, because I'm pretty sure going into game number 2, there are going to be adjustments based on what happened in game 1.
Yeah, and seeing how RSG MY was playing that game here yesterday, it felt like I had a little bit weird section coming from them, considering that they struggle a bit with Team Ha, but today completely revamped. It's just different here. But of course, that's our opinions from the casters here. I'm curious to see what Rose has to say, as we are going to be having an interview with her as well as you guys on the stage.
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. Hai semua, this is Rose once again. Dan sekarang, saya bersama dengan Homebois Syndicate. So first of all, hello semua. Can you please introduce yourself? Kita start with you dulu. Apa nama? You main role apa?
Saya Shin, saya main role Gold Lane.
Oh, Gold Lane.
Saya Kogoro, Mid Lane.
Mid Lane.
Saya Minzal, saya main role Roamer.
Roamer, alright. Okay, so kita cerita sikit. So first of all, congratulations sebab you guys are the first runner-up kepada MAL musim pertama, which is Homebois Syndicate. Now, let's start with you dulu. You main Gold Lane kan? So, sebagai satu Gold Laner, how different is it kan? Main dekat MAL because it's both offline and online. So, adakah masa Grand Finals tu you guys macam tunnel vision sikit ke sebab pressure? Sebab environment lain kan? And you prefer main online ke offline?
Kalau saya suka offline sebab lagi tercabar. Lepas tu lagi best lah.
Lagi best. Okay, you pula. You rasa you love the crowd ke? You suka main dalam senyap-senyap, it's quiet, then you can focus?
Bagi saya offline lah. Offline better. But some players mesti ada isu dengan stage fright dan sebagainya.
Yes.
So untuk semi-pro level ni saya suggestkan diorang buat offline. At least nanti kalau diorang ada terpilih untuk masuk ke MPL, diorang tak adalah takut sangat. Saya pun sama. Saya suka bermain offline.
Oh, okay. We can see that Homebois Syndicate dorang lagi suka offline tournament. So, I don't think them being nervous on stage masa Grand Final 2 was the problem. Alright. Continuing with that, okay. Adakah Homebois Syndicate sudah cari problem yang you guys faced masa korang lawan Todak Legion di Grand Finals, ataupun korang masih lagi tengah bincang, or you know what, you guys are gonna like break sikit, calm down sikit otak, bincang maybe after a week or two so that you guys boleh prepare untuk MAL yang seterusnya?
Untuk problem yang kita orang hadapi dekat Grand Final tu, sebenarnya kita orang dah kenal pasti, which is the communication problem, and some of our player pun ada seorang yang stage fright. So bagi saya, kita akan fix problem tu dari masa ke semasa dan proofkan untuk season depan, insyaAllah.
Wow. Okay, now let's talk about MPL pula. Kita dari tadi cakap pasal MAL. Now, MAL you guys dapat tengok dan you guys watch the game 1 mana RSG, we can say actually dominated game 2. So, you rasa apa yang RSG dapat buat pada masa early game to secure that win lawan Homebois?
Mungkin pada first turtle lah. Kalau first turtle tadi tu membuatkan RSG boleh invade jungle Nolan semua.
I see. So it's more towards the early game lose, so that apa ni macam Homebois dah tak boleh catch up dengan momentum RSG sebab diorang dah terlalu snowball. Is that what you're trying to say? Yes. Okay, now dekat MPL, I suka tanya orang ataupun guess I pasal prediction dorang, score dorang. So, let's start with you. You dah pegang mic dah. You rasa best of 5 series ni habis dengan skor berapa? 3-1, 3-0, 3-2?
Homebois akan comeback 3-1.
Wow! Dah tak bagi skor langsung dekat RSG. Okay, you?
3-1.
3-1? Siapa?
Homebois 3.
Oh, risau sikit. Okay, you?
3-1 Homebois.
3-1 Homebois. Okay, kalau menang ni diorang akan jumpa Selangor Red Giants esok. Boleh menang tak?
Boleh.
Skor?
4-3.
Oh. Belum lagi.
BO5.
Best of 5.
3-2.
3-2. Wow, pasal SRG diorang sengit sikit. Alright, first of all, thank you so much to Homebois Syndicate. And now, mari let's show it back to the casters for them to goreng-goreng apa yang kita cakap kat sini. So casters, silakan.
Thank you very much to Rose as well as the players from Homebois Syndicate for some very interesting insights about this very intense game between the Homebois and RSG MY. We're going to be jumping into game number 2 very, very soon. We already talked about how we think there's going to be adjustments for sure. But do you have any more concrete examples of what we might see, Husky?
I think looking at the draft, I think last time when Homebois went up against RSG, we saw a lot of like Novaria bans. Faramis was banned by, I believe, RSG MY in game number 1 because Udio does play a main Faramis. So I'm expecting these utility mages to be prioritized. I think after the game 1, we might see the Novaria being targeted a bit more. And Homebois switching for a draft and putting Chibi on a tank jungler.
Ah, boy, it feels like there's so much problems with the team, but let's talk about the keys to victory on how they want to win, because it seems like based on what we've seen so far, the keys to victory from Chibi was to catch Izanami at all costs, and for RG is improve neutral objectives, and of course last one, use any form of psychological warfare. But so first one didn't exactly go too well for Homebois. Second one from RSG MY, Vinogo improved in the first few half, but there were a little bit sloppy moments there. But the last one, was there any psychological warfare in that game?
I mean, both teams are just trying to recall in each other's faces.
A little bit. There was a little bit.
It's just a little bit,
right? Because we already highlighted before the match started. We got Rippo, we got Udil. To some extent, we got Zorn as well. Storm. I think all of them do like to say their piece when they're up on stage, but when we're in game, you can tell that both sides are very focused, right? There's not a lot of time to just apply that psychological warfare. It's all about improving, identifying their flaws, and I think we are going to see a very different game number 2. I do agree with the things Husky pointed out earlier, but how about you, Terrence? What do you want to see?
I think that's the thing, right? Like, based on yesterday's game so far, it feels like they apply psychological warfare through drafts, like specific targeted bans, etc., and they force people to pick heroes that you know for a fact that they want, but denying it away. So those kind of, that for me is psychological tactics for me. So in this case, I haven't seen it yet between both these teams, and that's something that I feel like RSG MY and Homebois is they have to show a little bit more before we kind of figure out what they're intended. Because from Zorn, from even Chibi as well, usually we expect a lot of recalls, but it didn't really happen at all for game 1. It just shows you that they were feeling pressured to a point that they can't even bother about other people. They need to focus on how they themselves first.
I think the bans also tells us a very good indicator of what RSG MY has identified as core issues. Remember the Arlet ban that Zorn and Sapat could use? I think RSG MY taking that out was a big pillar of what enabled Homebois to make these aggressive moves. A lot of attention probably will be focused in that mid lane, because what sets Udio and Izanami apart is certain heroes, right? Like Udio, he sometimes, when push comes to shove, he's going to go for artillery mages, he's going to go for more aggressive, more offensive types of heroes. But Izanami, he's fine playing utility. Perhaps that could be the biggest difference maker. I think that mid to Roma relationship might just be the key to both teams in game 2.
We've seen that interaction be very crucial, not just between these two teams, but between almost every team here in MPL MY. That mid-roam interaction is important to cement that early game lead. Zorn and Noodle do it well enough. I think we definitely saw a good connection between Storm and Izanami previously, but keeping it consistent gonna be the most important thing, as now we're actually going to ask
well, we've got a WhatsApp coming from Shamilo. We asked him who will create the snowball effect in Homebois. He said actually Roma has the biggest responsibility because he will create chaos in the jungle and his jungler will get to farm. His gold laner has always have space to farm. So appreciate your Roma, especially Zorn. You're the best. Unfortunately to say, him playing on the Matilda didn't exactly do that job. Like, again, I feel like Zorn and Yums has very, very similar playstyles and habits that Enchanter heroes doesn't suit these two guys for some reason.
I mean, Yums won with the Matilda, so...
Well, he did, but still, I like them being flashy, you know?
I see where you're coming from, definitely. Because these are players that are known for being set-up tanks, for being the players that create flashy plays, create space, create catches, and you don't quite get that on Enchanter supports. There's people who are going to make that work. We see Yums being able to play both sides of the coin, but depending on that situation, you definitely wish you had a second front line or something for the side of Homebois to maybe save people once they get caught.
Yo, what's happening with Homebois here? Seems like they're meditating or something. Like everybody's got their eyes closed. What's going on?
Hey man, you gotta be in Zen mode, right? Gotta reset for game 2. Game 1 was as good. I feel like if you're Homeboys and you lose game 1, you don't really feel too bad about it, right? Considering the circumstances you were put under, it still came that close. Game 2 though, we talked about the roamers, playmakers. I want to look at the top 3 comparison in the jungler for now. Super Ken from Bigatron, MPL ID, Chibi from Homeboys of course, and Kyle TZ from Liquid Echo.
Well, when we talk about the GPMs here, obviously Chibi's got to be the top of the GPM, right? He broke record breakings with his Nolan here, so he's going to be very heavily inflated. But in terms of overall damage, he is also the highest. So it just shows you that he's very, very precise on dealing a lot of damage to get what he wants. But again, will that be at the cost of his own death?
Yeah. The thing about these statistics is that we are seeing a lot of these top junglers across different MPLs play more utility roles, right? I think Carl TZ especially is a prime example. He sets things up, he fronts line, he does what is necessary to secure objectives, farm, and space for the team. But around here in MPL MY, our players still want to be able to create pressure, wants to have their presence seen, especially Chibi. He was still around during that hyper carry assassin era. That is his route. So he still wants to be able to do some DPS, right? So we'll see whether they go for that. We're gonna jump into game number 2, RSG MY on the blue side. We got Homeboys on the red.
Oof, Nolan being first phase ban from RSG MY, they definitely shift their focus on the bans here, because I'm pretty sure Homeboys was still experimenting with the Nolan here, but again, this time they don't really want to risk it, so Homeboys, they ban off the Luo Yi. Do they ban the Novaria and Chips as well? No, they still ban the Yu Zhong.
I like this Yu Zhong ban. I think some teams have started to respect the Yu Zhong ban depending on who you're up against. I think against RSG, against KGE, Yu Zhong is a very crucial ban because they have the tendency to pick it in the first 3 picks. We've even seen teams pick it in the first 2 picks on red side. Now for RSG, the question is it going to be another Faramis ban? Because that was their 3rd ban in game 1.
I wouldn't be surprised if they go for that personally. Denying team fight potential from the Homeboys is going to be a winning strategy for RSG MY so far, especially since Homeboys is banning Loi and Yu Zhong as well. It seems very clear that they want to fight, right? They want to draft a composition that is going to go for these skirmishes. Oh, they banned the Harif instead.
Yeah, wow. So I'm surprised that RSG MY, first of all, banned Harif on blue side. Second of all, even considered banning Harif because Lo Liao, he would be glad to have the Harif. I know his Chrono Dash shield got kind of tuned out a little bit, but still, this is quite an unexpected development. Unless they want to Faramis first pick, but it wouldn't make much sense.
They want to first pick Moscow.
Yeah, I suppose so.
They don't mind the Faramis because if Homeboys goes for it, they can pick Valentina.
Yeah, you have a point.
It's tough. Like, I feel like Moscow should be a priority for both sides, but again, they haven't really done that so far. And I feel like RSGML plays really well with Novaria.
Yes.
So, and
I like this ban.
Yeah.
I like this ban. It's very important for Homeboys to consider banning out the Novaria. That has caused them so many problems in game 1. So they take the Matilda this time.
Oh, really?
Okay, Matilda slits through, so RSG MY, they will secure it. Homeboys, do they want to deny the barrage, or will RSG MY still pick it? Because the way how Homeboys did it in game 1 was that they picked the Matilda, but instead of going for the barrage, they actually stole the Nolan instead. So
Fredrin.
Yeah, you go Fredrin here.
Okay,
I think you go Fredrin.
Yeah. Homeboys go Fredrin?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because for RSG MY, I don't think you're worried about gold laners. Like what like if Homeboys takes Moscow, you have Natan and vice versa, right? And we saw Lo Liao play Roger gold lane. So Fredrin, Faramis, I think this one is very much expected. The Homeboys special with Udio around.
So RSG will likely want to lock in Valentina here. That's the whole reason they were okay with allowing Faramis through. And if they still want the Moskov or the Natan, then this would be the time to pick it up. Leaving the EXP lane is going to be quite important because honestly, Ripple has been popping off this playoffs.
Yeah, man is on form. What did he say yesterday? Like he didn't have much practice and he was still kind of ripping it at Team Hawk.
It's the family buff.
It is the family buff.
Family man. Nothing beats family.
Give it to Rizla now. Give it to Rizla.
Everything. But in this case, they go for the Natan as well as the Valentina. So that's something They completely not show who their jungler is for now from side RSG MY. Like I thought it's gonna be Barats. I guess RSG MY is thinking from a perspective where I don't think Vinogo is gonna be playing Barats, because think about this, right? Vinogo's performance on the Barats this past few, I don't think he played one yesterday. It hasn't been great from what I remember.
Yeah, Barats has definitely fallen off
yeah.
a bit.
So for him to play something else, it feels like, what is Vinogo gonna play as a tank jungler besides Barats at this stage?
Hey, Jungle Nathan, man, you never know.
Serious Vinogo jungle assassin? I don't see it though.
I would say even if RSG goes for the tank junglers, Homeboys have already covered that base, right? They pick the carry, and with Fredrin and Faramis around, this carry has a lot more room to breathe. But I feel like Homeboys' focus in second phase, probably you'll be looking at Ripple's hero pool instead of Vinogo.
I agree.
It's more pivotal to shut down Ripple's hero pool. What is that? That's Kufra, right?
Yeah, that's Kufra for sure.
Really?
Yeah. It's the ult. It's the Tyrant's Rage.
Oh, only Kufra does that. You know?
Okay, fair enough, fair enough.
Only Kufra reaches out and gives you a big hug.
If that's your definition of a hug, man, you need help.
It's a painful hug.
Do you need some help?
I understand that.
I need a hug.
Like pain. Oh, it's okay. I'll give you one. I know what happened.
All right, this
I know
turns
what
sad.
happened.
This
All
just
right.
turned very sad.
So we got the Lapu ban. So yeah, I'm pretty sure they are going to be focusing mostly on EXP laners. Lapu, Paquito, Terizla, Tamus, all going to be points of contention. Don't know if we'll focus on the Edith again.
I'm really surprised that Homeboys let the Moskov through, considering how popular Moskov has been in the past few days, right? Like every single team has been playing the Moskov as a priority, and Homeboys just completely lets it through. So I can see that Homeboys is picking the carry, anticipating that RSG MY is going to be taking a tanky jungler, which personally I feel like I don't like this at all. Like, why would you let the Moskov through? Like, why?
I mean, from banning the Moskov to
like, why would you not choose the Moskov and just choose a carry right from get-go, blind into whatever RSG MY is bringing?
I mean, I suppose what Homeboys is thinking right now is that since RSG MY is not showing the jungler, they are going to be prioritizing that in the second phase. We let tank junglers through, and we have a way to deal with it. That's probably the mindset that they have, and I don't blame them, right? Again, you need to focus on Ripple's hero pool. I like the Terizla and Lapu ban. Now, we probably have the export left, but then again, Homeboys have priority.
Now, what would Homeboys want to first pick, right? Considering if they really want to limit down the EXP hero pool, again, a safe choice when you don't know what the enemy EXP laner is, something like the Tamus. We could go for the Sepakito just to deny it from Rippo too.
I was expecting Sepakito like the first game, but this game, it feels like right now it's more on Zorn on what he's gonna play, right? Is he gonna still stick with the enchanters here? RSG MY pretty much takes away two of his signature ones, so even if he plays Cho, it's not that important, right? His early game impact is gonna be very, very important. It comes down to a lot of micro catches, but the moment this game drags out to his ultra late game, Zorn is gonna melt so quick compared to other tanks.
I'm looking at, if you want setters, you have Mino and Tigreal. They might just go back to Cho, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like that is a pocket pick that Homeboys can always rely on. Enchanters, Florian, I guess.
Do they want to force the Kufra on him? Like, I don't think so, right?
That hasn't been all that good recently.
It's not that great.
As much as I want to see like Zorn Cho, I feel like it's not going to be quite as good.
Oh,
well, he still
really
does
stick for
it.
it. He has to.
I felt like if he kicks someone, they can get pulled out by the guiding winds. But hey, it's the signature. We hear the crowd screaming already with the Zorn Cho, so why not?
He has to dominate the early game, considering like the first game wasn't in his pool, right? Like, he's playing Matilda, he tried to be aggressive, got first blood right from the get-go, and ever since that point, RSG MY is just pulling the fact that Zorn cannot play aggressive, and that's a big nuisance where a lot of teams, when they face Homeboys against Zorn, they find him extremely annoying.
Yeah, I think people feel like he is very menacing. It's because he exudes so much confidence, right? Like, you see his jungle, his Cho back there, his Cho Arlet, he's always in your face, and that kind of scares people away, but I think teams have evolved to deal with it. You want to come into my jungle, we'll fight you, and we'll kill you instantly. And export, because it's not banned out, RSG MY gets it, is great against, you know, Fredrin, short-range heroes like Carry, even Faramis is not that bad. But it really comes down to whether Homebois can have Zorn make these early pickoffs, because I think that's very important to stall the game out for Nets carry.
I can't believe they actually doubled down after seeing the carry on towards a tanky composition. And now RSG MY is got so much tankiness.
There it is.
Homebois, they can actually cut through with this, Rob.
The Benedetta, I was suspecting it when we saw the X-Borg matchup. This will allow Sapa to extend some pressure across the map and play for macro, even if Homebois find themselves in a sticky spot. But I'm not too worried in this game for them, because RSG actually doesn't have a lot of hard setup since they got the Baxia and the X-Borg. All initiative is gonna be on the Homebois side.
Yeah, and most likely Izanami is just going to take the Nether Realm. I don't see him taking the choke kick anytime soon unless he wants to make some crazy plays. But when we go to the late game, Loliel and Natan is the Tigers carry.
Well. Let that be known. The champions, the defending champions, going up against a former champion. What a turn of events here at the playoffs, day number 2. We're heading into game number 2 for RSG MY versus Homebois to fight on who will advance to the upper bracket finals to fight Selangor Red Giants. And currently, RSG MY a game ahead.
We already talked about the possible adaptations. We figured Homebois will go for tank jungle. They'll switch Zorn to more of a setup style tank, and that's exactly what has happened. So now we'll find out whether or not the changes we suggested will be enough to allow Homebois to even things up against RSG MY.
Oh, at least Zorn won't get first blooded, not with RSG MY's current draft. Although he does not gonna bother going in for an invade. It's more about trying to set up for this mid side. And Izanami knows this. Oh wow.
Okay, Udil right from the get-go. Izanami now getting harassed here. This is the Homebois we know. This is the aggression. And now they're gonna go a little bit more here. Vinogo looking to try and intercept this. He wants to get a kill on Zorn, but no, actually he focuses on Udil instead. He's gonna be able to get out. Here comes Stampy. He's gonna pull Vinogo across the wall. Nope, not gonna be enough, but he's taking too much damage. He needs to get out. Vinogo is getting pinned. Mistakes were made. Homebois, you can't run. Got a little bit greedy from Vinogo. Gets punished. And now Udil flickers forward with a double kill. Signature for Ramis.
I just want to say RSG MY, there's a mechanical misplay, not by Vinogo, but by Izanami. He thought that he could get out of Udil, get away from Udil, but he didn't purify when the first Spectre Stampede lashed onto him, and that completely messed up the momentum before Vinogo even joined the fight. And because Izanami didn't have much health, he didn't want to commit, and Vinogo ended up going down.
Yeah, it's not often we see mechanical mistakes from a player like Izanami, but Homebois being able to force their hand. And you cannot underestimate Zorn on show, man. He knows the ins and outs of this hero by heart. Exactly how much space he can create.
Now, speaking of space now, again, Homebois now having the advantage. Izanami still not having the 4 yet, means they can take advantage of the Nero's realm right now. Repo already here to try and shove his way through Zorn. He has the kick. Does he go for it? Izanami steals the Nether realm. Does he go for it? Vinogo not going to be able to make in time. So Homebois, they get in, they get out safely.
Yeah, I like the fact that RSG MY is not going to decide to not commit to that. It's not really worth it. Just play the lane, stem the bleeding. Sure, Udil got 2 kills. That's a bit of a headache, but it's not the end of the world. The rest of your side laners can still catch up. You need Loliel to have a good time.
Oh, I'm noticing Loliel actually quite behind on EXP, actually. A full level behind on Nets, even though the number of minions in their lane are equal. So Nets has done some minion management shenanigans here to deny that from him, and that's going to be great. Homebois is already with 1k net worth start.
Okay, Loliel and Trophy at the last second as well.
Oh,
That's pushing in, but now he's got to be recalling his way through Homebois. They want to dive this. They know they can. They've got Nether Realm. Loliel has got nothing. His trap is gone. They're mocking him. They're taunting him. What were you thinking, Loliel?
And they even purposefully give the last hit to Nets as well. Homebois are feeling good.
What a catch. And now they even find Izanami. Homebois, they strike back. Game 1.
Mechanical misplays, man. The misplays are coming out.
Was that Shadow Stampede like perfectly pulling him into the mid line of Fraser's Wrath?
Yeah, he didn't even... I feel like he had time to use the Nether Realm, but decided against it because he was going to die anyways. But still, Izanami getting a bit sloppy after that first blood. Not really looking too good thus far. This jungle compromise.
Yeah, now continuing the assault. 3 minutes in, Vinogo is 1 level away. We've seen this before from the previous game. Vinogo is getting thought about. Does he win the retry battle? He doesn't. He's going to try and retaliate, but he needs to get out. And Homebois, again, look at this. The confidence. This is the Homebois we know. This is what we like. This is what we enjoy.
They didn't get a single chance to recall spam in game number 1. And here, 4 minutes into game number 2, we've already seen enough to make up for both games. Homebois are firmly in the driver's seat. Already nearly a 3K lead with only 4 kills. Their control over the map is already solidified.
Yeah, and seeing how the circling eagle comes in, Nats, he's getting bursted down, but again, he's so far off.
Oh my goodness!
But Nats, he finds the damage. He will solo kill here. And Lolios, where were you running? Going to purify but the kick from Thorn will help Nats secure the kill. He will fight him. But Izanami is here to turn it away as well. Sword versus Izanami. Udio comes to save the day. He might die. Last thing. No, he survives. But Izanami is not out of it yet.
That's how you do it. You press the purify.
No. Oh my goodness. Waste the time here. Homebois.
Yep. You press the purify before the Shadow Stampede pulls you. That is the only way to avoid getting dragged back by the Firemen. Even then, it really doesn't matter to Homebois. Sure, our carry went down, but guess what? He just solo killed their roamer and their gold laner.
That's a win in my books, and I'm sure it's a win in theirs as well. They pick up yet another turtle in their hands. Homebois looking way different in this early game compared to previous GB. I think he did he? No, he did not steal that. Vinogo still got his purple buff. But you can see the pressure that Homebois is exerting now.
Well, the level disparity is starting to pile on. Sepa now scouts out too. He's forced to back off, but again, do they want to go in for the fights here? Chibi already starting with the recall, looking for 1v1s. Repo looking to take that fight. Zord as well. He actually catches with Nogo. He's looking for the kick. Does he go for it? He's baiting. Nope. Not gonna happen, but he baited out the Tortoise Basalt. That's good for Homebois.
This jungle, I'm not sure how RSG MY is going to protect this.
Oh no, the taunt is an army. He might be dead. He's gone. Appraisal's draft.
No,
GG. Oh, mistakes were made, but Nogo left him alone. And now, here comes the collapse. NetherRealm keeps Homebois alive, but the export from Repo were able to find one. Chibi is down. Udil also next to fall.
Oh, thank goodness that amounted to something. Izanami still does not use the NetherRealm that he stole. 8 the Appraisal's Wrath and went down. I feel like if you know you're gonna go down, you might as well use it to buy some time.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he was chain CC'd or something, but RSG MY are at least able to get something back there. Narrow the net worth lead just a little bit and punish Homebois for overstaying their welcome. Yes, they have the NetherRealm, but RSG MY does have a good amount of just consistent DPS overall. So Homebois needs to not make mistakes like that, and RSG need to continue to try and create some pressure across the map.
Sabat gets a free tier 2, so that's huge for Homebois. Meanwhile, another retry battle comes in. Vinogo actually secures it, so despite the level disparity, he's been on point on this retribution battle, sir. But again, they're holding on for the middle turret here. Udil's NetherRealm gets stolen by Izanami. Zorn is making the plays, looking for it, but they can't find him yet. Vinogo looking to catch somebody, but it's going to be a stalemate for now for both sides.
RSG MY ideally want to be able to contest this turtle. Not too sure if Izanami does have NetherRealm stolen, so they can at least put up a fight somewhat. A 3k net worth difference at this point is notable, but not too significant yet. It's just the problem is Homebois is positioning a little bit too good. RSG cannot find any angle of approach.
Yeah, it's reached a point where RSG MY are literally sticking together. This is the scenario that Homebois want to condition RSG MY to be in. Your export can be in the same lane as the Benedetta. Nowhere is safe. If you are not together as a team, we can easily pick you apart with our Cho.
Now Zorn taking a lot of damage here. Udil also looking to fight this wall. Meanwhile, they're all split up. They have to make a decision eventually. Homebois secures a retreat. Okay. Not this time, Vinogo. Not this time.
And he makes it known too. It's just a little bit of spam recalling to make it known that he has successfully stolen a buff this time. RSG MY slowly falling further behind in that net worth gap. 4,600. Nearly 9 minutes in is not a good look for them.
Yeah, but this time, this purple buff retri battle here, both sides doesn't have the retribution yet. It comes down to the stalemate. Cho going for the kick here. Zorn hasn't been able to do too much. Chibi looking for the fight, but Serpad with the lethal final blow. Seems to be a little bit scary. High tails out of there.
And thankfully, Venogo got the purple buff, so he saves some XP, but doesn't change the fact that Homebois have control over this game. All tier 1s down, only the tier 2 mid is left. In RSG MY, they need a lot more time. Lo Liao becomes their insurance plan, just like game 1, but this time it's RSG MY that needs the Natan.
It's tough. Now Udil looking for the pullback. They are trying to chip out the Firaga armor. And it doesn't go away, but they bait out the insanity. And look at this, Homebois. They know it was intended. They're looking for base. It's Zanami. Nether Realm still has, but Homebois, oh my goodness, the mind games is happening. RSG MY, they're slowly crumbling. Do they take the bait?
That's an instant recall to get your Firaga armor back. You cannot afford to not have it for this next Lord.
This is literally what we talked about during the keys of victory too, right? That psychological warfare. I feel like Homebois took that game 1 defeat a little bit personally here, and they are making it well known their disdain for their rivals on the land of Dawn right now. The war gonna be contested once again. Can RSG MY actually find the space?
Okay, finally the kick comes in, but the NetherRealm will keep Venogo alive here. The Toys Person is there by so low. Appraisal drop on Chibi. Seems to be not able to deal with Venogo. He's gonna be A-okay, but they focus Chibi down. Homebois, he overextended and mistakes were made, and now RSG MY, can they reset in time for the Lord fight?
That's the NetherRealm you need from Izanami. Saving Venogo right before he gets taken out. The Appraiser's Wrath, surprisingly from Chibi, didn't do enough to not only take down Venogo, but not enough to heal him back up, and that kill was important. Wish he would have went over to Lo Liao instead of stole him though.
If that was anyone besides Venogo, it would have dealt enough damage based on the health percentage, but Homeboy is still gonna continue fighting.
What is the damage from Nets as well as a Ghostbuster?
What?
Nets!
You're kidding me!
the Lord! RSG MY with the Lord Storm, and now Serpa looking to turn the tide. He gets one, but he drops everyone from RSG MY low. Homebois.
How did Venogo not press his retribution? Was it crowd control? I need an instant replay on that.
But now Lolios with the Purify, he needs to get out as well. Venogo is getting taunted his way through, but they need to get him out to safety. Homeboy, 6k network lead. Now, with the Lord crashing in, do they fight this here? But it is only the first Lord, so it's not that much of a deal. So this inhibitor will still stand. Homebois has to take this on a different level.
This has turned out very differently from what we saw in game number 1. Homebois, they're a team that once they have an early lead, they're never gonna really let go of it. And even the AI winning prediction gonna show that 86% in favor of the Homebois. Chibi spam recalling right outside their base when the purple buff is standing right behind him and he could be farming it. But this is a much more important use of his time.
Yeah, purple buff can wait. Buff is temporary, recall is forever.
I think they're just straight up holding hostage to the purple buff, right? Like, instead of just starting here, right now, they're looking to try and jeopardize this. It feels like RSG MY. Oh, okay.
He gets it.
No,
wow.
No way.
Told you, man.
Like, I don't know where this confidence is coming from, but with that play, forcing a retro just like that, and Venogo not using it, I feel like Venogo is the most affected in this game right now.
Yeah, I mean, missing that retry was that was almost lethal. That was disaster if you're RSG MY. That was your ticket back into the game to put it back to an even state. Now they're gonna play from behind again. Venogo needs time to catch up.
Chibi, two-man taunt, still looking for Venogo. He's getting chipped away a little bit here, but I like the final blow from Serpat. Catches two. NetherRealm keeps him alive here. Lulio is dropping a little bit low, but Lulio finds Serpat, so that's huge for RSG MY. Homebois now, they have to run away. Storm is going for the stuns here. Homebois needs to run. And again, the RSG MY somehow miraculously finds a random kill because of the Entropy's range.
Yeah, and because of the NetherRealm, again, NetherRealm so crucial for Izanami. He purified at the third prop of the Jeet Kune Do, and that allowed him to not only avoid getting knocked out, but the kick also was not as effective as Zorn would have liked it to be. And his NetherRealm afterwards, again saving his teammate Lo Liao. He is waking up. He is about to really hammer down Homebois in these team fights.
Well, Lil and Ned have both been able to farm fairly safely this game, but we know that Nathan right now in the meta scales very well in comparison. Udil currently at the top of the damage dealt ranking, but Lolil only right behind him. And
oh my god, Lolios with the aggression makes a play. Support gets taken out, and now RSG MY is able to push Homebois back. What a comeback coming in from them, and now Homebois, they lose an inhibitor, and you can see the silence coming in from the crowd. Absolutely at awe at what's happening to Homebois.
All right, this is it. This is the Lord fight. It's either you win the Lord fight, or better yet, you wipe Homebois again. Sapa will be back for this Lord. Homebois have one last chance.
The disbelief in the eyes of everyone as RSG MY looking to fight the Lord. Homebois, they need to throw everything here. Nets taking so much damage from Lolios, and now the Blast Insanity coming in as well. They force the NetherRealm, but can they survive? No, they lose the Lord. Now Chibi needs to get out, and he's going to be able to do so. But the Lord in the hands of RSG MY. And again, absolute silence from the crowd.
That is so nice. All the ways. The bottom wave was just pushing. So Loliao gets this tier 1. He might not get the tier 2 for now, but the Lord is going to come up top. Homebois will need to deal with that. RSG MY, despite missing the first Lord, have now completely recovered. Loliao, critical mass, full items.
The network lead that Homebois built up for themselves early on has been completely negated. RSG MY recognizing that they are now stronger in these team fights, and Lolil showing that confidence by being the first one to initiate as well, relying on Storm to make sure he never goes too far. This could be huge structural damage in favor of RSG.
Yep, and now look at this. They're going to try to make a jam on GB as well. There's no turret here. They're going to try and catch him as well. But Last Insanity comes in, trying to zone off Zorn. Zorn, he's taking a little bit too much damage. He's going to be able to flicker out of there. So for now, Reset comes in. Electro final blow, clears the minion, but Sapat in trouble. Is a lot of damage. Oh, chill boy. He needs to get out, but Inhibitor will fall. RSG MY now continues their assault. Homebois, they have to make some sort of play. They don't have ultimates now. Nets also not having the ultimates. Homebois now slowly losing the inhibitor. Big stun here coming in. GB will fall to the Lils. What a snipe is Anami with the NetherRealm, and now the Insanity comes in, drops onto Udil, drops on Nets. They get the reset, but RSG MY, they're not done yet. They're taking so much damage. Lolios is still alive. He's got immortalities. They need Chibi. The crystal slowly falling apart. Suppa drops the electrifiable. He dies. He goes down, but he will clear the mid. Lolios! Lolios! What a play from the man, the myth, the legend, RSG MY is defying all odds.
Can you believe it? 2-0 in the best of 5 against Homebois.
Silencing the crowd.
What happened to RSG during the break? What did they do? This is a different team. This is a different energy. This is not what we expected. RSG one game away from potentially sending the defending champs to the lower bracket.
Wow, SRG might just get their wish of facing RSG MY tomorrow if this continues. Game 1, early in the mid game, pure dominance. Game 2, they were absolutely stopped in their tracks, and they managed to come back, right? Even missing the first Lord of the game.
They made an epic comeback just like that, and the best part is, like, they were playing so well to a point that the fans were just at disbelief, like absolute silence. And it's just, you know, I had goosebumps seeing that when everyone's hopes and dreams just went down like that, and my God, like, it's an experience you just cannot get anywhere else.
Yeah, if you guys want to come and watch and get your hopes and dreams crushed along with the crowd, you guys can check the QR code at the bottom of the screen right now, or look at this link, because we still got playoffs tickets open. We still got day 3, we still got that grand finals, but that ground floor for the grand final already sold out. So if you guys want to catch the show live at MBSJ and not miss out on these tickets, which are selling fast, you guys better check it out as soon as possible.
Yeah. just want to let you know that it only opens, the terrace seating only opens 11:30 p.m. tomorrow. So better mark down that time.
Yeah, it has to be quick here. But let's take a look at the MVP for that match here. The MVP for game number 2 is going to be none other than Lolios himself, because he was getting big catches all by himself, and he's the reason why RSG MY is able to bounce back from a huge deficit against Homebois.
Telling you, man, when you have a Natan on your team, it's only a matter of time until he hits critical mass and goes nuclear on everyone. Lo Liao. In fact, not just Lo Liao, gold laners have been popping off in this playoffs. Yesterday, we saw Sasa, and today was Innocent and then Lo Liao.
100% kill participation, by the way, on a marksman. 944 GPM, despite RSG MY being behind for most of the first half of that game. Homeboys just didn't pay Lolil enough attention, and he made sure that they were aware of his presence.
Even Zorn went deathless this game, but there's only so much you could do on the Cho, right? You want to find these crucial targets. It is so hard. I think most of the time you only either find Svenogo or Izanami, because Rippo is not someone you want to kick, but Izanami, you know, after some rusty start, he also cleaned up the Purify timing.
Oh boy. I don't know what happened, but it feels like game 1 and game 2, it came down to a situation where either or can win the game. But it feels like, again, it brings up to my question, right? Like I brought this up during the drafts. Like, if you bring a Cho, it's strong early, it's strong mid. We saw how Zorn was just super oppressive, but the moment you reach the late game territory, he's not going to be able to survive this. You look how quickly Leo melts him every single time he tries to make a play. If he doesn't make a play, he missed the first chance, there's no second chance, there's no retakes here. And that's something that I think Homebois suffered the most in all these scenarios here. They could have ended the game so many times, but again, mistakes were made.
I mean, Lo Liao has higher kill participations than everyone else. You'd think that the Matilda will also have 100%, but no. Lo Liao finds himself knees deep in every single engagement.
Lolil just farming for most of the early game. He looks behind him, realizes his team is losing, and is like, oh, okay, I'll do it myself. And I think the thing is, I mentioned that I was worried about this Cho pick from Zorn, right? He made it look really good in that first engagement, but when RSG picks up 3 Purifies, their late game scaling is stronger, and Homebois are wholly reliant on Zorn or Sabat to try and get a catch. They don't have enough tools to actually force out the Purifies and then catch on top of that. RSG just needs to hide behind Venogo and Rippo, who are both doing a great job of frontlining and creating the space necessary. And I just can't believe this is the result.
I'm gonna eat my words very soon. I came into this, I'm like, Homeboy statistically looks a bit more polished.
I was expecting that as well. Like I feel like Homebois had a very, very strong chance to actually win this game, but now 2 games behind here.
Wow, this would be the greatest reverse sweep.
Like, I don't know, is it possible to see a full game 5? Like, it might be happening here.
Nothing is ever impossible.
Yeah.
But
RSG MY has demonstrated that we were absolutely wrong about Homebois being the statistical favorites to win this, right? RSG came swinging with a vengeance. They saw all the Homebois players spam recalling in front of them and took it personally.
I'm not gonna lie, even though Repo hasn't been playing much, but Repo coming back in just made RSG MY look so good.
I'll tell you a crazy fact, right? If RSG MY wins this series, they would have surpassed their results in the last season. Last season they finished 4th. This season they have a chance to finish at least 3rd place. They just have to win this.
And they would be able to return the favor, since last season it was Homebois who sent them down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, okay. Homebois 3-0'd them last season.
I'll do you one better, right? Okay, here's the match history between both RSG as well as Homebois, right? Homebois has won 6 out of 10 matches in total, dating back to Season 7 all the way to Season 13 in regular weeks as well as playoffs. So,
man,
they played all best of 3s. Homebois has won 6 out of 10. And this is the first ever best of 5 series.
That is crazy. That's crazy. I mean, last year, Homeboys 2-1 RSG in the regular season. I think 2-0'd them in the playoffs, if I remember correctly. But the fact that RSG is about to 3-0 them in the best of 5 for the very first time after so long does make you wonder. I think a lot of doubters about RSG are about to be proven wrong. And I think a lot of RSG fans probably are blowing up the internet right now. What are you recalling, Chibi? Are you recalling back to base?
I'm pretty sure the people that are watching at home were like, wait, why does MPL MY feel so quiet? It's not because it's quiet. It's just completely silenced. Shut down.
Every person in this stage is staring at that screen with their mouths agape.
Even RSG fans were like, wow, we won that?
How did that happen?
And that's the thing, right? We're on the English side. Like, we're actually sitting around the Homeboys fans, and it's just ridiculously quiet.
I'm telling you, the Flame Boys fans scare me.
For me, it's like, it's a good play. I'm hyping things up, but at the same time, it's just like, yo, this reminds me of Season 3 when Boss Crew kind of like lost and 80% of crowd just disappeared.
I mean, as long as your card play isn't in the public domain, you should be fine. They're not gonna find you. We do have the Hall of Fames though. It is all blue. Lodiel, of course, richest guy, Carry, Vanogo, Sandbag, and Stoem, best wingman of this game too.
Loliel was just left alone for so long. I think Homeboys definitely let down their guard. They won the early game so handedly. They figured, there's no way Loliel's gonna be able to have space to farm. We have Sapat splitting the map. Everything's fine. And then everything was not.
And then Sapat gets like two-shotted by Loliel. Net started dying in fights. Yeah. I mean, if I was in Net's position, I would be like, alright, this Natan's game is over. I am ahead, guys. I just solo kill him. We're in good hands. In fact, you wouldn't even imagine RSG MY making that comeback after losing that first Lord.
We have to take a look very, very carefully, guys, like analysts, color casters. I need you guys to watch the replay and find out exactly which moment RSG MY was able to make a comeback, because that should not have been an RSG game.
Alright, bet. I'm gonna pay attention to this. I know for a fact that
it wasn't this game.
It was like the first 12 minutes, it was all Homeboys, right?
Yep.
Could have been 9 minutes, but you know, RSG MY lost the Lord. Homeboys extend the lead. They didn't get an inhibitor. That's the good news for RSG MY. They mounted a good defense because Lodiel was able to get his items, but he had 2 early deaths that was devastating for Natan.
Once Homeboys got that mid lane priority, they started expanding that, ganking the other lanes, creating pressure. But there were also times where I do feel like they overstayed their welcome just a little bit, right? Not in this situation. You can see that Homeboys are still doing well. Nets is out DPSing. They're still able to punish Loliel, punish Storm. Up until this point, it seemed like an obvious Homeboys victory.
Even beyond this point, Homeboys, they were still ballooning that gold lead, right? Like, Izanami got the kill, but look at this, 6 minutes plus, Homeboys, they were invading RSG MY's jungle. And a lot of times they're abusing the fact that Izanami is just not actively using the Nether Realm. He died 2 times without using the Fireman's ult.
Yeah, and even here you can see, like, I think this was a small blunder coming in from Homeboys. They overextended just to kill Izanami, right? So this is a little bit of a saving grace where Loliel was just bashing and bashing, getting so many kills to actually scale back into the later stage of the game. But still, that was a little bit of a small victory for RSG, right? So Homeboys technically still in the lead, still in the driver's seat, and even in this scuffle as well, like, what was going on? Like, I think this was one small mistake. For some reason, Chibi was walking the direction where Storm was able to bring one member to kill him off.
I mean, he was expecting his ultimate to just straight out one-shot Vanogo, right? But Vanogo had the third poison, didn't go down. Homeboys, they still got the Lord, and because of that Lord steal by Nets, they retained that lead. Again, they were not able to take down the inhibitor, and RSG MY, they started catching Sepa. They shut down the side lanes. And I think from that point onwards, Homeboys realized that, man, our side lane control is no longer safe because you have a Natan that is being dragged to our side lanes with a Matilda. You can't run from that.
Yeah, they were relying on Sapat to prolong that game, to play for the macro just in case they fell behind. But I think Sapat also got a little bit greedy himself. He went full damage on the Benedetta, started joining team fights because Homeboys were already on the enemy side of the map, creating space. He got some good Electro final blow catches, but it resulted in him being a little out of position a lot of the time. And without the Benedetta, it becomes more difficult for Homeboys to continue on that fight. We saw that one fight as well where GB for some reason walked super far forward to try and kill the Baxia to the point where they couldn't reach him with the Nether Realm, and then things started turning around completely for RSG.
To be honest, I don't really know what happened with RSG MY, but I'm curious to see what happened behind the scenes, because after yesterday's games here, I feel like Coach Sora definitely one-upped for the team. Like, no one expected RSG MY to be so dominating against Homebois, and this time this is the stats coming in from Coach Sora. Most pick here: Frederick, Roger, Valentina. Most ban: Angela, Harry, Farmis, and opponent bans is Matilda, Yu Jong, and Harry. So what do you think?
Yeah, I think the one that stands out is definitely the Yu Jong ban, right? Because Harry, Matilda, Angela, Farmis, these are all very normal bans. The Yu Jong ban is basically because I think it's the same reason as dealing with KGE, where they had the tendency to first face the Yu Jong, and Ripple plays a very mean Yu Jong, and it plays into RSG MY style. They can play fast, they can have all these backline impacts. That's why teams are taking out Yu Jong just like Homebois did in Game 2. But when we saw Sora like last season when he was with Red Esports, we know that this guy he's a genius. He's cooking something, and I'm glad he's able to prove himself with RSG.
Yeah, Sora is a great coach. He's had a long-standing history here in MPL, but never truly found that peak success. And I think like a lot of us, LaFell especially, is a big fan of Coach Sora, and
He's just spamming the WhatsApp chat. It's like, oh my god, RSG, yeah, that's my in-law. I'm like, great, yeah, Izanami, yeah, great. We know you have a special relationship with him. You know, shout out to you, LaFell, if you're watching the English broadcast. If you're not watching the English broadcast, you're biased towards the English broadcast, but never mind. Speaking of which here, now let's talk a little bit more in terms of the bans, right? It's surprising that Sora has kind of focused so much on banning the Angela. And for this past 2 days, what Angela ban?
I mean, Angela does not really exist in the S tier anymore. I mean, it's same as the Nolan and Barrage, right? They've kind of fallen off the tier list, which I'm all for it, right? We get to see a lot more different picks, but it has been 399 days, more than a year since the last Savage in MPL Malaysia.
Man, it has been that long here. The last one being the MPL Malaysia Season 11 playoffs in the hands of Momo, who was playing Martis at the time. And then even before that, it was Season 10 with Chibi and Gary all the way back to when Karina was meta.
I think we had so many close calls for Savage this game. This regular season, we had a lot of maniacs, and even there, I think there was one unofficial Savage where, because he got 4 kills, and the time gap in between the fourth and the last kill took too long, and that's why he didn't get a Savage. So
unfortunately, it doesn't count, right? You gotta hear the announcer say Savage, and then
I feel old now that it's been 359 days since the last Savage just won, and I think, I don't know, I feel old now.
Don't worry, I mean, you're aging every second. All right,
true.
All right, boy, what you got? What's your coolest pose?
We need more cool poses.
I like this.
Can you do that again?
No.
Yeah, please don't. Actually,
you missed it.
I'd rather not hear that again.
Why not? Don't you like a little bit of in your life?
Please don't do that again. Let's go into the game here. Game 3. We already talked about the adjustments Homebois need to do for Game 2. They did it. It wasn't enough. So what needs to happen for game number 3 is my question now.
Zorn needs to play something that he can play, because 2 games now he hasn't.
Wait.
Joe?
Say that again.
No, okay. So Zorn needs to play something that he can play that can deal with RSG. And in this case, I feel like banning off strong roamers such as the Edith as well as Arlott is gonna be an awkward spot. Like it doesn't come back to, like, it also comes back to my situation, right? Like earlier the weeks here, we saw a lot of chose coming from SRG. We saw a lot of chose coming from Homebois as well. But when the nerfs come in, when the buffs onto his tanks as well as the tank items affected Cho, because Cho did not get that defense buff.
That is true, because he's categorized as a fighter.
So they need to draft Zorn's hero right from the get-go, rather than just leaving it for last so that he can be a little bit more flexible.
But there's very less options, right? If you are looking at it at that manner. If the Arlott gets banned now, you're only left with probably Matilda and Minotaur, but no one really first picks Minotaur right now because you're just asking for an X-Proc to get picked.
Learn to play an Enchanter properly.
I feel like it does the job well enough.
We have some pretty good enchanters. It's more like, just because they lose doesn't mean it's not played well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
you gotta base it on the gameplay itself. Like in game 1, yes, he went on the Matilda. They didn't end up winning there, but I don't attribute that fully to Zorn either. Just circumstances ended up in that way. For now though, the draft for game number 3, Homebois is going to be on blue side once again, RSG on red side. Homebois still banning the same heroes.
I think we got to recap on how things went down in terms of draft, right? Like the idea that Homebois had with the carry was to deal with the tankiness coming from RSG, but so far the matchups coming in from yesterday, today, and as well as other regions, even in SPS as well, has always been a matchup between Natan, Moskov, Harif, and Roger. And these are the 4 important ones. If it was banned, then sure, I understand it was carry, but for Homebois to not pick the Moskov, which has been a priority for a lot of the other teams here, it just shows you that it's, I don't know, it's weird. For me,
I can't see where you're coming from, right? And it does, and it's not even like it feels like a hero that Nets wouldn't be comfortable with playing, right? It feels like his style of hero, so it does make you wonder a bit, like, yeah, maybe they drafted it to try and counter initially the tank jungle they'd pick up, but it wasn't quite enough.
This could be a Novara angle for RSG MY. You can first pick the Novara if you want to. I think it's either that or the Valentina, considering that the Fredrin was first picked by Homebois, so there could be a Faramis angle for Udil again. I think RSG has some pretty crucial decisions to make. Let's see, so they take the Moskov for themselves. The turn now left open for Nets to go for. Yep, and they take Novara for Izanami.
Alright, RSG going to be playing for that late game here. We got a fun fact. We've already mentioned this a couple times, but RSG was sent to the lower bracket by Homebois in the previous season's playoffs. Will they be able to reverse the fates now? As you can see, Homebois do lock in on the Natan, and they get the Terizla too. Ooh.
Do you export here? Do you just go, do you just go all out and export third pick?
It's weird for Homebois to still keep Zorn's hero again. Like, all RSG needs to do is just pick whatever Roman they like, and then just start banning off all of Zorn's hero.
No, but there usually is a reason why you leave roles like the Roam or the EXP lane for later in the draft. They are very important, pivotal roles, and you need to counter pick.
That's the thing, right? From your perspective, I can see where he's going, but from my understanding of Zorn's hero pool, it's limited already. Like, he's been known to play aggression, and I've not seen him play Enchanter style, right? Like, let me give you an example. Look at how SRG went. Why did they lose the game? Yums is known for his aggression style, played on Rafaela, great, they lost.
You know what? My conclusion is that Terrence is the guy that looks at KD and then uses the KD to decide whether you're a good player or not.
I feel like, yeah,
no, it's more like habits. Like, their player habits doesn't suit an Enchanter. Enchanter are players that play similarly like how a mage positions themselves. But for both Zorn and Yums, they don't play like that.
Sure, I can...
No, not necessarily. I mean, I get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Yes.
Though I would say that this Edith pick is genius in a way because Ripple plays it. Yeah. Now you have a flex option for RSG MY. I would prefer this Edith in the roam role, but at least RSG, they are opening up options for themselves. Banning the artillery from Homebois, I absolutely love this Farsa ban. I think that Faramis might not be a main concern at this point. You ban the Farsa, you make sure that Udil doesn't get any long range, doesn't get to provide long range support for his team in these team fights, not when there's Terizla and Natan and Fredrin already.
I think like Faramis could still be worth a ban here because RSG is clearly not going for the Valentina anymore. Like, the Netherrealm is still very scary in the hands of the Homebois, especially now that they straight up have a fighting color.
I think just ban the Faramis, like just make Udil uncomfortable as much as they can. But Homebois, they banned the Baxia, so that means it is going to be them threatening Vinogo's hero pool a little bit here, forcing to play something else. But what surprises me this time is Matilda completely ignored from both sides now. Oh, wait, sorry, Matilda's banned, my bad, sorry. What is Vinogo going to play against a Fredrin, right? Like, we've seen him play Barats, we've seen him play, the Fredrin a lot, but when it comes to succession or win rate percentage, Vinogo has had higher win rates with a Fredrin as well as a Baxia, whereas his Barats and Akai doesn't really do too much.
It can be an option, I think, in this game if you if the Barats gets banned out. RSG MY showing respect to the Cho. I like it. So you ban the Cho out. Considering that we have Edith, right? Like, Edith, regardless in what lane, it's It's a bit of a problem if you get kicked away despite having Primal Wrap, so the Roger ban is just as a failsafe to make sure that Vinogo doesn't run the Roger jungle.
Smart, that's really smart.
So it's Baraz and Akai being the remaining tanks. I don't see any other options for them. Unless they want to bust out the Helcurt, which I feel like it's...
They should.
It's a little risky.
We've been hyping up the Helcurt for the longest of time, but we haven't seen it a single time.
If there's one guy to play Helcurt, it's probably Chibi first.
Oh,
yeah, I agree. It was one of his like secret picks.
During season 7 or 8, that was a long
Even
time
last
ago.
season, it was
Even
like
last season, yeah.
It was like the Fredrin Buster.
That was when Helcurt was still the old style. He would silence, but
okay,
like they'll stick with the Akai. One of the safer options could really open up these team fights as well, since RSG wants to make sure Homeboys cannot play around that penalty zone.
It's interesting to see a lot of Akais in other regions, or even SPS as well, but it's so rare to see an Akai here in MPL MY.
Yeah, it makes it rough for a Fireman's pick, right? Because now there's ways to split you away from the Nether Realm. Not to mention that heroes like Fredrin absolutely hates Akai. I want to stand still and slam you with my big sword, but now I cannot because you're bumping you away from objectives. In a way, it does the job that Baraz does slightly better, at least from a perspective of displacing your enemies. It puts Udio in quite a spot though.
Like Udio is like super serious, and Sword is like smirking at Chibi. It was like, hey man, what's up? Something is up.
So
but now, go for the Arlot. Okay, Arlot sneaks through the draft, and they also get the Vexana. So, pretty standard drafts coming from Homeboys. I like the draft this time for Homeboys.
You go Terizla here. Not Terizla, sorry, Export. You go Export here for Ripple.
Comfort picks. Yeah, they should.
Yeah, I mean, if Yuzhong was not banned now, I would instantly feel like it's a Yuzhong pick. But right now, is either Paquito or Export. I kind of feel like Export would make slightly more sense.
Yeah, he definitely needs somebody to be the front lines, right? Like, Akai isn't exactly the tankiest. Natan does a lot of damage. But again, if you go for the export here, Natan can still shred through the Infragama armor relatively quickly.
Unless you run Ruby again. And then you run like the Ripple Edith XP lane.
Yeah, they could go for it right now. Like,
yeah.
It's not that bad.
Fading away.
Let's see what it is.
Wow! Wow!
No way!
Wow! By the way, the first time we saw this was
yesterday.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday, yeah. But the first time we saw it was in a regular season. I believe at that time it was Niners versus KGE. Barbosa and Moon ran the same draft. There's a different iteration where you run Novaria with the Beatrix, where he has Renner. But either way, I'm all out for this. If we can't fight you team fight, we poke you from long range.
This is going to be very interesting. RSG MY 1 game away from sending the defending champions to the lower bracket. 1 game away for getting vengeance from the playoffs of Season 12. Can the Homeboys defy this fate? Can they bring it back and show us why they are the favorites of this series?
Well, we shall see. RSG MY, if they 3-0 Homeboys, it is going to be a statement of them being the prime. Ladies and gentlemen, here, match point for RSG MY as we head into Game 3. RSG MY versus Homeboys.
This does indicate something about RSG MY though. It means that their setup heavily relies on Vinogo or Ripple getting a good crowd control, but mainly from Vinogo, because if you are Stoem, you are trying to set things up from long range. That means that Zorn, he's probably going to be walking up to Stoem and Izanami, and there's nothing much that they could do about it.
Yeah, that's the problem when you have this double mage mid-roam combination. It's going to be particularly weak against these tankier heroes that can dive from the front line. So Zorn wants to try and take advantage of that as much as possible. I'm personally just very curious about how well the Selena Novaria combo will do in that early stage.
I think it's more like when you get your first core item, right? When the Lightning Truncheon comes out for the Novaria, when you are starting to play for Vision, that's where it gets very, very crucial. Comes down to Izanami though, he needs to actively use that Astral Echo, which he has been doing in Game 1.
Well, seems like it's a little bit of an interesting approach this time for RGMY, where Vinogo preemptively waits for the XP lane.
Yep.
What's going on right here? Like, it's a completely different standby here. Middle aggression is still on, coming from Homeboys. RGMY, they anticipated this, but I don't think they can do too much, considering that they've got two mage as, I would say, I don't know, like, who can actually open the map?
It's gonna be up to Rippo and Venogo. The whole reason they are okay with going double mage is because they have Akai and Edith already, so at least they're not just relying on one player.
Oh no, he's dead. Like he might be okay. No, maybe not. Heavy spin comes in, he gets out. All right, sure, whatever.
Yeah. That means no turtle. That you give turtle away to Homeboys. I don't feel like Venogo can contest this. Even if he tries, it will be a bit hard.
Well, he's thinking here, but setup comes in from the top. Xana as well. Estraco barely connects up, but he's dead. First blood for Venogo. No turtle, no problem. I'll get the kill instead. But turtle not even started yet. This is going to be a good time here. RSG MY regroups for this fight, but Venogo is solo. He doesn't have retry as well. Can Izanami steal the turtle? He used the Astral Recall already, so nope, not happening.
I think this is wise. RSG MY will choose not to contest this. They already got a kill. They know they don't have their resources up. Better to just go back to farming and not interact and give free advantage to the Homeboys.
Yeah, I think Homeboys didn't expect Venogo to stay. They probably thought that Venogo recalled just to reset. And it came pretty close. I mean, Sepat, I felt like he hit his 4 a bit too late. If he hit it like a second earlier, that penalty zone would have changed everything. But he got his level 4 late, and Izanami landing that snipe from a farm. The kill going over to Venogo means that Venogo doesn't lose much despite not getting a turtle.
Okay, Stone, he's going for a couple combos in. Zorn is a little bit tanky for this, but at the same time, look at all the traps just giving so much vision. Homeboys. This is annoying.
Yep. I mean, to add up to follow up on the earlier point on who is going to open the map, it's not just Venogo or Ripple, right? Izanami can also do that. Stone can also do that. They have a lot of tools to get vision, to get information, as long as they use it correctly. I think that's the prerequisite.
I think getting information is one thing. Taking space is another thing. So my question is that who is RSG? Sorry, let me rephrase that question. It would be like, how does RSG MY take space?
Then it comes down to, you find info, Storm lands a stun, and then you threaten having Venogo or Ripple start a fight. I think that's probably the way.
Yeah, they're basically trading having heroes that can ease up.
Okay, not happening. Final stash comes in. Izanami gets that. I thought, no, his second skill withered off as well. Heavy spin comes in. It's not going to be enough to save Izanami. He tried to cross the wall, but just so unlucky. But good catch here coming from Homeboys. Good catch.
Izanami didn't really notice that until it was too late. Had to blow his flicker and ended up going down.
Venogo is trying to be a little bit oppressive. Purple Ball gets caressed as well. Zorn taking half HP. Combo comes in. Storm needs to get the arrow in, doesn't connect, so they will forfeit the purple buff for Venogo. So resets from Homeboys and RSG MY will need to stabilize somehow.
With a draft like this, hold on, they do land an arrow, not gonna do too much with it. RC is basically trading information gathering for tanky heroes that can open up the map for free, right? And that does make their life a little difficult.
Okay, final stash catches on 2. They got the Eternal Guardian in here. Can they burst down Rippo? Yes, they can. Venogo a little bit late for the heavy speed. He pins on Nets, but where's the follow-up? They don't have focus fires. They finally got the job done. Venogo will pay with his life to get the kill on Nets. They lose 2 for 1. And again, Lolios nowhere to be found yet. He's so quiet throughout the entire game, and Turtle in the hands of Chibi.
It's not worth. He felt like it was not worth joining the fight. Might as well get the top tier 1. Get something in return. Ripple didn't get to get his Primal Wrath off. That was very unfortunate because that could have perhaps changed the fight around. Ripple needed to get his ult off for the extra damage because everyone else just does not have enough.
At this stage of the game, Homeboys are just going to be superior during team fights. They have
my goodness,
Lord.
Oh,
wow, the
so close. So close. He could have died right there and there.
So as I was saying, Homeboys has the better team fight overall because they have Belly Zone, they have Final Slash, Chibi is tanky. RSG needs the delay. Their game plan is basically catch stragglers or take longer fights to whittle down health bars with that Star Shatter and that Abyssal Arrow. But they're also just basically distracting Homeboys long enough for Lolil to come online the same way he did in game number 2.
Yeah, the only way for RSGMY to have enough damage in a short fight is Moskov.
In a little bit of trouble, forces the Prime Round. Final Stash comes in. 4-man Echo. He's going to get obliterated by Udil. Meanwhile, Chibi, he's going to be pinned on the wall. Lolios with the saves comes in. But now here comes the heavy spin. They find Zord. A 2-for-1 special. Bargain for RSG MY.
Oh. Izanami and Lolio both got a kill each. They needed that goal to come back.
Yeah, that's quite an overextension from the Homebois. Again, Chibi being a little bit too far away from his team, getting punished by being isolated. And now, even though RSG MY are still behind in terms of net worth, getting those kills, like you mentioned, on Lolil and Izanami especially, are way more valuable.
What is happening with the gold laners for this past 2 days, man? Like, yo, it's been clutches after clutches by the gold laners. Damn, Lolios.
He's having a good game.
Yup, and now here comes the start. He catches Udil. Can he get the kill? Oh no, he goes for the counter play as well. He needs to get out. No fights here coming from Homebois. And now, here comes the catch from Zorn, but they will be able to escape safely. Meanwhile, Vinogo is still around. Turtle still exposed here. RSG MY, they've got their health dropped down pretty low. Yeah. Turtle down to 20%. That's it.
Nah, not worth going for it. Again, Homebois is controlling the neutral objectives very well. That was one of the key points that we brought up early on, right? RSG MY needs to improve the neutral objective, but this one...
Oh, Vinogo, do it. You don't want to go for the heavy spin as well. No, Chibi sidestep his way through. Penalty zone comes in. Lolil goes in. Udil finds Repo. Lolil still deciding if he should join, but nope, not a good fight for RSG MY. Echo comes in. Not sure what's going to object to that as well. Missile, not going to be connect. Tier 2 still stands for Homebois.
Man, look at the way that Lolil set up, right? Almost taking down the top tier 2. All this considered, this is great for RSG MY. Normally, when you have a network disadvantage, you're immediately on the shoulder end of the stake, but I don't feel that way for RSG MY at this point of time.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Doing a good job here. Even the AI winning prediction predicting in their favor right now, but Homebois not letting up on the pressure. Chibi diving the jungle. Ooh, final slash just barely missing, but look at the opposite side. Lolil just getting free reign to do whatever.
Yeah, now Chibi going for the fronts. RSG MY, they have to go through the reset. Lolil's nowhere to be found, but Nogo, he's getting burst out a little bit too much damage here, but a nice stun here from Hudil to set up for the kill. They find one, they find two, Repo and Nogo is out. Nets and Zorn getting a little bit too much damage here. Lolil is finally joining the fight. He finds Chibi as well, and now Lolil is mad.
Completely ignored the entire fight. Sure, Homebois got the top tier 2. They killed off 2 members of the side of RSG MY, but the crucial ones, they are still getting the kills, right? Lolil got 2 kills off of that. The Stolen's arrow landing onto Ness was also important because Ness could not participate in the fight because he was brought down so low.
Yeah, this is looking a bit dangerous. Lolil 3-0-1 right now. Homebois needs to find a way to shut him down. They still have the net worth lead, yes, but their positioning not really respecting RSG just yet. Like, they're going very aggressive to try and get kills, which they can do because they have Fredrin and Terizla. They gotta understand, there's no nether realm this game.
The arrow, Repo trying to extend his fight, half HP. Another arrow comes in. Oh, triple stun of Surfat. He just wants to move. Can't seem to move. And now Repo with the flicker forward. Oh, just a pixel off. A second too late from the Echo. Maybe, just maybe, if the Echo hit it a second earlier, maybe the hitbox would have gotten the hook.
The Echo is going to come back in like 30 seconds because of the Enchanted Talisman, so it's fine. But damage down ranking, Udil still holding the first place. All the splash AoE damage from this Vexana, making sure that he's contributing, but most of them not resulting in enough kills, and that's what I'm worried about Homebois right now. Unless Ness becomes the insurance policy like we've seen the entire series.
And Nathan has the capability to go 1v5 as long as he's given enough space. So Nets really just needs to farm up. But Lolil is doing the same.
Huge. That is huge. Homebois definitely spot that out. So if they go now and Lolil doesn't make it in time, it is going to be in trouble here. But Lolil seems like he is going to be regrouping here. He showed himself down middle. So Homeboy still going to be going for the Lord Dance once more.
It's hard for Surfat and Zorn to hide properly because they're just getting exposed by the Abyssal Arrow and the Novaria.
Oh, advance. Surfat getting checked. 4-man Echo comes in. Do they want to go in? Arrow connects to Surfat. This is huge. This is go time. Repo, he's getting taunted as well, but Appraisal's round. Nats blows him off, and now he's going to find Vinogo. One more auto attack. Vinogo survives. Homeboys now rushing the Lord. Can they go for this as well? They need the arrow to connect. Spear comes. Nats, he runs away, but Lolios is getting chased on. Can he survive? Yes, he will. He's got the Purify. He fights one, but he eventually falls. Surfat finishes him off. Homeboys, they get the biggest catch. RSG MY denied. Denied.
That's a mistake from RSG MY. The rest of the team were lady.
Oh no, it's not over. Vinogo, he's got the heavy spin. They got Nets as well. This is huge for RSG MY. They trade the gold laner for the gold laner. Homeboys, they could have gotten out. The arrow! The No! They got O'Neal! Oh my god! RSG MY! They're doing it without Lolios! Then now Chibi, they're forcing the fight. Lolios is back on 0 seconds. Repo will fall. Binogo is trying to extend the fight. Where's the spear? Where's the spear? Binogo is dead. The spear not out on Lolios. RSG MY, what seemed to be a good fight, has become a disastrous moment in this game for RSG MY.
Man, both teams overextending at this point. Stone will be back in time. Loliao needs to take out the Lord. Is an army caught?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Do they get him? Tier 2 still stands. They are going to be able to clear this minions, but Spear. Oh, Chibi sidesteps here. Lolios, he still wants to kill him off. That's pokes him away. Can he get out? Yes, he will. Homebois trading on thin ice right now. Same can be said for RSG MY.
We're getting to the point of the game where things are a little bit dicey. Homeboy still have that 3k net worth lead, but it's getting to the point where it doesn't make all that much difference as long as both teams are taking fights the way they want to. And Nets and O'Leal are both going to be hitting about the same peak very, very soon, where they can basically one-shot anyone that they find. So positioning, angles of approach are going to be very important. And it's gonna be harder for RSG because this Novaria Selena comp is still harder to execute comparatively.
Sword, conceal. Oh, great disengage. Loliao uses Purify as well.
That is great. That is great for Homeboys. I was about to point out that Nets took Flicker this game, so he's a very juicy target. One Selena arrow, if no one is body blocking for Nets, he will evaporate. But the fact that you got the Purify out of Loliao means that RSG MY will not feel comfortable fighting for the next lore, at least for a while.
70 seconds, 47 seconds for the Lord and 60 seconds on Loliao's Purify. They have to wait the longest of time, and you can see RSG MY full turtle defense. Cannot afford to do anything here. It's all about just waiting on those battle spells now.
What about getting info? Storm and Izanami, they just gotta keep doing their job. It is a very boring chore, but that's the only way to maintain control of the map. You don't want Homeboys to stand in your bush and you do nothing about it.
Okay, arrow connects on Zorn. He's thinking about it, but as soon as he saw it's Zorn, it's like, nah, that's not worth it. It's a roamer only.
That's not the target he wants to be looking for. He wants to find Nets or Udil. Basically, landing the arrow on anyone else is not worth it unless they're 100% sure that they're isolated. And Homeboys is not going to make that mistake right now, especially since the Lord just respawned.
Now that I think about it here, if they get an arrow on towards Nets, he's dead. He doesn't have a Purify at all.
Yeah. Now it's the slow burn.
Indeed, but now Echo connects on tree. Arrow, oh, so far off. Not going to be able to connect here. Homeboys will be resetting the Lord for now. The minions are not pushed from both sides, so it's pretty 50-50. It comes down to a individual mistake now from both sides. Chibi looking at an attempt. RSG MY dodges for now. Yeah. Lord once again gets resetted.
No conceal for Homeboys. Zorn used it. They wanted to make a play, but RSG MY read that perfectly.
This is a terrifying Lord dance. I would not want to be part of it.
It's tough now. Binogo takes the full run, forces the heavy spin. The arrow connects on Serpent. Here comes the Echo as well. Chibi whiffing the Appraiser's Wrath. Lord dropping down pretty low. It's going to be close. The spear comes in. Do they go for the fight? No go! Steals the Lord. They come in as well, and Loliao cleans house. He gets one, he gets two, he gets them all. Repo gets one as well. Nets runs for his life. It's only him and Udil left, and RSG MY is looking for the fight. Loliao comes in the midst of chaos. He destroys all of Homeboys.
Oh, that was close.
I had to see.
Oh my goodness, Nets. The crowd absolutely silent. RSG MY, they are doing it. They've done the impossible.
No minion wave.
Are they gonna do this? Zorn, 5 seconds left. Chibi 10, 8 for Serpent. RSG MY with the Lord. They need to do everything. The arrow comes in. They're losing. They're focusing on the crystal. They have done it. They have done it. RSG MY has done it. They are your upper bracket finals. They shut down Homeboys 3-0, silencing the Flame Boys, silencing the fans here at Stadium MPSJ.
Wow, the Raiders literally tear down the Homeboys piece by piece, exacting their revenge. Best served out cold, 3-0. Can you believe it?
I don't know what happened to RSG MY during the break. I don't know what they're on, but I want some of it. RSG MY showing us how it's done. a clean sweep against the defending champions to go on into the upper bracket finals. They'll be playing against SRG, but for now, we're going to be interviewing them on stage.
3-0 clean sweep untuk pasukan RSG MY securing the upper bracket finals match pada hari esok. Dan dorang akan jumpa Selangor Red Giants. First of all, congratulations guys. That was honestly a very unexpected 3-0. I memang terkejut. I lari daripada atas. First of all, Ripo, apa perasaan Ripo dapat kalahkan Homebois? Now kita tahu RSG adalah satu pasukan yang memang susah sangat nak lawan Homebois daripada musim lepas ke tak silap. You guys have not won against them in the series. Kali ini best of 5, clean sweep pula tu. How are you feeling, Ripo?
Alhamdulillah lah sebab menang hari ni kan, sebab kita dah try hard lah sebelum ni kan. So untuk Homebois sebenarnya dia dapat rasa lah apa yang kita rasa season selepas kan. Dia dah tunggu dekat upper bracket tapi dia orang turun.
Oh yeah, last season.
Yeah,
it's
last
like
season.
deja vu, right?
Deja vu untuk dia orang.
Deja vu. Okay, now Ripo, I nak tanya, you dah rasa dah dapat balas dendam tak dengan dorang actually as of now?
Tak lah sebab playoff tak habis lagi. Selagi Homebois masih ada dalam playoff, selagi tu kita tak boleh nak pandang rendah lah kat diorang. Diorang still ada chance kita orang akan jumpa diorang dekat final ke apa. Who knows.
Alright, betul tu and I agree. Alright, can we please pass it to Loliel? I'm pretty sure kita semua boleh agree that Loliel punya playstyle hari ni memang it's another level. Apa ni? Does Loliel have a playoffs buff ke? What happened and there is a playoffs buff? Oh, patutlah lain macam. Okay, Loliel. So dengan kemenangan ni, adakah RSG sudah warm up dan dah ready untuk jumpa SRG esok?
Kami sangat-sangat ready untuk berjumpa dengan SRG besok dan harap-harap kami akan menang juga melawan mereka di hari besok.
Wow, I like that. I really like that. Okay guys, so like always, setiap match ada MVP, ada satu player yang shine, bersinar. Korang rasa siapakah player yang stand out untuk korang untuk perlawanan ini? Tak dengar? Tak dengar? Siapa? Okay, mari kita tengok MVP in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Ripo, Storm, Izanami. Alright, the Prince of Mage. Okay, Izanami, first of all, I nak tanya actually, how are you feeling right now? And kenapa you guys pick the Selena and Novaria combo? Nah, kita tahu quite a few teams pernah cuba combo ni dekat regular season dan hasilnya tak berapa bagus. Apa yang you guys macam cari ataupun what did you guys do to make sure that you guys could pull off combo ni dekat playoffs?
First, happy lah sebab menang game ni kan. And Selena dengan Novaria punya combo tu kami just try untuk main di scrim sebab Storm pun sebelum ni adalah mid lane kan. So dia memang berpengalaman lah juga main Selena. So kami cuba di scrim dan benda tu tiba-tiba menjadilah. So kami just try untuk bawa pergi MPL ni lah.
I see. So macam maybe tu playstyle kepada pasukan lain tak jadi tapi playstyle dengan RSG dia jadi. Alright. Okay, can we please go back to Vinogo? Alright, Vinogo. Yesterday was a do or die match for RSG. You guys managed to come out of that red zone. And now you guys are back in the game with still 2 lives on hand. Now tomorrow you're gonna be going up against SRG. Now they are pretty strong, really great contender this season. How ready are you to be facing up against a local jungler who's a lot of people are saying is one of the best jungler we have right now, Sakais? Are you ready to go up in this matchup? And if you are, do you think you guys can actually secure the first grand final ticket tomorrow?
Yes, of course we are ready to face tomorrow. But like I said yesterday, anything can happen. And see, we easily 3-0 today. So, tomorrow might happen also. I just believe in my team, and hopefully we can get the first spot to Grand Finals tomorrow.
Wow. All right. I like that. Okay, Stone. All right, Stone, you just beat the Roamer from technically our past season champion and the number 2 Roamer in the regular season. Tomorrow you're going up against the number 1 Roamer during the regular season. Now last season you were the number 1 Roamer. So what do you have to say to Humes with this upcoming matchup?
I think from last season, I think he really improved, and I agree that this season he's the best roamer, so I'm hoping to have a good match with him.
Wow, all good words, all love and fair with RSG and SRG. Okay, last, can we give it to Coach? All right, Coach, just want to say amazing draft this game, but what would you like to say to all the RSG fans who are watching at home and in the stadium? And jangan lupa, suruh dorang sokong korang pada esok.
So pertama sekali saya nak cakap terima kasih sebab regular season kita orang bermula dengan tidak baik. Kita orang dekat bottom league dan saya nak bagi penghargaan juga kepada orang yang komen dekat social media still support player, sebab walaupun benda tu macam benda yang nampak mudah tapi sebenarnya bagi sangat efek dekat player, dekat saya, dekat seluruh team. Kata-kata sokongan korang. So tolong teruskan bagi kita orang support dekat social media, dekat venue, dan kita orang harap sangat fans akan datang juga untuk venue tomorrow. Terima kasih.
All right, thank you so much to RSG MY. You guys may now go celebrate your victory, and once again, congratulations on securing the second upper bracket final match tomorrow. Now, SRG akan lawan dengan RSG untuk the first grand final slot. But sebelum esok, mari let's show it back to the casters to dissect what happened in this crazy clean sweep.
You know, guys, we talked about it earlier today that the playoffs has brought many unexpected results. But I think this has been the craziest one thus far. RSG MY, a clean sweep against the defending champions, sending them down to the lower bracket. And the pillar of RSG is Anami, finally getting the recognition he deserves.
Man, to be honest, seeing how things has happened here in the stage, especially when the responses of the fans, considering that how full this stadium is, like not hearing a peep shows is a statement.
This is the most silent I've heard the Flame Boys. You could drop a pin and you can hear the pin.
Yes. My God, the only noise I've heard is because of the BM broadcasters on the stage. But aside from that, it's just
disbelief. I think disbelief for the Flame Boys, but just a resurgence for RSG, right? This is kind of the game that everyone thought would stop RSG from moving further, would send them to a lower bracket, and here they are. And crazy enough that the team that delivered us a 3-0 was RSG and not SRG early on.
Right.
It says so much about how fast, how far they have come in the playoffs.
We also expected Homebois to 3-0 at RSG and not the other way around as well. That's something that a lot of us were expecting as well. But again, I think what Vinogo said during the interview was a very, very good testament to that, right? Like, because it's a new patch, when it comes to playoffs, anything can happen. And guess what? He was kind of shocked as well. Oh, wait, I got 3-0. Okay, sure, man. Like, great. Now we send them down low bracket. That pretty much confirms them for top 3 no matter what happens.
Yep.
Which is a good sign.
Better placement than last season where they finished 4th. I think this also is a good time to finally bring up the whole where did Assassin junglers go, right? Because last season, if you look back, a lot of success that Chibi found, not just with Fredrin, with Assassin junglers, Howker, something he even whipped at the Luo mode in playoffs. But right now, the Nolan is not working anymore, and teams are finding ways to really shut down Homeboy's aggressive play, because Chibi, he participates in these fights, but not in the same way as Season 12.
Personally, I think what ended up happening is that Homeboys did get a little bit affected, right? I feel like there was actually psychological damage inflicted, but not by the Homeboys who were spam recalling throughout game 2 and 3, right? It almost feels like they really wanted to force things, to try and get that victory, to regain their position in this series, and that made them make mistakes, right? It made them overextend, because RSG MY, this is a difficult composition to execute. Novaria, Selena can be punished quite easily as long as you make sure to dodge all the abilities, as long as you mind your positioning. It's a composition that's designed to punish overextension.
Yeah.
And Homebois, I feel like, fell into that trap. If they just played normally.
I think it's more like, it might be like it's annoying to be in front of people seeing recall, right? It tempts people to kind of dive into this conversation without ever thinking, or maybe we just like take the bait most of the time. But what I felt like from that game itself, it came down from second game onwards, where Homebois were so dominating and all the way through here. They were spamming recalls, but to be honest, the reason why we're spamming recalls is because we know we are ahead and we are winning this game. But when you have that kind of confidence and suddenly out of nowhere, all those confidence and getting punished, it just shows that, wait, I should have won this game, and I throw that, it actually sends a reverse psychology onto yourself, and I feel like they tilted a little bit here, and you can start to feel the pressure is on them as well, especially in game 3. Like, wait, we're 2 rounds behind, we don't really want to disappoint the fans or even ourselves, and I don't know, like, you can see the silence, even though we can hear it, but to be honest, it is heard the most from the players themselves.
I think, sure, I can agree with that. I feel like, okay, perhaps Homebois didn't expect to drop game 2 in that fashion, considering that they almost won game 1. But more of in game 3, Homebois for the longest of time had like a 2 to 3k gold lead. But remember, I pointed out, it really doesn't feel much if you're RSG MY. Even the AI prediction still thinks that RSG is going to win despite them being at a disadvantage. That's because of how they've been playing, right? Homebois have been trying to punish Vinogo, get his heavy spin out before objective. They've been destroying Ripple before he gets his Primal Wrath off. But in the later games, they overheated. They started to overextend, get displaced by Vinogo, get displaced by the Edith. That's where it started going down the drain. The Hall of Fame shows a lot. Izanami again showing up on that most damage. Vinogo, the sandbag, rich guy being Lo Liao. And Chibi, he's just left to pick up the pieces.
Homebois really were put in the back foot here, because when the game started, it was actually pretty even in comparison, right? Homebois were putting up a good fight, being able to like duel against RSG, punishing them at times, and then RSG would come back, punish Homebois for being overextended, so it was pretty even overall. The problem is, when you have a composition like this, it shouldn't be even. Homebois can very easily just run at RSG in the beginning of the game as long as they forced out the heavy spin, and there's not a lot of tools that RSG can use to deny that. I think they did let what happened in game 2, game 1 get to their heads a little bit. It made them want to make things happen. Chibi walking into the tri-bush again when the rest of his team is retreating the other way and then getting punished for it, and then continuing to try and force matters did not help them.
Yeah, it's just really awkward as well. But I feel like it came down to the final Lord fight, right? Like this fight right here was a little bit awkward coming from both Homebois and RSG. Like technically, when they got the kill on towards Lolios, they should have just backed off. Yeah. Like, was it this one that they actually got the kill on Lolios?
No, I think
not this one.
I think probably did Lolio even die? I don't remember.
I actually don't think they caught Lolio.
I think like that game they caught Ripple. Like Ripple was basically the punching bag.
No. They caught Lolios.
Oh yeah, this one, right?
Here,
like,
yes.
The moment they got them here, this was the moment where, hey, Nets is at the strongest, and for him to be caught out, counterplay, where RSG MY was at their weakest, this pretty much caused a spiral where Homebois couldn't close out the game or get any more objectives, because by this time, they were just trading blows after blows. Yes, they may have had the numbers advantage, but it feels like Nets was the reason they need to have to stay alive in order to sync up with the Lord push and push major tower objectives, which unfortunately didn't happen here. And of course, it comes to this final moment here. The moment Lolios jumped in, you can see everyone from side Homebois comes to collab. And Lolios was just zipping out and is like, you know what, auto attack, it just destroys everybody.
And I think this also highlights why Homebois were just trying to punish the Akai and the Edith, because if they're left alive, the amount of crowd control is just too much. And this is the updated brackets. Staffa, it's all yours.
We got SRG up against RSG. It's going to be a very interesting matchup. That's actually going to be the very first game tomorrow, in fact. So we'll instantly get to know which of these teams is our very first grand finalist. And in a twist of fate, it's going to be King Empire versus Homebois in the lower bracket semis to see who gets to keep their tournament lives intact.
I think it's bittersweet for both KG and Homebois because last season, if we consider a part of KG as ex-SMG, they were top 2.
That's
and
true.
one of that story ends tomorrow.
Oh boy, it is officially the top 4 and as played thus far. And of course, for tomorrow's match, to start things off, we have SRG going up against RSG to find out who will be in the lower bracket finals to face off against either King Empire or Homebois, being the second match. And of course, being in that position means that whoever wins that series has to play another game right after that.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day.
2 consecutive best of 5s.
It's going to be a long day for the teams who are in that lower bracket. Right? I mean, you get an extra hour break, sure, but if the previous one goes like all 5 games, you still are going to be in the weeds. But I wish the teams best of luck because we're down to the top 4, the true top 4 bracket. One of these teams is going to lock in grand final spot, and that means that is one step closer to Riyadh.
I think during the regular season, right, we highlighted a few times where it didn't really feel like MPL MY was approaching a new era just yet. Like, teams were still shaky, gameplay didn't look all that good. But coming into the playoffs, I feel like that energy has been reinvigorated, right? The break seems to have done these teams a lot of good. There's been a lot of improvement, a lot of evolution. Homebois, surprisingly, doesn't seem to have been able to keep up with what RSG has brought to the table. So it's so interesting to see all of this. It truly is starting to feel like a new era of MPL MY.
And I'm happy to see it's still spearheaded by SRG, but at least the other people are catching up. I think that's the best part.
Yeah, agreed. But of course, if you guys want to feel the presence and also watch the show here at the MBSJ here, you can actually get your tickets by scanning the QR code up on screen. Be sure to save it up as well because the ground floors are pretty much all sold out for tomorrow, as well as grand finals here. But of course, the terrace seating for tomorrow is still open for free entry. However, for the grand finals, you need to pay for 10 ringgit. It is only available after tomorrow finishes. Tomorrow, 11:30 p.m. It's only available to be purchased for the terrace seating.
Yeah, get your devices out, like 5 mobile phones, 10 laptops, just keep refreshing the pace because I remember when they opened the ticket sales for playoffs, it immediately sold out on the ground floor. So, fans want to be in here, but we also don't want to crowd out the place and turn it into a sardine can, so you guys got to get your spot.
We feel bad because last season, MPL MY, like there were so many people to the point where they have to cut entrance outside that they couldn't even watch the game, which is a little bit unfortunate here. However, what's something that you guys can watch and enjoy while playing your games here is going to be the Exorcist series.
What's your
I was about to say exorcism, but it's like, no, it's not an exorcism.
The Exorcist.
Go do it. Yeah, stuff. Go, whatever.
The Exorcist series has returned once again, bringing forth an extraordinary duo of exorcists, each distinct in their essence. One burdened by a great evil, forever yearning for the light, while the other, an exorcist possessing the power to seal tainted power in his body. Amidst this intricate web, the question lingers. How shall they forge their own destinies? Of course, it's gonna be Granger and Hayabusa getting their exorcist skins, and they look really good. So you guys should make sure to check that out.
Cinematic looks dope. I went for the 25 diamond discounted draw. I got the Hayabusa emote. Ooh.
Yeah.
That is nice. I love it.
And I think I need an exorcist right now because I'm being possessed from the glares, the goosebumps. I can feel everything. Like I think something is around me right now.
I think you're just cold.
Yeah, I know, right? I'm Icy Baby. I get it. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, you're living up to the name.
Yeah.
But honestly, today has been crazy.
Yeah.
I think the end of the day, the results we have seen are completely out there compared to what we would have predicted before the day began. And it's only day 2 of the playoffs. We still got 2 more days before we can crown our new MPL MY champion. But that's gonna be it for day 2. Once again, this is the English broadcast with me, Staffa, along with Husky and Icy Baby 1-2. We'll leave you guys with the mic check for this final series, and we will see all of you for day number 3.
No mana. Hero. Kill. Nice turn. Bye-bye.
Nice turn.
No purify, no purify, no purify. No.
Dead.
Nata no purify, Nata no purify. Careful, guys.
Let me reset.
Reset.
I will.
Tengok nak. Nice.
Let's go.
Balik. Dah, reset. Reload. Balik guys, reset. Reload.
Nice one. Masuk. Masuk bro. Masuk bro. Mati.
Fallen missing guys.
Hey bro.
Fallen missing guys. Guys, Fallen missing.
Yeah, next minion guys. Just santai bro.
Choose no flicker.
Careful. Fight.
Dead. No, I can stun carry.
GG.
Nice one.
Boleh. Hero.
Pergi atas.
Nice fight. Aduh, kena lagi.
Hati-hati skill 2 mouse kau sama tombak dari KS Lord.
Sini.
Lobby.
Nice. Nice ball.
Nice one.
Here you go.
I go for...
I got.
Nice.
Careful, back up turn. Fight.
Tolong.
Dia full tip oh. Hey, bang.
Tolong.
Tower. All tower guys.